my daughter, Eliza, and to all the children affected by 9/11, I hope this book helps you understand the world in which you live. Author's note. Nearly every American above a certain age remembers precisely where they were on September 11th, 2001. What began as an ordinary day became the deadliest terrorist attack in world history and the deadliest attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor, shocking and terrifying the global community, exposing us to unimaginable tragedy and evil, while also reminding us of the strength, bravery, and power of the human spirit. Heroes quite literally emerged from the ashes, and the hours and decisions that followed defined not just a generation, but our modern era. All told, 2,606 people died at the World Trade Center in New York City, and another 125 at the Pentagon. 206 people died when their planes, American Airlines Flight 77, United Airlines Flight 175, American Airlines Flight 11, flight numbers now permanently retired and part of history, were hijacked and crashed into the centers of America's financial and military power. Another 40 died in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, as brave passengers and crew wrestled control of United Airlines Flight 93 back from the hijackers. The 9/11 Memorial and Museum in New York City honors a precise tally of 2,983 casualties, including 6 killed in 1993 when the World Trade Center was attacked for the first time by the forerunners of the terror group that would ultimately bring those buildings down in just 102 minutes 8 years later. The 9/11 victims represented not merely Americans, but citizens of more than 90 nations. The toll obviously stretched beyond the dead alone. More than 3,000 children lost a parent on 9/11, including some 100 children who were born in the subsequent months and would never meet their fathers. Upwards of 6,000 people were injured, and many more would face injuries, some psychological, some physical, some eventually fatal, stemming from the recovery work. Far beyond the official numbers, however, the attacks affected nearly every American alive that day, and hundreds of millions, if not billions, beyond our shores, as news of the attacks was broadcast the world over. I've spent 3 years collecting the stories of those who lived through and experienced 9/11, where they were, what they remember, and how their lives changed. The book that follows is based on more than 500 oral histories, conducted by me as well as dozens of other historians and journalists over the last 17 years. I'm deeply grateful for their work and their understanding that history would want and need these stories to be recorded. Collectively, these narratives help make sense of a day that we as a country and as a people are still trying to process. In her oral history of the day, Eve Butler G., who was on 9/11 a clerk in the U.S. House of Representatives, remarked on how fascinated Americans are by their own memories of that day. I've noticed we don't listen to each other's stories. We need to tell our story. Someone will start saying, well, I was such and such, and the other person will interrupt and talk over and say, well, I was so-and-so. The shock, in many ways, is still embedded in our memories that this thing happened on our shores, in the places where we felt the safest. Her observation rang true to me throughout this project, as every mention of 9/11 to friends or acquaintances immediately prompted people to pour out their own stories, often with heart-wrenching intimacy. This book is an attempt to listen, to hear others' stories, to know what it was like to experience the day firsthand, to wrestle with the confusion and the terror. The only plane in the sky is not meant to be a precise account of how and why September 11th occurred. Groups like the 9/11 Commission devoted years of work and millions of dollars to provide those answers. Instead, this book intends to capture how Americans lived that day, how the attacks in New York City, at the Pentagon, and in the skies over Somerset County, Pennsylvania, rippled across lives from coast to coast, from the Twin Towers to an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida, and how government and military officials on Capitol Hill, at the White House, in mountain bunkers, at air traffic control centers, and in the cockpit of fighter planes responded in an unprecedented moment to unimaginable horrors. To construct this book, I worked for 2 years with Jenny Pachuki, an oral historian who has dedicated her career to stories of September 11th, and who located for me about 5,000 relevant oral histories collected and archived around the country. We closely read or listened to about 2,000 of these stories to identify the voices and memories featured here. As part of that, I've drawn upon interviews and exhaustive work from the National September 11 Memorial and Museum and the 9/11 Tribute Museum in New York City, the Flight 93 National Memorial near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the September 11th Education Trust, the U.S. House of Representatives Historian's Office, C-SPAN, the Arlington County, Virginia Public Library, the Fire Department of the City of New York, the Historical Office of the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Coast Guard, the 9/11 Commission, the Museum of Chinese in America in New York City, Columbia University, Stony Brook University, and other repositories, as well as a host of snippets and transcripts culled from news articles, magazine profiles, pamphlets, videos, documentaries, collections ranging from the trial exhibits of 9/11 conspirator Zacarias Moussaoui to a compilation published by America Online of its users' thoughts, posts, and memories of 9/11, as well as countless other books, including 3 that deserve specific mention for their usefulness: Mitchell Fink and Lois Mathias's terrific 2002 collection of oral histories entitled Never Forget, as well as 2 books focused on the 9/11 New York Maritime Boat Lift, Mike McGee's All Available Boats and Jessica DuLong's Dust to Deliverance. To supplement these existing archival primary sources, I've collected several hundred interviews, personal reflections, and stories myself, about 75 of which are featured here. I'm grateful to all who shared their stories. Among these hundreds of memories collected as early as September 2001 and as recently as the spring of 2019, the chronologies and stories don't always line up neatly. Perspectives differ, and images blur with time. Traumatic memories, especially, are fallible. I've done my best to line things up according to the facts and timelines available. All interviews have been condensed and edited for clarity. Throughout the book, all titles, occupations, locations, and ranks are accurate to that moment. Additionally, for ease of reading and historical accuracy, I've edited some quotations to make verb tenses consistent and made minor factual corrections. For instance, where a speaker misremembered a name or title, such as calling the speaker pro tem the president pro tem, or misstating what floors the sky lobbies in the World Trade Center were actually on. I've also standardized some place names, code words, and other references that would otherwise be more confusing than illuminating. While The Only Plane in the Sky is comprehensive, it is not complete. These stories capture only a single moment in time, and part of what makes 9/11 so poignant is learning how people fared in the days, weeks, months, and years thereafter. 2 key players on that day, Bernard Kerik, Commissioner of the New York Police Department, and Speaker of the House Dennis Hastert, would both later end up in prison, for instance. As the nation united in solidarity after the attacks, it also descended into 2 wars that continue to this day and reshaped multiple corners of the world. Thus, 9/11 remains a daily presence in our national politics and our international geopolitics, and it fundamentally changed the way we live, travel, and interact with one another. As Rosemary Dillard, an American Airlines manager in D.C., whose husband Eddie was aboard one of the hijacked flights, said, "I still think that we walk on eggshells. I don't think that the young people who will be listening to this will know the same freedom I knew growing up." Today, that new generation Dillard mentions barely remembers the day itself. 2018 marked the first year military recruits born after 9/11 were deployed to war zones in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the fall of 2019 will mark the entrance of the first college class born after the attacks. That passage of time makes remembering 9/11 all the more important. Indeed, to understand all that came after, we must first understand what it was like to live through the drama and tragedy that began under the crisp, clear, blue skies of Tuesday, September 11, 2001.
Aboard the International Space Station. On August 12, 2001, NASA astronaut Frank Culbertson arrived at the International Space Station aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery. He would live and work aboard the space station for 125 days. On September 11, 2001, he was the only American off the planet.
Commander Frank Culbertson, astronaut, NASA. On September the 11th, 2001, I called the ground and my flight surgeon, Steve Hart, came on. I said, "Hey, Steve, how's it going?" He said, "Well, Frank, we're not having a very good day down here on Earth." He began to describe to me what was happening in New York. The airplanes flown into the World Trade Center, another airplane flown into the Pentagon. He said, "We just lost another airplane somewhere in Pennsylvania. You don't know where or what's happening." I looked at the laptop that has our world map on it, and I saw that we were coming across southern Canada. In a minute, we were going to be over New England. I raced around, found a video camera, and a window facing in the right direction. About 400 miles away from New York City, I could clearly see the city. It was a perfect weather day all over the United States, and the only activity I could see was this big black column of smoke coming out of New York City out over Long Island and over the Atlantic. As I zoomed in with the video camera, I saw this big gray blob basically enveloping the southern part of Manhattan. I was seeing the second tower come down. I assumed tens of thousands of people were being hurt or killed. It was horrible to see my country under attack. We had 90 minutes to set up for the next pass across the United States. We set up every camera we could. I said, "Guys, we're going to take pictures of everything we can see as we come across the U.S. An hour and a half later, we crossed Chicago. I was looking all around for any evidence of further attacks. I could see all the way to Houston. In a few minutes, we crossed Washington, D.C., directly over the Pentagon. I could look straight down and see the gash on the side of it. I could see the lights of the rescue vehicles, the smoke of the fires. Looking north, I could clearly see New York City in the column of smoke. Every orbit, we kept trying to see more of what was happening. One of the most startling effects was that within about 2 orbits, all the contrails normally crisscrossing the United States had disappeared because they had grounded all the airplanes and there was nobody else flying in U.S. airspace except for one airplane that was leaving a contrail from the central U.S. toward Washington. That was Air Force One, heading back to D.C. with President Bush.
Good days and bad days. September 10th. Monday, September 10th in New York City began with the rededication of a Bronx firehouse, home to Engine 73 and Ladder 42. Mayor Rudolph Rudy Giuliani, Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen, and Chief of Department Peter Gansey listened as Fire Department Chaplain Father Michael Judge offered a homily for the renovated firehouse.
Father Michael Judge, Chaplain, FDNY. Good days and bad days. Up days, down days, sad days, happy days. But never a boring day on this job. You do what God has called you to do. You show up. You put one foot in front of another. You get on the rig and you go out and you do the job, which is a mystery and a surprise. You have no idea when you get on that rig, no matter how big the call, no matter how small. You have no idea what God is calling you to. But He needs you. He needs me. He needs all of us.
Across the country, Monday was a regular workday, the beginning of fall, the first full week after Labor Day, and for many communities, the first day of school after the quiet summer doldrums of August. Reporters and news broadcasters filed back into their offices, as did government officials and business professionals, bringing cities back to life. Many anticipated a slow start to the season.
Tom Brokaw, anchor NBC News. I'd been off most of the summer. A friend called up to ask how it was to be back. I said, "I'm doing fine, but there's no news. It's hard to get cranked back up." It looked like it was not going to be a terribly stimulating autumn. Social Security reform was the hot topic. The economy was winding down.
Mary Matlin, aide to Vice President Dick Cheney.
There was a sense of, okay, now back to business. We had economic issues at the time. We were on the front end of a recession.
Matthew Waxman, staff member, National Security Council, White House. This was an administration that was interested in great power politics. A great deal of effort was focused on U.S.-Russian arms control and strategic relationship questions about how to manage a rising China. These were the central questions. Two possible regional crises that week we worried about were Burundi and Macedonia.
Monica O'Leary, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 105th floor. On September 10th in the afternoon, my guess is around 2 o'clock, I was laid off. I don't know the exact time, but I know I thought to myself, oh, I can be home in time for General Hospital. When I got laid off, I was on the 105th floor. I was upset. I was crying. Eventually, when I calmed down, the woman for HR gave me the choice. Do you want to go back to the desk and get your stuff, or do you want to go home? I said, oh, no. I want to go say goodbye to everybody. I went around and started kissing everybody goodbye. They were all great. This guy, Joe Sacerdote, stood up in the back row and he yelled, "Is they lost, Monica?"
Lisbeth Glick, wife of United Flight 93 passenger Jeremy Glick. I was on maternity leave from a teaching job at Berkeley, a business college in New York. On that Monday morning, September 10th, Jeremy helped me pack up the car. He was going to California on business and was booked on a flight that night. We live in Hewitt, New Jersey, and I was going up to my parents' house in the Catskill Mountains while he was away. He packed me up, and then he headed down to Newark for a meeting. He called me at around 5 o'clock and said there had been a fire in Newark, and he didn't feel like arriving in California at 2 in the morning. He decided to go home, get a good night's sleep, and catch the first flight out Tuesday morning.
From May to October 2001, Vanessa Lawrence and Monica Bravo were supposed to be two of a total of 15 artists in residence on the 91st and 92nd floors of the World Trade Center's North Tower, as part of the Studioscape program run by the Lower Manhattan Cultural Council. Both were inspired by the towers and had begun to incorporate them into their art.
Vanessa Lawrence, artist, North Tower, 91st floor. Because I was living in a basement where I just saw people's feet, I thought it would be amazing to paint from such a high view, seeing different weather patterns, changing skies, changing light.
Monica Bravo, artist, North Tower, 91st floor. The reason I applied was because I wanted to film. I had this image in my mind, the twin towers above and only clouds underneath. The thing I missed most from my native Colombia were the clouds and the mountains. We have a lot of clouds all the time, and for me, the cloud is like home.
Vanessa Lawrence. I loved that skyline. Every morning coming in, there was something special. Again, at night, seeing them lit up, just the lights on them. It was a really special skyline.
Monica Bravo. I told everybody throughout the summer, if you see something coming, a storm, let me know. I'm always going to have a camera ready. The afternoon of September 10th, around 2:55 p.m., the storms happened.
Vanessa Lawrence. I grabbed my watercolors because I could see this storm coming. It was amazing watching it way out, looking out across Brooklyn and out on the horizon. I remember watching this dark cloud going down to the ground and all the colors in it and everything. There's one of my favorite paintings I did.
Monica Bravo. I started filming. The storm was coming from New Jersey south through the Verrazano Bridge and the Statue of Liberty. You see these clouds moving very fast, and there's a moment that is really, really incredible in the film. You see one drop hitting the window. Then, in a second, all these water drops hitting the window. The storm is there. It's with you.
Vanessa Lawrence. Watching it coming, and then nothing. We were in this thick cloud and the rain.
Monica Bravo. The video is the witness of the last people standing. The last night before these towers ceased to exist and everything and everybody that was inside. You see people in the South Tower coming in, working. You see people alive. You can see boats going. You see the city of Brooklyn lighting up. You see the movement of the bridges. It's alive. You see the life of the city from the last night you could see it from that perspective. I filmed for many hours until 9 or 9:30 p.m. probably. The storm was very long, the whole afternoon. I filmed in different places, in time-lapse, in slow motion. It was beautiful. Then at one point my cell phone rang. I was married then, and this person called me. "Are you going to come home?" I said, "Oh no, beautiful thunderstorm." I said to him, "Why don't you come over and bring me some cigarettes?" He said, "No, I'm not going to bring you anything. You come home." So I said, all right. I actually took the tape out of the camera. I left my computer because it was raining a lot. I was looking for a place to put it. I found an old file cabinet made out of wood. I remember thinking, is this going to be safe? And then, this is the World Trade Center. Nothing can happen to this building.
An easy day. Tuesday begins. Around the world, September 11th began as any other weekday. Congress was re-engaging after its summer recess. In Herndon, Virginia, at the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA's National Command Center, Ben Sliney prepared for his first day running the nation's airspace. Nearby, in Langley, Virginia, Gina Haspel began her first day at the CIA's Counterterrorism Center. In Washington, D.C., FBI Director Robert Mueller, who had started in his new post just 1 week earlier on September 4th, was scheduled to appear at 8 a.m. for his first briefing on the FBI's unfolding investigation of a terror group known as Al-Qaeda and its bombing of the USS Cole the previous fall. Far from America's shores, the captain of the U.S. Navy's aircraft carrier USS Enterprise was just finishing a long tour enforcing the no-fly zone over Iraq and looking forward to returning home. In New York City, it was primary day. New Yorkers would choose the candidates vying to replace the man who had run their city for 8 years, Rudy Giuliani. Millions of residents, workers, school children, and commuters awoke and began preparing for the day, many boarding trains, ferries, subways, and buses to make their way into Lower Manhattan. The FDNY's Director of Fire Education Safety was particularly excited that Tuesday. He was set to launch a new toy modeled on a New York firefighter, and had chosen the day carefully. The date, after all, seemed perfect for firefighters. 9/11.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo, Director of Fire Education Safety, FDNY. Fisher-Price had a line of children's toys called Rescue Heroes that kids loved. They had a police officer called Jake Justice, a lifeguard called Wendy Waters, an ambulance attendant called Perry Medic. They wanted a New York City firefighter. They were going to call him Billy Blazes. They would give me $1 for every Billy Blazes sold around the world, money I would use in my public education program. They wanted to do a big press conference and introduce this new rescue hero to the world. I was scratching my head with the executives and I said, 911 is the emergency phone number in New York City. Why do we have a 911 day in New York? So on 9/11 at 9 o'clock in the morning, every TV station in New York City was waiting for me at Rockefeller Center to introduce this new rescue hero.
Herbo Ueda, World Trade Center Association, North Tower, 77th floor, and father of Todd Ueda, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 105th floor. As we did every morning, my son Todd and I left our home together to travel to work because Todd was working at the World Trade Center for Cantor Fitzgerald. When we got down to Hoboken, I said to Todd, "Why don't you take the ferry with me? It's a beautiful day." He said, "No, Dad, it's too cold." I told him, "Have a great day, sweetheart." Those were my last words to Todd.
Richard Eichen, consultant, Pass Consulting Group, North Tower, 90th floor. I used to take the train every day to the Trade Center. I was sitting next to a friend. We belonged to the same golf club, and we were talking about how bad the food was. That was my biggest care in the world that day.
Ted Olson, Solicitor General, U.S. Department of Justice. My wife, Barbara, was supposed to travel Monday, and my birthday was Tuesday. She decided that she was not going to go Monday. She did not want to be gone on the morning of my birthday. She wanted to be there when I woke up. I left for work early in the morning, before 6 o'clock, and she left shortly after to go to the airport. I heard from her before she boarded. This plane was scheduled to leave at 8:10 in the morning. We always called one another a lot during the day, sometimes very briefly. She called me at 7:30 or 7:40 before she got on the plane.
Rosemary Dillard, base manager, American Airlines. My husband Eddie had just acquired a house in LA and was going out to work on the house to get it in order so he could rent or sell it. We were driving out to Dulles because Flight 77 was nonstop to LA, and we were laughing. I remember him getting out, and he reminded me, "Before you go to work, get gas." He kissed me. My last words to him were, "Be home by Thursday."
Laura Bush, First Lady of the United States, White House. I'd spent most of the morning going over the briefing that I was supposed to give that day to the Senate Education Committee. I was giving a briefing on the results from a summit that I'd had earlier in the summer on early childhood education. It was about 9 months into George being president, and I was really hitting my stride as First Lady.
Ada Dolch, Principal, High School for Leadership and Public Service, HSLPS, New York City. It was primary election day. Our school building was going to be used for the very first time as a voting site.
Fernando Ferrer, Bronx Borough President and candidate for New York City Mayor. Hard primary campaign. My wife and I went to vote. It was all very nice, and our tracking polls gave me a reason to be in a very good mood that day.
Sonny Mindell, Communications Director for the Mayor of the City of New York, Rudy Giuliani. On September 11th, I was facing what I thought would be an easy day.
William Jimeno, officer, Port Authority Police Department. I remember waking up and making a decision. I'm a big bow hunter. I like to deer hunt, and the weather was going to be great. I was going to possibly take a P-Day, which is a personal day at the Port Authority Police. I said, no, I'm going to save it for a later time.
The storm of September 10th that swept across the Northeast, marking the passage of a strong cold front, preceded a high-pressure system of dry Canadian air that gave rise to a unique and memorable meteorological phenomenon known as severe clear. Cloudless skies that made an enduring impression on all who would witness what transpired in the hours ahead.
Ben Sliney, National Operations Manager, FAA Command Center, Herndon, Virginia. That was my first day on the job as National Operations Manager. When I got up that morning and looked at the Weather Channel and saw that the entire East Coast was going to be severe clear, I anticipated it would be a pretty good first day.
Melinda Murphy, traffic reporter, WPIX-TV, New York City. We would fly for the morning show from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. I had 14 hits a morning. People still remember me as the Chopper Chick. The sunrise that morning was incredible. We actually commented about how gorgeous the World Trade Center towers looked, reflecting this red sunrise, this crimson, gorgeous reflection like you've never seen. Vanessa Lawrence, artist, North Tower, 91st floor. I was getting to the World Trade Center at 6 o'clock. The sun started coming up. I remember a beautiful sunrise. Walking in, you could see the red coming up through the windows. Katie Couric, anchor, The Today Show. It was the perfect fall day. A little touch of autumn in the air. It was one of those back-to-school September days full of possibilities, and in its own way, a new beginning.
Bruno Dellinger, Principal, Quintamassis, North America, North Tower, 47th floor. The sky was so pure. The air was so crisp. Everything was perfect.
It's like the air was scrubbed clean.
Richard Payton, Trooper, Aviation Unit, Pennsylvania State Police. A really nice morning, weather-wise. As pilots, we say clear blue and 22 when it's blue skies and not a cloud in the sky.
Lieutenant Colonel Tim Duffy, F-15 pilot, Otis Air Force Base, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. One of the prettiest days I've ever flown. Literally, there was not a cloud in the sky, and visibility was probably better than 100 miles. It was crystal clear.
One of the most beautiful days of the year.
There has never been as brilliant of a blue sky as there was that day.
The sky was extraordinarily blue.
A gorgeous blue.
So blue.
Deep blue.
Deep, deep blue.
Cobalt blue.
Cerulean blue.
The bluest of blues.
Julia Rogers, page, U.S. House of Representatives. One of those days that you wish you could put in a bottle.
President George W. Bush began his morning in Sarasota, Florida, where he was set to read to elementary school students as part of his push for the No Child Left Behind legislation. His new administration was still finding its legs after a rocky transition period shortened by the bitter Bush v. Gore Florida recount and the controversial Supreme Court decision that declared him the winner of the 2000 election, a decision many still disputed in September 2001.
Gordon Jondro, Assistant Press Secretary, White House. The day started off very normally. The president went for a run, and I took the press pool out with the president. I remember I got stung by a bee, and I asked White House physician Dr. Richard Tubb if he had something he could give me for the swelling. He said, "Yeah, we'll get you something when we get to the airplane."
Sonia Ross, reporter, Associated Press. It was a garden variety trip. It was low-ranking staff, and a lot of the top journalists didn't come. It was a scrub trip.
Mike Morrell, Presidential Briefer, Central Intelligence Agency. I walked into his suite for the president's morning intelligence briefing. He was surrounded by breakfast foods and hadn't touched any of it. The Second Intifada was well underway then, and the briefings at that time were very heavy on Israeli-Palestinian stuff. There was nothing in the briefing about terrorism. It was very routine.
Andy Card, White House Chief of Staff. The president was in a great mood. He had that George W. Bush strut that morning.
B. Alexander Sandy Kress, Senior Education Advisor, White House. Those were probably the last carefree moments he had in his term.
Andy Card. I remember literally telling him, "It should be an easy day." Those were the words, "It should be an easy day."
You'll miss your plane. Checking in. As America's day began, two men arrived for their early morning connection to Boston at the Portland International Jetport in Portland, Maine. They checked in at 5:43 a.m. Over the course of the morning, 17 men checked into their flights at Boston's Logan International, Washington's Dulles International, and Newark International. While some were selected for extra screening or had their checked bags searched, no one gave the knives they carried on board a second look. They were allowed under the security regulations at the time. The men made their way onto carefully selected cross-country flights, targeting 4 planes amid the nearly 40,000 domestic flights scheduled for that Tuesday.
Mike Toohey, ticket agent, Portland International Jetport. Everybody was in a good mood. It was a gorgeous day, and things were going like clockwork.
Von Alex, ticket agent, Washington Dulles International Airport, Virginia. These 2 guys came running in the front door, looking around, and didn't know which way to go.
Mike Toohey. I saw these 2 fellas standing there looking around. I looked at the tickets. I go, whoa, first-class tickets. You don't see $2,400 tickets anymore. There were less than 30 minutes prior to the flight when they arrived. The younger fellow was standing off to the right. I was asking the standard questions. Has anybody given you anything to carry on board the plane? Have your bags been out of your control since you packed them? He was shaking his head, smiling at me, so it's okay.
Von Alex. We just finished the morning check-in. The counter was clear. I said to the other agent, here are the passengers that are running late, but I think that we can get them on.
Mike Toohey. I said, Mr. Atta, if you don't go now, you will miss your plane.
A really happy feeling. 8 a.m. in New York City. The World Trade Center had the 2 tallest buildings in New York City, iconic fixtures on the skyline for nearly 40 years. Reaching more than 1,300 feet into the sky, the 110-story twin buildings, the North Tower, known as One World Trade, and the South Tower, known as Two World Trade, anchored a 16-acre complex of 7 buildings in the heart of Lower Manhattan's financial sector. Nestled between them was Three World Trade, which held a 22-story Marriott hotel. 4 other buildings surrounded the site. 4 World Trade, a 9-story building occupied primarily by Deutsche Bank. 5 World Trade, also a 9-story office building. 6 World Trade, an 8-story building occupied by the U.S. Customs House for New York and other government agencies, and 7 World Trade, a 47-story building that included New York's Office of Emergency Management. Beneath the complex was a shopping mall that housed eateries and about 80 retail stores. The World Trade Center site was owned by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, a governmental agency created in 1921 that also oversees New York's airports, LaGuardia, Kennedy, and Newark, the Port Authority bus terminal in New York City, the PATH commuter train system, as well as the tunnels and bridges between the 2 states. It has its own Port Authority Police Department, PAPD, which in 2001 consisted of 1,331 officers, all of whom were cross-trained in basic firefighting. In July 2001, real estate mogul Larry Silverstein purchased the lease for World Trade Center buildings 1, 2, 4, and 5. As Tuesday, September 11, 2001 began, the 50,000 people who worked across the World Trade Center complex began to arrive. Each floor of the North and South Towers represented a full acre of office space. On an average day, 70,000 visitors would pass through for meetings, shopping, a meal at the Windows on the World restaurant atop the North Tower, or to soak in views from the public observation deck atop the South Tower. For all of them, it was just another morning.
Dan Potter, firefighter, ladder 10, FDNY. My wife worked at One World Trade Center, and she had a business engagement with other bosses on the 81st floor. I made her an asparagus omelet for breakfast, then she went to walk to work.
Jean Potter, Bank of America, North Tower, 81st floor. I would leave the house every day and say to him the last line of this movie, the story of Christ. Just remember, Jesus said, "I am always with you." That's how I would leave him in the morning as I would go to work.
Dan Potter. Then I would begin my day. I was studying for the lieutenant promotion exam coming up in October. I walked across to the Trade Center. I had a pickup parked at the bottom of 2 World Trade Center. We had spaces down there provided for the firefighters assigned to 10 House, the station near the towers that housed Ladder 10 and Engine 10.
Jared Coates, Risk Waters Group, New York City. I was an employee of Risk Waters Group, which was holding a technology conference at Windows on the World on September 11th. My job that morning was to make sure all of our publications were unloaded and put on display racks. William Jimeno, Officer PAPD. It was a normal routine day. We got a little coffee, went out on post, and I remember standing, looking at the entrance of the bus terminal at 42nd and 8th Avenue, what we call the Rush. The Rush is where everybody from New Jersey, Connecticut, other parts of New York take buses into the terminal. It's a steady flow of thousands of people coming into Midtown Manhattan.
Michael DeMonico, Executive Chef, Windows on the World, North Tower, 106th floor. My usual hours were from 8:30 in the morning until 10:30 at night. That morning, my wife and I got up a little bit early because we were voting in the primaries. There was no one at the polls. It wasn't that busy. My reading glasses were in need of repair. When I hit the street in front of Tower 2, I thought, wow, it's really early. It's not even 8:15. I bet I can get the optometrist to see me and I can have my glasses this afternoon. I made a detour to the Trade Center concourse level and I went straight for lens crafters. A minute later, I was standing at the counter asking, I need new lenses for my glasses.
Judith Wine, Senior Vice President, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 103rd floor. My husband and I, we got off the bus right when it got to Pearl and Frankfurt. We would walk up the block, following the Brooklyn Bridge coming down, and at City Hall Park, we would say goodbye. He would go to his place, and I would walk down to the Trade Center. The weather was so nice. He had a really happy feeling. I turned and smiled to him. He said later that stuck in his mind because for hours he didn't know whether I was alive or not.
Vanessa Lawrence. I was hesitant to go make this phone call to my friend Amelia, who was coming to see the studio. I thought, I need a break. About 8:30 I went down. You came down the elevator and then through a door to use the payphone. I called her. I went and got a juice. Coming back, one of the security guards started chatting to me. How are you doing? I'm like, good. I was so anxious to get back up and paint. It's like, gotta go, and walked on the elevator, went up.
Richard Eichen. You got in the elevators and went up to the 78th floor, the Sky Lobby. Then you had to go to another elevator bank, and then get up to the 90th floor. The elevator going up to 78 was so fast, you could actually feel it, and your ears would pop.
David Crivette, bond broker, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. The offices were on the 105th floor. It took about 5-10 minutes just to go upstairs. 2 elevator rides up. But when you got up top, the views were spectacular. You could see the world.
Jared Coates. I got up to the 106th floor and was greeted by some of my colleagues. Paul Bristow walked up to me and said, "Jared, I was here early. I saw the magazines, so I pulled them out of the boxes and set them up on a display rack. Is this what you wanted?" I said, "Yeah, this is great. Paul, thanks very much." If Paul hadn't been there early and set up the magazines, I probably would have still been there when the plane hit. Then I realized of all the things that had arrived, we were missing one of our titles. I offered to go back to our office and pick up some copies. I bid farewell to everyone and thought I would see them in an hour or less. I headed down the elevator. The elevator stopped at the floor below the windows on the world. It was Cantor Fitzgerald's office. One gentleman got on the elevator, another stood there in the hallway discussing something with him. I'll never forget his face.
Dan Potter. I drove over to Staten Island. I remember going into the American Legion Hall. You got your study material for the lieutenant's exam, and then you went and sat at a desk. You had an hour to do usually 50 questions.
Joe Massian, technology consultant, Port Authority, North Tower. I was working on floor 70. I remember sitting at my desk for a minute with my backpack on. After about 5 or 10 minutes, this is probably about 8:30 a.m., I decided to take my backpack off and lay it on my desk.
David Crivette. I had a meeting at 8 o'clock. They're running late. At 8:40, I get a call from the ground floor lobby. "Your visitors are here." One of the guys came without a wallet, no ID at all. Someone had to go down and sign for him. There was a girl who sat behind me, a desk assistant, who was very helpful, but she was 8.5 months pregnant. I said to myself, I'm not going to make her go down. I went downstairs. I see my client. I go, "Which one of you knuckleheads forgot your ID?"
Joseph Lott was scheduled to speak at the Risk Waters Conference at Windows on the World. He spent the night of the 10th at the Marriott Hotel between the two towers, known as 3 World Trade Center.
Joseph Lott, sales representative, Compaq Computers. The shirt I was going to wear, a white shirt, was pretty wrinkled from laying in the suitcase, so I put on a green shirt. I went down to breakfast. My colleague Elaine Greenberg was there. We sat and had breakfast, and we went over some changes to the slides. She said that she had gone to a vacation home in Massachusetts, and while she was there, she saw a tie and bought it for me. It was a stunning tie. I said, "This is such a nice gesture, I'm going to put this on." She said, "Well, not with that shirt. You're not going to put on a red and blue tie with a green shirt." As we left the restaurant at the Marriott, I said, "I'm going to go back and change and put on that white shirt. It will look better with this tie. Go on ahead without me." I set up an ironing board and ironed the white shirt. I put that shirt on with my new tie. As I was waiting to go from the 7th floor back down to the lobby, I felt a sudden movement in the building.
Jared Coates. I walked into the office and called my London colleagues to let them know that everything but one box had arrived. I could see the time was 8:46. I remember thinking, gee, I have plenty of time to get back downtown before the event starts. I was talking to one of my colleagues in London when I heard the plane go over.
We have some planes. The hijackings. The drama of September 11th began not in New York, but in the skies over Massachusetts. That morning, 92 people, 11 crew joined by 81 passengers, boarded American Airlines Flight 11, scheduled to fly nonstop from Boston's Logan Airport to Los Angeles International Airport. At 7:59 a.m., its pilot, Captain John Oganowski, accelerated down the runway and launched his Boeing 767 into the sky. Among the 81 passengers were 5 men set on ensuring Flight 11 never made it to its destination. 16 minutes later, on another Logan runway, Captain Victor Saraceni also accelerated his plane, United Airlines Flight 175, another Boeing 767, scheduled nonstop to Los Angeles. He and First Officer Michael Horrocks were carrying a light load that day, just 65 people, 9 crew, and 56 passengers. including, again, 5 hijackers. Over the next 32 minutes, both planes were hijacked and flown toward New York, confusing air traffic controllers. 8:09 a.m. The final routine transmission from American Airlines Flight 11 came just 10 minutes into its flight. AA-11.
Good morning, American 11 with you, passing through 190-230.
Boston Sector.
American 11 Boston, Center Roger, climb maintain level 280.
8:13 a.m. Shortly after American Airlines Flight 11 made its final normal transmission, it ceased responding to air traffic control. Garbled radio messages and frantic telephone calls from passengers and crew spread word of the drama above.
American 11, turn 20 degrees right.
20 right, American 11.
American 11, climb maintain level 350. American 11, climb maintain level 350.
American 11 Boston.
American 11, the American on the frequency, how do you hear me? American 11, if you hear Boston Center, ident.
8:19 a.m. About 20 minutes after takeoff, and just minutes after the hijacking, Betty Ong, a 45-year-old flight attendant aboard American Airlines Flight 11, used an in-seat AT&T airphone to call the airline's reservations line, reaching Agent Winston Sadler at American's Southeastern Reservations Office in Cary, North Carolina. The call would last 25 minutes. Ong had chosen to fly on Flight 11 that day so she could meet her sister to plan their trip to Hawaii for the following week. Betty Ong.
The cockpit's not answering. Somebody's stabbed in business class. And I think there's mates that we can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked.
Winston Sadler.
Which flight are you on? Flight 12.
In her panic, Ong gave the wrong flight number.
And what seat are you in? Ma'am, are you there? Yes. What seat are you in? Ma'am, what seat are you in? We just left Boston. We're up in the air. I know. We're supposed to go to L.A., and the cockpit's not answering their phone. Okay, but what seat are you sitting in? What's the number of your seat? Okay, I'm in my jump seat right now. Okay. At 3R. Okay, you're the flight attendant? I'm sorry, did you say you're the flight attendant? Hello? Yes, hello? What is your name? Hi, you're going to have to speak up. I can't hear you. Sure. What is your name? Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm number 3 on Flight 11. Okay. And the cockpit is not answering their phone. And there's somebody stabbed in business class, and we can't breathe in business class. Somebody's got mace or something. Can you describe the person that you said someone is what in business class? I'm sitting in the back. Somebody's coming back from business. If you can hold on for 1 second, they're coming back.
Unidentified flight attendant.
Okay. Our number 1 got stabbed. Our purser is stabbed. Nobody knows who stabbed who, and we can't even get up to business class right now because nobody can breathe. Our number 1 is stabbed right now. Okay. And our number 5, our first class passengers are first class galley flight attendant and our purser's been stabbed. And we can't get to the cockpit. The door won't open. Hello? Yeah, I'm taking down all the information, and we're also, of course, recording this. At this point...
Realizing the severity of the situation, Sadler then followed protocol and patched the call from Flight 11 into American Airlines operations agent Nydia Gonzalez, connecting the 3 of them together. Nydia Gonzalez.
This is operations. What flight number are we talking about?
Flight 12.
Flight 12. Okay, I'm on Flight 11 right now. This is Flight 11.
It's Flight 11. I'm sorry, Nydia.
Boston to Los Angeles.
Yes.
Our number 1 has been stabbed, and our 5 has been stabbed. Can anybody get up to the cockpit? We can't even get into the cockpit. We don't know who's up there.
Well, if they were shrewd, they would keep the door closed and...
I'm sorry?
Would they not maintain a sterile cockpit?
I think the guys are up there. They might have found their way up there or something. Nobody can call the cockpit. We can't even get inside. Is anybody still there?
Yes, we're still here.
Okay. I'm staying on the line as well.
Okay.
8:21 a.m. While Winston Sadler stayed on the line with Betty Ong, Nydia Gonzalez used a second line to call American Airlines Systems Operations Center, where she reached manager Craig Marquis and relayed word of the hijacking. The recording of this second telephone call with Marquis does not capture Ong's side of the conversation, where she relayed additional information to Gonzalez. Craig Marquis.
American Airlines emergency line, please state your emergency.
Hey, this is Nydia, American Airlines calling. I am monitoring a call in which Flight 11, the flight attendant is advising our reps that the pilot, everyone's been stabbed.
Flight 11?
Yep. They can't get into the cockpit is what I'm hearing.
Okay, I'm assuming they've declared an emergency. Let me get ATC on here. Stand by.
Okay.
Anything else from this flight attendant?
So far what I've got, the number 5 flight attendant's been stabbed, but she seems to be breathing. The number 1 seems to be stabbed pretty badly, and she's lying down on the floor. They don't know whether she's conscious or not. The other flight attendants are in the back, and that's as far as I know. It seems like the passengers in the coach might not be aware of what's going on right now.
These 2 passengers were from first class?
Okay, hold on. Hey, Betty? Do you know any information as far as the gentlemen that are in the cockpit with the pilots? Were they from first class? They were sitting in 2A and B. They are in the cockpit with the pilots.
Who's helping them? Is there a doctor on board?
Is there a doctor on board, Betty, that's assisting you guys? You don't have any doctors on board, okay. So you've gotten all the first class passengers out of first class?
Have they taken everyone out of first class?
Yeah, she's just saying that they have. They're in coach. What's going on, honey? Okay, the aircraft is erratic again. Bobbing very erratically. She did say that all the first class passengers have been moved back to coach. So first class, the cabin is empty. What's going on your end, Craig?
We contacted air traffic control. They are going to handle this as a confirmed hijacking. So they're moving all the traffic out of this aircraft's way.
Okay.
He turned his transponder off, so we don't have a definitive altitude for him. We're just going by, they seem to think that they have him on the primary radar. They seem to think that he is descending.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Nydia?
Yes, dear, I'm here.
Okay. I have the dispatcher currently taking the current fuel on board.
Uh-huh.
And we're going to run some profiles.
Okay.
To see exactly what his endurance is.
Okay. She doesn't have an idea who the other passenger might be in first. Apparently they might have spread something, so they're having a hard time breathing or getting in that area. What's going on, Betty? Betty, talk to me. Betty, are you there? Betty? Winston, do you think you lost her? Okay, so we'll stay open. I think we might have lost her.
8:24 a.m. Back in Boston, air traffic controllers received what appeared to be a call from Flight 11, as the cockpit microphone was keyed 3 times. They later realized that the hijackers apparently had tried to speak over the intercom to the passengers on board, but instead used the air traffic control frequency. Boston sector.
Is that American 11 trying to call?
Mohammed Atta, hijacker.
We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're turning to the airport.
15 Southwest of Ono going to Hampton, climbing that.
And who's trying to call me here? American 11, are you trying to call?
Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you'll injure yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
Following the confusing radio call, air traffic controllers conferred among themselves to figure out what was transpiring. Boston Air Traffic Control contacted other controllers who oversaw planes at higher altitudes, a post known as Athens 38, who might have had radio contact with Flight 11. Unknown Boston Air Traffic Controller.
838?
Athens, Sector 38.
Yeah. Have you guys heard anything from American? No. Okay, we think there might be somebody in the cockpit right now taking it over.
8:33 a.m. Mohammed Atta, to passengers aboard Flight 11.
Nobody move, please. We're going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves.
8:33 a.m. Fearing the worst, air traffic controllers asked for local fighter aircraft to intercept and escort the flight, the standard protocol at the time for hijackings. Cape Cod, Massachusetts Air Traffic Control. Dan Bueno, Air Traffic Control, Boston Sector.
Hey, Cape, Dan Bueno calling from Washington. I have a situation with American 11, a possible hijack. American 11? Yes, sir. Departed Boston, going to LAX. Right now he's south of Albany. I'd like to scramble some fighters to go tail him. Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk to others here.
At 8:34 a.m., Nydia Gonzalez told Marquis about a possible fatality on the flight, explaining that one of the passengers had been stabbed. 8:37 a.m. Still not fully understanding the situation aboard American Airlines 11, but realizing it was grave, FAA Boston Center alerted a military unit known as the Northeast Air Defense Sector, NEADS, part of the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD. That morning, NORAD had scheduled its biggest annual exercise, a scenario aimed at repelling a Russian nuclear attack that added to the confusion as military bases and commanders across the country struggled to comprehend what was real and what was part of the exercise. Joseph Cooper, Air Traffic Control, Boston Center.
Hi, Boston Center, Team U. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out.
Sergeant Jeremy Powell, Northeast Air Defense Sector, NEADS, Rome, New York.
Is this real world or exercise?
No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
8:38 a.m. Air Traffic Control called United Flight 175, the other Boston to Los Angeles flight, which had taken off at 8:15 a.m. and was a few miles behind American Airlines Flight 11, to warn it about the hijacking. The flight crew responded normally. New York Center.
Okay, United 175, you have them at 12 o'clock now, 10 miles.
United Airlines Flight 175.
Affirmative, we have him. He looks about 28,000.
Okay, thank you. United 175, 30 degrees to the right. I want you to keep you away from this traffic.
30 degrees to the right, United 175, headed.
8:40 a.m. Shortly after, NEADS called Otis Air Force Base on Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and ordered 2 alert pilots to scramble to intercept American Airlines Flight 11. Sergeant Jeremy Powell, Northeast Air Defense Sector, NEADS, Rome, New York.
This is Huntress placing Panta 4546 on battle stations. I repeat, battle stations. Time 1241.
12:41 Greenwich Mean Time, 8:41 a.m. Eastern Time.
Authenticate. Hotel Romeo. All parties acknowledged with initials. Command post.
8:44 a.m. American Airlines flight attendant Madeline Amy Sweeney, aboard the hijacked plane, placed another telephone call back to the airline's base at Logan Airport. She spoke there with American Airlines Flight Service Manager Michael Woodward and explained how her flight had been hijacked and how one of the passengers in business class and 2 of the flight attendants had been stabbed. She said, "There is a bomb in the cockpit. I can't make contact with the cockpit. Can you do it? We have paged for a doctor or nurse for the flight attendants. The coach passengers don't know what's happening." Then, as the phone call continued, the plane neared New York City, and she realized they were in trouble. In the final moments of the call, she warned, "It's a rapid descent. Something is wrong. I don't think the captain is in control. I see water. I see buildings. We're flying low. We're flying very, very low." Dash marks in a pile of clutter. Inside air traffic control. As the hijackings began on the East Coast, civilian air traffic controllers at the FAA struggled to comprehend the sudden and unprecedented threat to the 4,000 airplanes still in the air. As they rushed to contact and scramble fighter aircraft from Otis Air Force Base in Massachusetts and Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, military units in charge of the nation's air defense confronted a threat they'd never imagined, an attack coming not from outside the U.S., but from within its own borders. A decade after the end of the Cold War, they found the tools at their disposal scattered and insufficient. Caught off guard, they improvised a response. After American Airlines Flight 11 initially checked in with air traffic controller Peter Zalewski, the first warning that something had happened in the air came when the pilots ceased to respond to radio calls.
Peter Zalewski, air traffic controller, Boston Center, Nashua, New Hampshire. When American Airlines Flight 11 came to me, the pilot said, "Boston Center, this is American 11, climbing to flight level 230. I called him many, many times. American 11, how do you hear? American 11, this is Boston Center, do you hear me? I'm calling, and I'm like, my God, maybe they're drinking Dunkin' Donuts coffee up there. Honestly, that's what I was thinking. Then there's these transmissions. The first transmission from the aircraft, it's garbled to me. I don't understand it. Then there was a second one, a voice. I remember him saying, 'Nobody move, please. We're going back to the airport.' I will never forget that feeling up the back of my neck. It was like this adrenaline or something. I felt fear. I'm like, oh my God, the plane's being hijacked."
Colin Scoggins, Aerospace and Procedures Specialist and Military Specialist, FAA Boston Center. I came in at about 8:25 in the morning, and as soon as I walked to the front door, someone came to me and said there was a hijack going on. We'd worked hijacks in the past, and they were usually uneventful.
Peter Zalewski. I yell at the supervisor, "John, get over here, this plane is being hijacked, absolutely." I go, "It's Middle Eastern voices, positive." I could tell by the second time. I was used to working Egypt Air, Saudi, Turkish, all of them. It's Middle Eastern voices.
Colin Scoggins. Mohammed Atta, the pilot on American 11, the lead terrorist, stated something about more planes, that they had more planes. It was definitely plural. That's when things really started to ramp up.
Ben Sliney. I was the National Operations Manager on 9/11. That is a position located in the Washington area that has overarching authority over the nation's airspace. That was my charge, the safe and efficient operation of the nation's airspace.
Colonel Bob Marr, Commander, Needs, Rome, New York. There was a huddle of people around one of the radar scopes. I saw that huddle and thought, there's got to be something wrong.
Major General Larry Arnold, Commander of the 1st Air Force, NORAD, Tyndall Air Force Base, Florida. We had a major North American air defense exercise that morning, a command post exercise. There was a team of people that introduced scenarios that you have to react to and respond to. As we were winding up the exercise briefing, my executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kelly Duckett, handed me a slip of paper. Bob Marr had called and said there was a hijacking in the Boston Center area.
Ben Sliney. My experience with hijackings and our protocol was that we cooperate.
Lieutenant Colonel Don Deskins, Mission Crew Commander, Needs, Rome, New York. At this point, our mindset was the 1970s vintage hijack. We didn't have a huge concern this aircraft was going to crash.
Major General Larry Arnold. I said, "Bob, go ahead and scramble the aircraft."
Major Joe McGrady, F-15 pilot, Otis Air Force Base, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. A scramble order was issued. I ran to our jets. I started up. We realized we did not have any weapons. They filled up our jets with gas. Even though we were Winchester, which means we had no weapons, we took off.
Lieutenant Colonel Tim Duffy. When we took off, I left it in full afterburner the whole time. We were supersonic going down to Long Island, and my wingman, Nasty, Major Dan Nash, called and said, "Hey, Duff, you're super." And I said, "Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it." I wanted to get there.
Colonel Bob Marr. At Mach 1, it would take them 16 minutes to get there. That's 10 miles a minute.
Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nisipany, Mission Crew Commander, Needs, Rome, New York. Almost simultaneously, we brought in more surveillance technicians to look at the scope.
Staff Sergeant Larry Thornton, Needs. The area was so congested, the hijacked flight was incredibly difficult to find. We were looking for little dash marks in a pile of clutter on a two-dimensional scope.
Master Sergeant Joe McCain, Need. We picked up a search track going down the Hudson Valley, straight in from the north toward New York. The plane was fast and heading in an unusual direction with no beacon, transponder. We watched that track until it faded over New York City.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck, Commander, Barksdale Air Force Base, Shreveport, Louisiana. We were in the midst of this big annual exercise called Global Guardian. They loaded all the bombers, put the submarines out to sea, put the ICBMs at nearly 100%. It was routine. You did it every year. A captain said, "Sir, we had an aircraft hit the World Trade Center." I started to correct him, saying, "When you have an exercise input, you have to start by saying, 'I have an exercise input.' That way it doesn't get confused with the real world." Then he pointed me to the TV screens in the command center. You could see smoke pouring out of the building. Like everyone else in aviation that day, I thought, how in a clear and a million day could someone hit the World Trade Center?
This will be the worst day of our lives. The first plane. At 8:46 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11 roared south through the sky over Manhattan, traversing the length of the island, surprising citygoers before it crashed into the North Tower, known as One World Trade Center, at about 465 miles per hour.
William Jimeno, Officer PAPD at the Port Authority bus terminal. A shadow came over 42nd and 8th Avenue. It completely covered the street for a split second.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer, Battalion 1, FTMY. In Manhattan, you rarely hear planes because of the tall buildings. We all looked up, in almost disbelief. We saw the plane pass, and it was flying so low. Our eyes followed it as it passed behind the buildings, and then it reappeared. It aimed right into the building.
Juana Lomi, paramedic, New York Beekman Downtown Hospital. I was standing outside, and I heard a rumbling sound. It sounded like a truck, but it was too loud.
Kathy Pavlik, Administrator, Port Authority, North Tower. I worked in One World Trade Center on the 67th floor. I had a window office that faced north. I glanced out the window, and I saw the plane. It was a little bit over to my right, and I noticed that it was very low. I had worked in the World Trade Center since before it had officially opened, and we'd seen a million things over the years. As I watched, the plane got closer and closer and closer. I was in complete disbelief.
Bruno Dellinger. Everybody's heard plane engines, except very few people have heard the sound of plane engines when they're at full strength, full force, flying up in the sky. That is a horrifying sound. I still remember it very clearly. The sound of the engines flying at full force toward the World Trade Center.
Kathy Pavlik. I watched the fuselage disappear into the building.
Ian Oldeker, staff, Ellis Island. At 9 a.m. every morning was the first staff boat from Battery Park over to Ellis Island. I stopped at Aubon Pan and got a croissant. I was continuing down Broadway. Then I heard the largest pop. I turned around and I saw glass. Lots of glass in the sky. It was really bright out, and it was reflecting off the glass in the sky, light shimmering everywhere.
NYPD Sergeant Mike McGovern was with Chief of Department Joseph Esposito just pulling into One Police Plaza, the department headquarters, a few blocks from the World Trade Center.
Sergeant Mike McGovern, aide to the chief, NYPD. We heard a tremendous explosion or bang. We thought it was something above us because we were directly under the Brooklyn Bridge. We pulled up to the checkpoint of police headquarters, and there was a cop manning his post. We find out after the fact this particular cop, Pete Crane, was a pilot. He said into the radio, "Central, be advised that a 767 just struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center." Chief Joe jumped out of the car and he said, "What did you say?"
Joe Esposito, Chief of Department, NYPD. I said, "How did you know it was a 767? He said, "I'm a pilot." I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "I saw." I said, "Okay."
Sergeant Mike McGovern. We turned the car around and went.
Peter Johansson, Director of Operations, New York Waterways Ferries. Honestly, I think most people felt it was a navigation accident. The reason I say that is our ferry continued around to Pier 11, the Wall Street terminal, and there were about 100 people on board. Every single one of them got off and went to work that morning. And as they're walking off, there are envelopes and letters floating down from the sky.
Ryan Conley, resident, Lower Manhattan. It looked like a ticker tape parade.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer. I told everybody to get in the rigs because we were going down there. I picked up the department radio and told them a plane hit the World Trade Center and to transmit a second alarm. That was done immediately. That was the first official report.
Jared Coates, Risk Waters Group. One of my friends came out of an office yelling, "Which building is the conference in?" I thought, gee, what are you so excited about? You've got plenty of time to get down there. I yelled, "It's One World Trade Center." He replied, No, which building is it? Is it the one with the tower on it? I walked down to the south side of my office and looked out to verify that it was the tower with the radio tower. At that moment, I realized something terrible had happened. I saw a large gaping hole in the sky full of what could only be described as confetti. Millions of sheets of white paper, floating like confetti in the sky, floating east from the World Trade Center.
Ian Oldiger. I heard the fire engines. I went east to see what was going on back there. It was much more exciting than eating my croissant.
Flight 11 hit between the 93rd and 99th floors, exploding 10,000 gallons of jet fuel into the offices of the investment firm Fred Alger Management on the 93rd floor, and Marsh & McLennan, which occupied floors 93 up to 100. At Fred Alger Management, 35 people died. At Marsh & McLennan, 295. The crash immediately destroyed all exits from the floors above, leaving trapped 702 employees and visitors at the bond trader Cantor Fitzgerald on the top floors, from 100 to 105. All of the employees, conference goers, and diners on the 106th and 107th floors at Windows on the World, as well as one engineer for NBC, William Steckman, working on the 110th floor to operate the broadcast antenna that topped the tower. The crash released a jet fuel-based fireball that shot down at least one elevator shaft and exploded through the lower floors and the tower's West Street lobby. Thick, black smoke engulfed the upper floors, and light northwest winds carried the smoke over the roof of the South Tower.
Robert Leader, Executive, SMW Trading Company, North Tower. Our office was on the 85th floor. I was looking out the window, facing the Empire State Building, when I saw the plane come into the building. There was such a dramatic change of atmospheric pressure. The building swayed from the impact, and it nearly knocked me off my chair. Our ceiling imploded. Some of our walls began to implode.
Richard Eichen. I'm one of 5 survivors from the 90th floor of the North Tower. I didn't have the key to my office, and that's what saved my life. I was waiting outside, reading the Times, a section on Dell computers, the random things that you remember, leaning against the wall with my briefcase, my coffee cup on the floor, eating a bagel, waiting for these guys to show up. All of a sudden, I heard the loudest sound, bang, I've ever heard. Hugely, immensely loud. Then all of a sudden I heard boom, 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 which I now think was the airplane tearing out the girders inside, followed by another boom. Everything exploded in flames. The ladies' room door actually burst out against its hinges, and out came a fireball. It singed the second wall. That's how far out it came.
Harry Weiser, Tax Counsel, Counter Fitzgerald, North Tower. I was in the elevator at 846 in the North Tower when the first jet hit the Trade Center. My office was on the 104th floor. I had gone up to the Sky Lobby on 78, and I'd made the transition over to the local elevators. I was somewhere between 78 and 104.
Jane Potter. I was thrown out of my chair, like thrown. It was this horrible loud explosion, and the building started rocking back and forth, and smoke filled the air immediately. We fortunately were right by a staircase because our floor was fully involved with fire. I heard of maybe 4 or 5 survivors from above us.
Vanessa Lawrence. I had literally put 1 foot out of the elevator on the 91st and was thrown to the side. Smoke and debris blasted down the corridor. The building shook.
David Crevette, bondbroker, Cantor Fitzgerald, ground level lobby of the North Tower. All of a sudden, jet fuel blasted out of the central elevator bank and mushroomed everywhere. People were 20 yards from me, lifted on this fireball and thrown through those lobby windows and incinerated.
Kathy Pavlik. I ran around the floor, yelling, "A plane crashed into the building. We have to get out of here."
Vanessa Lawrence. I don't remember hearing anything. My memory is in silence and slow motion, but I know it was all happening very quickly and very loud.
Richard Eichen. I saw off my left shoulder an Asian man coming toward me. He looked like he had been deep fried. He had his arms out, and his skin was hanging like seaweed. He was begging me to help him. He said, help me, and then did a faceplant right between my legs. He died between my legs. I looked down, and that's when I saw my shirt was full of blood. I didn't know before that I had been hurt. You could smell fuel. I had no idea what happened. I could see in the elevator shaft, floor-to-ceiling flames. It looked like a shower curtain shimmering. It's funny the things that you do in this situation. I put my bagel down in the entranceway and said, I have to remember when it's over. I have to pick up the bagel and throw it away.
Robert Leader. The first thing that came to my mind was to call my wife. I told her that the World Trade Center had been hit by a plane. She didn't believe me. Right after I spoke with her, I opened a door to see what was going on, and this black, billowing smoke came straight at us. I shut the door right away. The whole office reeked of jet fuel.
Vanessa Lawrence. When the blast hit, the first thing that came into my head was, did I leave my tote by an electrical socket? It was that horrible thing. Oh my God, how am I going to explain this? Even going down the stairs, it was still, was this me? What if this is my fault?
Anthony R. Whitaker, World Trade Center, WTC Commander, PAPD, North Tower Ground Level Lobby. I saw two people out of the corner of my left eye. They were on fire. They ran toward me, and then they ran right past me. They issued no sound. All their clothes were burnt off, and they were smoldering.
David Crevette. One of the girls who worked with me, Lauren Manning, was coming into the lobby when that fireball came down and it took her through the glass. She was burned over 80% of her body and survived. If I was 20 yards further along on my walk, I would be dead or severely burned. There was no fire afterwards. It literally exploded out, burned itself out, and disappeared within seconds. It was 3, 4, 5 seconds at most.
Harry Weiser. The elevator started to fall. It burst into flames. I had a cloth briefcase in my hand, and I was using it to try to beat out the flames. I was burned on my legs and on my arms. The elevator initially was plummeting, then an emergency system kicked in because it started gliding. As it was going, I got hit in the face by a fireball that came in through the gap between the elevator doors and the body of the elevator. I have this impression of this orange ball coming at my face and a sensation, I can't call it a burning, of it making contact, and then it was gone.
David Crevette. It's a comedy of errors that I'm alive. Everyone else in my office upstairs that day perished. They were all trapped. There was no way out.
Meanwhile, hundreds of feet below the impact zone, people were still going about their day. The World Trade Center complex was so massive that those in the underground shopping concourses didn't feel the plane hit and did not realize something terrible had transpired until they saw others fleeing.
Alan Reese, Director of the World Trade Center Port Authority. We went down to have coffee and a bagel at Fine and Shapiro, a deli restaurant right near where the A-Train and E-Train entrance was. I was sitting with my back to the concourse when my colleague Vicky Cross-Kelly said, something must have happened. People are running like crazy on the concourse. They're panicked. I figured that there was probably someone with a gun or some holdup. I hadn't heard anything, didn't feel anything, smell anything.
Michael Monaco, Executive Chef, Windows on the World, inside the underground shopping complex underneath the towers. They took me into the examining room at LensCrafters and did the examination. The doctor examined my old glasses. The optometrist left me in the examining room, closed the door. He came back in, burst through the door, really. He looked pale. He said, something happened. We've got to get out of here.
Across the 16 acres of the World Trade Center site, Neighbors in the South Tower, 2 World Trade Center, watched the disaster unfolding in the North Tower. For some occupants of the towers, the 2001 attack was the second terrorist attack on the complex they had experienced. In 1993, a small group of Islamic extremists had exploded a car bomb in the parking garage beneath the North Tower, hoping it would topple the building. The explosion killed 6 and injured around 1,000, and provoked numerous security and fire safety improvements in the complex, some of which saved lives on 9/11. In the initial aftermath of the collision, many occupants reasoned that the incident would be similar to the 93 bombing. There wasn't necessarily mass panic or initial concern, even from some above the impact zone, who figured they could evacuate from the roof or just wait for firefighters to extinguish the fire below. Occupants in the South Tower were quickly reassured by an official building-wide announcement over the PA system that their building was not affected and were told to remain at their desks. Similarly, guests in the Marriott Hotel between the 2 towers realized something had happened, but continued to go about their day.
Robert Small, office manager, Morgan Stanley, South Tower, 72nd floor. The explosion on 9/11 felt very similar to the explosion in 93. I said to myself, geez, not again.
Elia Zdeno, financial analyst, Port Authority, North Tower, 73rd floor. The building shook. I thought, this is it. I am going down. And immediately I thought, earthquake. But instantaneously it was, earthquake? 1993. There was no pause thinking, what could it be? Nothing like that. It was earthquake. No. 1993. I immediately thought, in 1993, I didn't have my keys to get home. Today, I am going to have my keys.
Herbuita. When the building shook, I knew immediately from the 1993 bombing experience to leave. No one could have dissuaded me. I knew, though, my son Todd was on the 105th floor.
Harry Weiser. I was in shock. I got off the elevator. I was remarkably calm. I had my bag still with me. I walked over between 2 of the larger elevator banks, put it down, and said, I can't carry this right now, and I'll get it back later.
Michelle Cartier, Lehman Brothers, North Tower. I was working on the 40th floor for Lehman Brothers. Everybody started clearing the floor, and we began our descent. Nobody knew exactly what was going on. There was no indication that this was a terrorist attack. We pretty much thought you'd go back outside, you'd come out, you'd come back upstairs, and you would go about your business.
Jared Coates. One of my colleagues, Samara Zwanger, had the phone number for David Rivers, one of our editors, who was in the conference at Windows on the World. He told her that nobody knew what had happened. There had been a huge explosion, all the windows had fallen out, all the ceilings had come down, and everyone had been knocked to the ground. But everyone was okay, and everyone was going to be evacuated.
Constance Labetti, accountant, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 99th floor. Our boss, Ron Fazio, knew he had to get us out of there. He said, go to the staircase. I returned to my desk to grab my sneakers, because I had 99 flights to descend. I started to climb down on the steps. I still had my heels on and my sneakers in my hand. I remember hearing the PA announcement come on. The PA announcement said, do not evacuate. Stay where you are. We have no structural damage. There's structural damage to Tower 1, which we're evacuating, but Tower 2, go back to your workstations. I caught up to a couple in the staircase, maybe the 90th floor, 92nd floor. I said to them, could you wait a moment while I put my sneakers on? They said, of course we'll wait. I was trembling so much that I couldn't tie my sneakers. I remember the man saying to me, just tie your sneakers. Don't worry. Don't worry. I tied my sneakers. Then we continued on down.
Judith Wine. It was a wide staircase, and we were going down 2 abreast. There was a little space in the middle. Every once in a while I saw somebody go up, come up. They would mumble, oh, I left such and such on my desk. I'm always wondering, in retrospect, did they ever come back down?
Robert Small. People on my floor started to leave. A friend of mine and I started to watch it on television in one of the boardrooms. We walked north, looking out the windows, and you could see the smoke, you could see the flame. We started trying to guess what was falling. Was it a book? Was it a piece of paper? Was it a drape? Was it a chair? After a few minutes, we saw people jumping, falling, landing. That wasn't good. After a few of those, we decided not to watch. Let's go back, call our families, let them know we're okay. Still thinking everything was in the North Tower. Nothing was going to happen at the South Tower.
Michael Monaco. I got out into the corridor. There was an official from the Port Authority motioning with the arms. He was telling people, run, get out. I exited out onto Liberty Street, crossed over to Church Street. I turned and looked back to see what had happened. I could see the horrific fire in Tower 1. I thought maybe there had been an explosion.
Frank Rosano, guest, Marriott Hotel. I remember hearing a big bang. I got up out of bed. I opened the drapes on the windows on the Liberty Street side of the building. I saw papers fluttering down to the ground. I said to myself, well, it must have been a big wind that must have blown off the harbor and blew a pane of glass out in one of the buildings. I turned around, closed the drapes, and got back in bed.
Michael Monaco. I thought, oh my God, everybody at work. I thought, what's happening on 106? Then the next thought was, okay, I'm going to stay calm. They'll go down the fire stairways. I had complete optimism that people were coming down.
News of the crash reverberated across the city as New Yorkers struggled to understand what had happened. The attack interrupted primary day across New York City as voters planned to choose a successor to Mayor Rudy Giuliani. The confusion was especially pronounced in Lower Manhattan, one of the most densely packed areas of the United States, as the crash was felt or witnessed by hundreds of thousands of people in nearby apartment buildings, offices, hospitals, transit terminals, schools, and across the financial district surrounding Wall Street, just blocks away. One of the schools closest to the World Trade Center, just 3 blocks south of the complex, was the High School for Leadership and Public Service, HSLPS, one of New York City's small specialty schools, home to about 600 students and 40 faculty.
Ada Dolch, Principal, HSLPS. At about 8:45, the lights in the lobby went out. Within 10 seconds, the lights went right back on, and immediately after that, there was this very loud bang, this very loud explosion.
Heather Ordover, English teacher, HSLPS. We all heard the scream of the engines like a bomb in a war movie. Then the flash. The kids ran to my back window. I ran to my back window. We saw burning paper, smoke, falling debris. I ran back to the front of the room, yelling to the kids to sit down and write about what they'd just seen. Anything to get them away from the windows. Keturah Bostic, student, HSLPS. One of the teachers, Mr. Donnelly, ran into our classroom saying, "Did you see that?" Everyone screamed. "What?" He responded, "The airplane went right into the tower, and we saw everything." A few seconds later, Mr. Bronsnick came on the loudspeaker and said that the crash was being controlled by the firemen and didn't affect us, and that it would still be a full day of school.
Rezvan Hotarano, student, HSLPS. There were papers everywhere, like the Yankees parade, and a lot of ash.
Ada Dolch. Through the radio, we could hear that something was going on at the World Trade Center. I knew that that's where my sister Wendy worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. The words out of my mouth were very clear. God, please take care of Wendy. I have to take care of the kids in the school.
Fernando Ferrer. The Twin Towers loomed large in the consciousness of the city. In 2001, it was even a part of the political and governmental dialogue of New York because at that time, they were on the brink of being sold. I had made a specific proposal that the proceeds of the sale of the Twin Towers would go toward a fund for affordable housing in New York City. We were on our way to Manhattan, coming down from the northeast Bronx, on the Bruckner Expressway to the Triborough Bridge toll plaza. My young assistant, Kalman Yeager, got a call from his wife, and I heard his end of the conversation. "There's a fire in the World Trade Center?" Kalman told all kinds of jokes, good sense of humor. I thought he was kidding. "Fire in the Trade Center? Oh, there goes my housing plan." Then he said, "No, this is for real."
Julian Volk, preschool teacher, Lower Manhattan. I was on the corner of Church and Thomas at work, about a 5-minute walk from the Trade Center. My fiancé, Kevin Williams, worked in Tower 2 for a small investment banking firm on the 104th floor. I felt something. My classroom shook. One of my students looked at me and said, "It's thundering." I knew it wasn't thundering. A woman came running into the hallway and said a bomb had gone off in the Trade Center. I panicked. I called Kevin, hoping I would get an answer. He picked up his line and told me a plane had gone into Tower 1, and he had to go because they were being evacuated. He wasn't panicked or anything.
Howard Lutnick, CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. It was my son Kyle's first day of kindergarten. As I walked him upstairs, an administrator grabbed me and said, "Your office is looking for you. The plane has hit the building." I jumped in the car, and as I got down there, I saw that huge black billowing smoke. The guy driving my car started crying.
Jimmy Mayo, driver for Howard Lutnick. We had a clear shot from the 40s on down on 5th Avenue, right at the World Trade Center. I knew all our people were above where that smoke was coming out of, and would have no shot of getting out.
Andrew Kurtzman, City Hall reporter, New York 1. I was scheduled to host election night coverage on New York 1 that night, so I slept in that morning. The telephone rang, and it was my mother. She was incredibly agitated. All she said was, "Can you believe it?" I was like, "What?" She said, "Turn on the television." It became apparent this was a catastrophe. I bolted out of bed, and I had to decide, this sounds ridiculous, whether to take a shower. For months afterward, I felt guilty about running into the shower. I took the fastest shower I've ever taken, got dressed, grabbed a pen, a reporter's notebook, and my reporter's press pass, put it around my neck, and went bolting out of my apartment.
Rudy Giuliani, Mayor, New York City. I was having breakfast at the Peninsula Hotel right off 5th Avenue, 55th Street. We were beginning to stand up to leave the table. My staffer, Denny Young, came over and said a twin-engine plane had hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. I went to the men's room because I thought I'd be at the crash site a long time.
Andrew Kurtzman. I hailed a cab, jumped into it, and screamed, "Take me to the World Trade Center."
Rudy Giuliani. We rushed down in my SUV. One of the things that has always remained in my memory is we were passing St. Vincent's Hospital in the village, and I saw many doctors and nurses and attendants in the street with stretchers. It was the first time a feeling registered with me. This looks like a war zone. It must be worse than I thought. They must know something that hasn't been conveyed to me about how bad this is.
Outside the towers, the sound and sight of the crash prompted an immediate call to arms by firefighters, police, paramedics, EMTs, and other first responders. For nearly 400 of them, it would be their last. At 8:58 a.m., en route to the scene, Chief Esposito issued an order for a Level 4 mobilization to the World Trade Center, the NYPD's highest level of alert, summoning nearly 1,000 officers to the disaster site. That same minute, an NYPD helicopter hovering over the towers reported that roof rescues, which had been successful following the 1993 bombing, would be impossible due to the volume of heat and smoke. Minutes later, Chief Esposito ordered that given the conditions, no helicopters should attempt to land on the roof. Although they don't know it, the fate of everyone above the 91st floor in the North Tower was already sealed.
Sal Casano, Assistant Chief, FDNY. On the morning of September 11th, I was at headquarters in Brooklyn. Sitting with me was Chief of Department Peter Gansey, Chief of Operations Dan Nigro, Donald Burns, Jerry Barbara. Jerry was killed. Donald was killed. Peter was killed.
Dan Nigro, Chief of Operations, FDNY. I heard a loud sound. I thought someone had dropped something heavy in the office above me. The next thing I heard was Pete Gansey shouting, "Look out the window, a plane hit the World Trade Center." We decided to go together, Pete Gansey and I, in his car so we could talk strategy on the way there. We flew over the Brooklyn Bridge and arrived in about 5 minutes at the base of the North Tower.
Tracy Donahue, Transit Officer, NYPD. I had graduated from the police academy in May. It was my second day actually on patrol, in uniform, with a senior officer, in an actual job. My post was Broadway, Nassau, 1 block away from the World Trade Center, standing on the northbound 4 and 5 platform. We heard over the radio, 10:13, an airplane hit the World Trade Center. We were like, what? We heard it again. 10:13, 10:13, a plane hit the World Trade Center. We ran up the stairs. A 10:13 means everyone run to the aid of whoever or whatever is going on.
William Jimeno. Our police desk said all officers had to come back to the police desk. I met up with Dominic Pizzulo. He was a great guy, and he goes, "Willie, something must be really bad for them to call us all back to the police desk."
Captain J. Jonas, Ladder 6, FDNY. I could start to see from our firehouse in Chinatown the black plume of smoke going across the sky. I said, "Everybody get their gear on. Let's get going." Engine 10 transmitted a second alarm and a 1060 signal, which is massive casualties.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, Engine 16, FDNY. A computer went off, and we got the ticket, respond to Manhattan, Box 8087, One World Trade Center, Signal 33. That's a third alarm. It was Engine 7, Engine 55, Engine 3, Engine 16, that's my company, Ladder 5, Rescue 4. It said, respond to Lobby Command Post, One World Trade Center. It's Incident 103, 103rd incident in Manhattan of that date. William Jimeno. Inspector Lawrence Fields, who was the commanding officer at the bus terminal for the Port Authority Police, came in and said, "We've commandeered a bus on 9th Avenue. We need the following people to get on the bus."
Dan Nigro. As we approached Manhattan, we discussed what we were going to do when we got there. Chief Gansey transmitted a fifth alarm. It was already a third alarm assignment, which would be approximately 14 engines and maybe 7 ladder companies. The fifth alarm would give us a couple of additional chiefs, 8 additional engines, and 6 additional truck companies.
Francine Kelly, a registered nurse and nurse manager, St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center in New York City. Other staff and physicians at St. Vincent's literally said they were walking into the emergency department looking down 7th Avenue when they saw the World Trade Center get hit. Within 2 minutes, we were already calling our disaster code.
Jeff Johnson, firefighter, Engine 74, FDNY. We knew we were going to something pretty catastrophic. Captain J. Jonas. It looked fake, to be honest. The sky was so blue, and the sun was glistening off the metal of the exterior of the World Trade Center. You saw an airplane-shaped hole in the North Tower with fire and smoke coming out of the building, under pressure. It was boiling out. I still can't believe how bad it looked.
Meanwhile, uptown, FDNY Fire Education Director Joseph Torillo was heading to his press conference in Midtown Manhattan for the 9 a.m. unveiling of the Billy Blazes Rescue Hero.
I was driving over the Brooklyn Bridge. I could see the North Tower, and I was like, whoa. I could see about 10 floors of fire all around the top of the building. Now, as a firefighter, as an engineer, that's an uncontrollable fire. 3 college fire cadets were sitting in the back seat of my car to help at the press conference. Joe Broadbent, one of the fire cadets, said to me, "What do you think is going on?" I said to him, "Everybody on the top of the building is going to die." I said, "The building is going to collapse." As I got to the other side of the Brooklyn Bridge, I said to myself, this press conference ain't happening today. I knew all the firefighters in Engine 10, Ladder 10, who I spent the bulk of my career with, were going to be the first ones in that building. And they're going to need as much help as they could get.
Dan Nigro. I said, "Pete, this will be the worst day of our lives."
In both the North and South Towers, office workers began to evacuate, while far below, first responders arrived, took stock of the scene, and formulated plans for rescues. Almost immediately, heroes began to emerge inside the buildings, while spouses, family members, and friends tried to figure out whether their loved ones at the World Trade Center had been affected.
Lila Spessiner, paralegal, Port Authority, North Tower, 88th floor. Our colleague Frank DiMartini saved our lives. He was running all over the floor looking for people, gathering people. He came barging into the office and said, "You gotta leave, staircase, whatever it was, I don't even remember, A, B, or C. It's open and it's clear." Frank told all of us, "Move." We walked in a very orderly fashion. After we left the floor, there was still plenty of smoke and milling around and what have you, but everybody left. He stayed on the 78th floor lobby. He stayed because there was someone in the elevator, trapped, banging on the door.
Edna Ortiz, wife of Pablo Paul Ortiz, superintendent of construction. Port Authority, North Tower. Mr. DiMartini and Paul were going office to office trying to let them out, because doors had jammed. The people they rescued remember them using crowbars to try to get the doors open.
Joe Massian. We made our way into a stairwell. At this point, it reminded me of an elementary fire drill. Very calm, very collected, nobody pushing, nobody shoving.
Harry Weiser. I don't know whether to think of it as an incredible sense of calm or a sense of unreality, but I was entirely focused. I did not have a clue how badly I was hurt. I thought, I have to get downstairs, I have to get to the lobby, and I have to get to help.
Vanessa Lawrence. We had gone down the stairs. I remember the first few floors being filled with smoke and debris. The sprinklers were on. It was dark. Then I remember going downstairs further and lights were on and people were coming out of their offices. The sprinklers were strong. I had my flip-flops on and I took them off because I was slipping all over the place.
Richard Eichen. I said, okay, I better figure out how badly I'm hurt. I felt that my face was all bloody. The left side of my head was open and I could put my hand in there. I could feel my skull. I could actually feel the bone. It stung, but it didn't really hurt because I think I was in shock. Then I said, okay, I've got to do something here.
Harry Weiser. As I was walking down, I caught a glimpse of my arm and saw a blackened flap of skin hanging down. It was almost matter of fact, telling myself, okay, you don't want to look at that again. Just look at the feet, look at the steps, keep walking.
John Abruzzo, Staff Accountant, Port Authority, North Tower, 69th floor. I'm a C5, C6 quadriplegic, so I'm able to function and get around on my wheelchair. I remember the building suddenly swayed, and that it swayed in one direction only. I looked out the north windows, and debris was raining down. I must have been in a state of shock. The thing that brought me out of it was my supervisor shouting some expletive. He was outside my cubicle saying we had to evacuate.
Peter Bitwinski, Assistant Manager, Accounts Payable, Port Authority, North Tower, 69th floor. I've known John for a long time. Our desks were side by side for many years in Accounts Payable, so needless to say, he was a close friend of mine. I said, John, where's your evacuation chair?
John Abruzzo. I had been there in 1993 when the World Trade Center was bombed. Different job, same floor. A group of Port Authority employees and 2 fellows from Cantor Fitzgerald, plus some other folks from Deloitte and Touche, were all there to help evacuate me. It took us 6 hours to get out. After the 1993 bombing, the World Trade Center purchased these evacuation chairs.
Peter Bitwinski. He seemed to be in shock. He didn't even respond to me, so again I said, John, do you know where your chair is?
John Abruzzo. They made it clear I was going with them, one way or the other.
Joe Massian. Back then, two-way pagers were big. Pagers were working. People were getting news through pagers of what happened, a plane crash. I didn't realize it wasn't a small plane.
Edna Ortiz. I received a phone call. It was Paul, and what he told me was that something had happened, but he didn't know what it was. And if I turned on the television, not to worry because he was okay. I said, all right. He said, I'll get back to you. I'll call you as soon as I can.
Joe Massian. We continued to file down. Occasionally you would hear, move left. And move left meant that you would all push to the left side of the stairwell and actually look at the wall because somebody was coming down who was burnt.
Edna Ortiz. I turned on the television and saw what had happened. I picked up the phone and called him back. When he answered the phone, he asked me what happened, and I explained to him that it was a plane. He said, okay. There are things I gotta do here, so I have to go right now. I'll talk to you as soon as I can. He hung up. I called him and asked what he was doing. He told me he was getting people out. I asked him when he was done to get out too.
Janelle Guzman, Office Assistant, Port Authority, North Tower. I worked in the Tunnels, Bridges, and Terminals Division on the 64th floor. I thought that it probably was an earthquake because back home in my country, in Trinidad, I had experienced an earthquake with that shaking. I came back to my cubicle and other co-workers were leaving. They said, I don't know what's going on, but we think some plane hit the building. My supervisor came over and he said, Janelle, we've got to leave. Grab your bag. That's it. We're out of here. A plane hit the building.
Pasquale Bazzelli, engineer, Port Authority, North Tower. I remember I was up late watching Monday Night Football, so I was a little late getting into work. I didn't get in until probably close to 9 o'clock. I worked on the 64th floor. It was during the express elevator part of that trip that I felt what was the plane hitting the building, the impact. The elevator shook violently, the lights flickered. At my office, I went right over to my boss, Pat Hoey, at the time. I said, Pat, do you know what happened? He was like, I don't know. I'm trying to find out. The floor was well lit. Phones were functioning. Computers were on. Everything seemed pretty normal. So Right away, I phoned my wife, Louise. She was at home, 7.5 months pregnant.
Louise Bazzelli, Riverdale, New Jersey, and wife of Pasquale Bazzelli, Port Authority, North Tower, 64th floor. It was tough sleeping through the night because I was at the end of the pregnancy and I'd be up half the night tossing and turning. The morning was probably my best time to actually sleep. It was about 8:30, 8:45, and the phone rang.
Pasquale Bazzelli. She goes, "What's the matter? Is everything okay?" I said, "No, everything's fine. I'm here at work." I said, "Don't be alarmed. Turn the television on and tell me what you see. Something happened to the building."
Louise Bazzelli. I got up out of bed. Right away I turned on the television and I didn't have to search at all. Any station I went on, I saw the top of his building on fire. I said, "Oh my gosh, Pasquale, your building's on fire. Why are you calling me?"
Pasquale Bazzelli. She said, "They're saying that a plane hit the building."
Louise Bazzelli. He promised he was going to be leaving and he would call when he got downstairs. That's when we hung up.
Pasquale Bazzelli. Whatever was happening, the fire was above. There was nothing below, and not thinking of a collapse, I thought I was okay. Eventually, we were going to get out, so it wasn't an issue. We were not on fire here. There was no smoke here. There was never a decision of, hey, let's leave. Part of that was because we probably wanted to keep the stairwell clear so we could allow access, have the firemen reach the point of impact. Why clutter the stairs even more?
First responders flooded into the World Trade Center within minutes. Many summoned by escalating alarms, but others simply saw what had transpired and, knowing the city faced an unprecedented calamity, made their way to the site. As the morning unfolded, rescue efforts encompassed not just the Twin Towers, but the whole World Trade Center site, including the 22-story Marriott Hotel sandwiched between the two towers, and the 48-story office building known as 7 World Trade Center that housed commercial tenants like Salomon Brothers, as well as numerous government offices for agencies like the Secret Service, the IRS, and New York City's Emergency Command Center, its Office of Emergency Management. The neighboring 39-story skyscraper, known as the Deutsche Bank Building, was also affected. Given the scale of the tragedy, numerous specialty and elite rescue units were being dispatched, including the NYPD's Emergency Service Unit and the FDNY's Special Rescue Units.
Scott Strauss, Officer, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 1, NYPD. The Emergency Service Unit, or the ESU, is the SWAT and rescue team for the City of New York. We handle every kind of crisis, any large-scale event from bomb jobs, hostage jobs, barricaded perpetrators, people jumping off of buildings, people jumping off of bridges. We cut people out of cars. We handle hazardous material incidents, weapons of mass destruction incidents. We're the answer to the city police's problems. If the precinct cops can't handle the situation, they'll give us a call.
Detective David Brink, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 3, NYPD. We started making our way down to the Trade Center. I saw the building burning. I looked over to my colleague, Mike Garcia, and I go, "I guess we're going to get a lot of work in today."
Scott Strauss. Every police officer was working their way down to the Trade Center. Traffic was terrible. There were civilians directing traffic, trying to get the emergency vehicles through.
David Norman, Officer, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 1, NYPD. There was a lot of debris falling from the building. Stuff was raining down on top of us when we initially pulled up. We gathered our equipment, donned our self-contained breathing apparatus, donned our rope rescue gear, our medical gear, and elevator equipment. Things like that.
Detective David Brink. The equipment that day probably went around 70 pounds. When we were walking toward the towers, our arms were hanging heavy from all the equipment that we had on us.
Detective Steven Stefanakos, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 10, NYPD. You could imagine the madness of the scene.
Detective Sergeant Joe Blozes, Crime Scene Investigator, NYPD. There were thousands of people running. The fright was etched in their faces.
Dr. Charles Hirsch, Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York. I will never forget seeing an airplane engine in the middle of West Street, and then an amputated hand next to it.
Alan Reese. A detective, Richie Paw, and I went out onto the plaza. We saw the gash in the tower and people jumping. It really wasn't safe to be out there. But we see a wheel of a plane, and this detective said, "That's evidence. We have to take it back with us." I said, "Are you crazy?" Richie said, "No, that's it." and drags this thing back into the Port Authority police desk.
Tracy Donahue. People were all streaming out of the building. My mindset was, the fire department's gonna get here. They're gonna go upstairs, they're gonna put out this fire, and that's the end of the day. As we know, it wasn't that at all. It escalated.
Anthony R. Whitaker. I ordered the cop at the desk to begin a full-scale evacuation of the entire complex.
Alan Reese. I spoke to the people up in Windows on the World who I knew, telling them, we're going to see if we can get the fire department up there. But take a napkin, wet it with the water from a flower vase, and cover your face to breathe through it. I didn't think we were going to make it up there. I had my real doubts.
Jay Swithers, paramedic, FDNY. A lot of patients were coming out of the plaza, and immediately the EMS crews on the scene were giving them triage tags we use to identify who should go first. They start out with green, which are people who are walking wounded who could basically stay. Then it goes to yellow, which are people that basically will need an ambulance, but they're not serious at the time. The next one is immediate. Immediate is a red code. A lot of patients were hysterical, crying. The Millennium Hotel became very helpful. They were bringing out nicely padded chairs from the lobby. They're beautiful chairs for patients to sit down.
Captain J. Jonas. I was heading toward the ground floor lobby command post when I ran into Ladder 3 and Captain Patty Brown. Patty was almost a larger-than-life type of person, very highly respected by everyone in the fire department. He served 2 tours of duty in Vietnam as a Marine, got his discharge, and became one of the most highly decorated firemen in the history of the fire department. He's very well liked, very well known, very compassionate guy. He said, Jay, don't even report into the command post. They're just going to send you upstairs. I almost said, all right, I'll go upstairs with you. Instead, I said, let me check in first. I'll meet you upstairs. I reported into the command post. I was standing there waiting to get orders, and I saw Commissioner Von Essen talking to Pete Hayden, who was the deputy chief running the fire. I heard Hayden say to Von Essen, we're not putting this fire out. This is strictly a rescue mission. Jeff Johnson, firefighter, Engine 74, FDNY. As soon as we got into the Marriott Hotel, there were a number of companies and civilians in the lobby of the hotel. We asked the chief what we should do. He said, well, we have to check these reports of people in the Marriott. There were a considerable amount of firemen in the building at the time. They looked like bumblebees. We took the elevator up to the 18th floor. We went up the south stairwell to the highest floor we could find. It is considered a 22-story building. The gym was on 22. As we were searching the area, I happened to look into one particular area, and it was a spa, a jacuzzi, a big one. In the jacuzzi was part of the landing gear from the plane.
Anthony R. Whitaker. All that morning, I don't think I really had a good understanding of what was going on. Whatever it was bigger than us.
Al Kim, Vice President of Operations, Transcare Ambulance. We had no idea the scope of what was going on above us. The buildings are so large and the footprint so big, and you're at the base of it, you can't crane your neck back far enough to see what's really going on.
Thomas Von Essen, Commissioner, FDNY. Nothing could have ever really prepared us for what happened, or how fast the events would unfold.
United 175, do you read New York? The second hijacking. The second plane, United Airlines Flight 175, also en route to Los Angeles from Boston, was hijacked minutes before American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 had 9 crew and 56 passengers aboard. Moments before the American plane hit Tower 1, the pilots of United 175 heard the distress call from American Airlines Flight 11 and reported it to air traffic control. 8:41 a.m. United Airlines Flight 175.
New York, United 175, heavy.
Air traffic control.
United 175, go ahead. We figured we'd wait to go to your center. We heard a suspicious transmission on our departure out of Boston with someone keyed the mic and said, everyone stay in your seats.
Oh, okay. I'll pass it along over here.
So I cut out.
8:51 a.m. 10 minutes later, air traffic control tried to pass along routine instructions to the flight. It never responded again.
United 175, recycle your transponder and squawk code of 1470. United 175, New York. United 175, do you read New York? Delta 1489, do you read New York?
Delta Flight 1489.
Delta 1489, go ahead.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you read New York. United 175, do you read New York?
9 a.m. In the final minutes of Flight UA-175, passengers phoned family members and left voicemails of care and concern. Brian Sweeney, a 38-year-old former F-14 pilot in the Gulf War, left a voicemail for his wife, Julie Sweeney Roth, in Massachusetts. He told her, "I'm on an airplane that's been hijacked. If things don't go well, and it's not looking good, I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I want you to do good, have good times. Same with my parents. I'll see you when you get here." Peter Hansen, 32, traveling with his wife Sue Kim, 35, and their 2.5-year-old daughter Christine, called his father. Christine would be the youngest victim on September 11th. Peter said, "It's getting bad, Dad. A stewardess was stabbed. They seem to have knives and mace. They said they have a bomb. It's getting very bad on the plane. The plane is making jerky movements. I don't think the pilot is flying the plane. I think we are going down. I think they intend to go to Chicago or someplace and fly into a building." Then he tried to reassure his father. "Don't worry, Dad. If it happens, it'll be very fast." 9:01 a.m. Below on the ground, confusion spiraled at air traffic control as various sectors tried to piece together the rapidly changing events, even to understand that a second flight had been hijacked, and muster a response. Peter Mulligan, FAA, New York Center.
Do you know if anyone down there has done any coordination to scramble fighter type airplanes?
Controller at FAA Command Center, Herndon, Virginia.
There's two big airplanes in the area? No, we have several situations going on here. It's escalating big time. We need to get the military involved with this. Wow, what's going on? Just get me somebody who has the authority to get military in the air now.
9:02 a.m. Learning that a second plane had been taken over, New York Air Traffic Control called other FAA offices to try to spot United Flight 175 as it approached Manhattan.
Hey, can you look out your window right now?
New York Terminal Radar Approach Center, Tracon, Long Island.
Yeah. Can you see a guy at about 4,000 feet, about 5 east of the airport right now? Looks like he's...
Yeah, I see him.
You see a guy, look, is he descending for the building also?
He's descending really quick too, yeah.
Well, that's
2,500 feet now. He just chopped 800 feet in like one sweep.
That's another situation. What kind of airplane is that? Can you guys tell?
I don't know. I'll read it out in a minute. Another one just hit the building.
Wow. Another one hit it hard. Another one just hit the World Trade.
The whole building just came apart.
Holy smokes. All right, I guess you guys can be busy.
A host of potential problems. The military gears up. Across the eastern United States, those in charge of the nation's airspace, both the military air defense units and civilian air traffic controllers, dealt with the confusion sparked by a second hijacking, even as they were unsure about the fate of American Airlines Flight 11.
Colin Scoggins, Airspace and Procedures Specialist and Military Specialist, FAA, Boston Center. Somehow it was determined that American 11 was still in the air, so I was the one who made the call to Northeast Air Defense Command and advised them that American 11 was still in the air. Of course, I was incorrect.
Lieutenant Colonel Kevin DeCipani. We also had the misinformation that we received through FAA channels that Flight 11 never crashed and was heading toward Washington. Major General Larry Arnold. I wanted to scramble our Langley aircraft right then. F-16s out of North Dakota were on alert at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia.
Ben Sliney, National Operations Manager, FAA Command Center, Herndon, Virginia. While we were trying to get information, New York Center starts to have a problem also. They were having a problem with an aircraft. It was United 175, it turns out.
Major General Larry Arnold. I said, Bob, we need to get those Langley fighters over Washington, D.C. in case we were under attack. Other airplanes now are being called possibly hijacked by the FAA.
Colonel Bob Marr, we are looking at a host of potential problems.
Captain Craig Borgstrom, F-16 pilot and Squadron Operations Commander, Langley Air Force Base. The guy from the sector asked me, how many can you get airborne right now? I told him I had 2 on battle stations. He said, that's not what I asked. How many total airplanes can you send up? I said, I'll give you 3. He said, then go.
In the air throughout the Northeast, confused airline pilots tried to decipher the chaos engulfing the country and air traffic controllers below.
Chuck Savall, pilot Midwest Express Flight 73. I was the captain of the Midwest Express flight from Milwaukee to Newark. We descended toward Newark on a normal and beautiful morning. We heard another airline pilot on the radio say, "We heard something about a plane hitting the World Trade Center." We were 25 miles away in the air. I looked out the window. We saw the flames and smoke.
Gerald Earwood, pilot, Midwest Express Flight 7. I was flying Milwaukee to New York LaGuardia. We started down to 18,000 feet and saw the smoke coming off the first tower that had been hit. We thought it was an air conditioning unit that was on fire.
As the 2 Midwest flights approached New York, just 2 among dozens of planes then inbound to the region's 3 busy airports, each of which in 2001 served about 1,000 flights a day, they found themselves in the midst of the still unfolding attacks as United Flight 175 turned off its transponder and made a left turn toward Manhattan.
Gerald Earwood. I was ordered to take evasive action to avoid colliding with United 175. I witnessed the disaster straight on. We were descending to 4,000 feet on arrival for LaGuardia. The smoke from the first World Trade Center tower was obscuring LaGuardia Airport. I asked the controller, "We cannot see the airport?" 3 times I called them. There was no chatter, no talk, no anything. Then he came back screaming at us. "Mid-X7, are you with me?" I said, "Roger, we are descending down to 4,000 feet. He ordered a hard left turn and started screaming, "Turn left immediately, now, immediately." I have never had a controller scream like that, be that excited.
Colonel Bob Marr. As we're watching the television, we see another aircraft come into view and hit the second tower of the World Trade Center.
Frank Loprano, Chief of Aeronautical Operations, Newark Airport, Port Authority. I had picked up binoculars and was looking at the Trade Center. I just put the binoculars down on the desk, and the second building erupted in flames. I picked up the direct line to the control tower and said, "Newark is closed. We're launching bombs."
Ben Sliney. We were discussing shutting down all the traffic on the East Coast to deal with New York's problem. We were shutting all that traffic down when right before our eyes, United 175 came onto the television screen.
Gerald Earwood. As we were coming out of the right turn, we heard an aircraft announce on the frequency, "We saw an airplane hit the World Trade Center." I looked up and saw the impact of United 175.
Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nisipany. It was an oh shit mode. That's the best way to describe it. Disbelief. We're under attack. We figured if there's 2, there might be more.
Lieutenant Colonel Tim Duffy, F-15 pilot, Otis Air Force Base, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. They say the second aircraft hit the World Trade Center, so confusion in my cockpit. The second aircraft?
Ben Sliney. When United 175 struck the building, I told them to ground stop every plane in the country regardless. No one could take off.
Within minutes, New York had closed its airports and begun redirecting inbound aircraft to other locations.
Lieutenant Colonel Tim Duffy. We were about 60 to 70 miles outside Manhattan, and I could see the towers burning. Right then, I looked up and said, "Okay, obviously everything just changed." For my personal mindset, we took off to go help somebody, then looked up to see it burning, and said, "Okay, now people are dying." You switch into combat mindset.
Susan Baer, General Manager, Newark International Airport. I called the manager of JFK and said, "Have you heard anything?" As I'm speaking to him, the second plane hit the South Tower, which we saw. The impact, the smoke. I said, "The Trade Center's been hit again. I'm closing the airport. You should do the same."
Chuck Savall, pilot, Midwest Express Flight 73. At that point, we had to go figure out our plan B. How much fuel did we have and where could we go? Our initial thought was going to look at LaGuardia. Our dispatchers were watching this on CNN. They told us to get as far from the East Coast as we possibly could, so that is what we did. We headed for Cleveland.
Lieutenant Colonel Tim Duffy. They came back on and said NORAD took control of all the airspace in the country. Proceed directly to Manhattan and set up combat air patrol. I said, okay, got that. It was a very surreal experience, flying over Central Park at 1,000 feet and 500 knots, trying to identify possible targets. That was just wrong. You should never be doing this over Manhattan.
At 9:24 a.m., the fighters at Langley Air Force Base were scrambled. Initially, not realizing the threat they were facing, the fighters were sent east toward the Atlantic Ocean, following standard policies intended to intercept incoming Russian bombers.
Captain Craig Borgstrom. Shortly after takeoff, they changed our heading more northwesterly toward D.C. and gave us max subsonic. That's as fast as you can go without breaking the sound barrier. I've never heard it before in my short career, but I don't think anyone's heard that order before.
Central were under attack. The second plane. At 8:59 a.m., Sean Rooney, the Vice President of Risk Management Services for the Aon Corporation, located on the 98th floor of the South Tower, called his wife Beverly and left a voicemail message. At first, he didn't register much personal concern, pointing out that the explosion had occurred in the other building. 2 minutes later, at 9:01, he called back and left another voicemail. In the background, the recording captured the announcement over the PA system by the Port Authority, reassuring occupants of the South Tower that they were okay. 2 minutes after the Port Authority announcement, television viewers across the country who had tuned in to see the dramatic live footage of the crash at the North Tower watched as United Airlines Flight 175 appeared on their screens. The attacks interrupted the final minutes of morning news shows, broadcasting the horror in New York City into the homes of millions of people sitting down to breakfast, racing to get kids to school, or readying themselves for a September Tuesday at work.
Jane Clayson, anchor, The Early Show, CBS. It was a fairly light news day. We were finishing a segment with a woman who runs Gourmet magazine. We were about to close the show.
Katie Couric, anchor, The Today Show, NBC. I was in the back room where you could go between segments to work on what's next, take a break, or drink a cup of coffee. Matt Lauer was doing an interview with somebody who had written a book about Howard Hughes. I looked up at the monitor, and I saw the World Trade Center was on fire. I thought, oh, wow. I looked at the time and was like, thank God it's before 9 o'clock, when most people get to work. Right away, Matt cut that interview short, and I scurried back in next to him and started to try to decipher what had happened.
Dana Burnett, at home in San Ramon, California, wife of United Flight 93 passenger Tom Burnett. I was awakened by the 3 children running into my room, normal for most mornings. They came in a little before 6 a.m., and I immediately got up and out of bed. Anna Claire and our 2 5-year-old twins, Hallie and Madison, told me what they wanted for breakfast. I turned on the television. I noticed that on every station there was a news report about the World Trade Center. I thought, my goodness, air traffic control must be terribly messed up.
Jane Clayson. The first witnesses kept saying it was a commercial jet. My co-anchor, Bryant Gumbel, and I kept asking, are you sure? I was thinking to myself, this must have been an accident. You're certain it wasn't a small plane? Witness after witness said, I am positive it was a commercial jet.
Katie Couric. The first glimpse of it, I don't think I appreciated how massive the fire was, because it looked like it was coming out of the side of the building. Smoke was obscuring a lot of the gaping hole that was there. I remember my hand was shaking like a leaf. Al Roker was very helpful because he knew a lot about the structure of the building because he had been in local news there when that first bomb went off in the basement in '93.
Dina Burnett. The phone rang, and it was my mom who said, Dina, have you seen the television? They're saying this is an American Airlines flight that's gone into the towers. Tom's in New York, isn't he? I said, don't worry, Mom. He'd be flying United or Delta. I reassured her. Mom, don't worry. Planes crash all the time, and Tom's never on them.
Katie Couric. We were talking, we were getting eyewitness accounts, and then, of course, the really chilling and shocking visual was when that second plane was flying toward the building.
It felt like it was in suspended animation.
Jane Clayson. We saw it live. As it rounded the corner, there were people in the studio pointing to monitors. You could see it coming. You could hear gasps throughout the studio. Then it exploded into that building. There was silence. We all looked at one another.
Katie Couric. Matt said, "This is obviously something deliberate." I remember thinking, well, don't say that yet. If you remember the Oklahoma City bombing, everybody assumed that was the work of Muslim extremists. I was very cautious about calling it that. I was sort of paralyzed, but I wanted to be careful about characterizing it a certain way. But Matt said right away, this is a terrorist attack.
Peter Jennings, anchor, ABC News. I simply put my hands in the air and told everybody in the newsroom to stay quiet, because we didn't know what was happening. Our suspicions were instant. Rather than risk saying something foolish, I let the audience absorb it.
At 9:03 a.m., traveling at about 590 miles per hour, United Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower, 2 World Trade Center, hitting at an angle, its lower left wing slicing into the 77th and 78th floors, which housed the sky lobby used to transfer from express to local elevators, and its upper right wing hitting the 85th floor. Most of the impact zone, floors 78 to 83, was occupied by Fuji Bank, where employees had evacuated after the attack on the North Tower, only to return to their offices when told by the Port Authority that the incident was under control. Fuji Bank ultimately lost 23 employees and visitors in the attack. Only a single stairway in the South Tower, Stairwell A, survived the crash. Fewer than 20 people would escape from the impact zone or above.
Stanley Paramnath, Fuji Bank, South Tower, 81st floor. I was watching toward the direction of the Statue of Liberty and something caught my eye. A plane. And this plane is getting closer.
Stephen Biankowski, Aviation Unit, NYPD. Our helicopter was on the southwest side of the South Tower. I glanced over my shoulder and there came a United Airlines aircraft right at us, a little bit underneath where we were. I do mean underneath us. It probably missed us by about 300 feet.
James Cowan, Harbor Unit, NYPD. The second plane came in so tight, the NYPD helicopter pilot took evasive action and pulled up.
Stephen Biankowski. It proceeded to fly right through the building, right in front of us. I must have gone numb. I don't remember hearing an explosion, although it must have been extremely loud. It was all I could handle to watch that happen.
Melinda Murphy. We had gone back to our newsroom for the post-mortem of our show. We had video monitors up. The television was always on. I saw the buildings on fire. My photographer ran to the assignment desk and said, "You've got to launch the helicopter." I got in a cab and called my husband. I said, "Listen, I'm going to be really late tonight." Just as we pulled up to the 30th Street heliport, the second plane hit. It was this unbelievable scene. The fire was right outside our window. In my ear, they were like, "We have to go live. Are we ready to go live?" I wasn't even ready to say, "Oh my God," out loud, much less talk about it on camera. But I did.
Robert Small, office manager, Morgan Stanley, South Tower, 72nd floor. I called my wife. There was this sudden swoosh, bang, boom. It was the most violent ride I have ever been on. The plane came in over us. We were on floor 72, and it hit floor 78. I was thrown onto my desk and then thrown back about 2 or 3 times. Stuff came off of the walls. Shelves came down. I pick up the phone and my wife's screaming, "What happened?" I said, "Something exploded." She said, "Get out of there." I said, "Okay, I'll call you later." There was no, "I love you if I don't see you again."
Michael McAvoy, Associate Director, Bear Stearns. I was in my office in downtown Brooklyn with a clear view of the World Trade Center. The smoke was thick and black. I walked back to my desk to call my buddy Jimmy, my best friend for over 30 years. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald in Tower 1 on the 104th floor. No answer. Maybe, just maybe, he took the day off and went golfing. Man, I hope so. After the second plane hit, I ran back to my desk and called my mom. She told me that my brother John, a New York City fireman with Ladder 3 on 13th Street, had worked the night tour, so He was still in the firehouse when the planes hit. I called his firehouse. No answer.
Charles Christoph, attorney, Broadway. I called my office, and the receptionist told me that my wife, Kristen L. Christoph, called and said that the first tower was hit. I don't know if she saw or she knew, because her office was on the 104th floor in the South Tower. She told my receptionist that she was safe and there was nothing to worry about, and she would call me later. I went back to my office at 225 Broadway. I was waiting for her call and trying to make calls. She was not answering. And we heard the second explosion.
Louise Bazzelli. A lot of phone calls started coming in. At first, nobody wanted to ask me the question. One particular phone call I remember was from his cousin, Ralph. He's like Pasquale's brother. He goes, "Don't worry, Pasquale's going to get out. It's okay." He said, "Did you hear from him?" I said, "Yeah, we spoke." He said that they were going to be leaving. As I was on the phone with him, we both saw the second plane hit at the same time. He was seeing it live from his building, and I saw it right on the television. Judith Wine. I walked my way down from 103 to 78, met up with my colleagues, and we were standing around in the sky lobby waiting our turn to get in the big cattle car elevators to go down. When the second plane hit, I basically went flying to the total opposite end. I thought, so this is how it ends? Is this what life is? Going to work, getting there like 7 in the morning, leaving at 5, taking an hour and a half each way to commute, and not having much of a life? Is this what it's all about? I landed on my arm, which got smashed. I had 3 cracked ribs, a slightly punctured lung. I had abdominal bleeding, but I was okay. The arm broke my fall. Later, the doctor asked, "What landed on you?" I said, "Me."
Stanley Paramnath. I'm scared I'm going to get sucked out by the air pressure. I'm holding on to all this mangled furniture.
Jean Potter. We made our way into the sky lobby. That's when the South Tower was hit. There was this other huge explosion you could see out the window. I saw fireballs and paper, and it's like, oh God, what is this? What now? We got back onto our original staircase and started descending.
Joe Esposito, Chief of Department, NYPD. All the debris is coming down. We looked up, and it reminded me of the old cartoon with the Roadrunner when the coyote is watching everything come down on him. The safe, or whatever the Roadrunner would throw at him, would come down. It was getting bigger and bigger. The debris is getting bigger and bigger as it's getting close to us.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, Engine 16, FDNY. It reminded me of those movies, those old Godzilla movies, where the monster would come out of the ocean and everybody would be running and screaming and tripping and falling down.
David Norman. One of the landing wheels from the aircraft fell, burning right in front of us. It was almost like the size of a Volkswagen landing in the street. Bernie Carrick, Commissioner, NYPD. Debris and body parts and the plane and the building, it was all coming down right on top of us. I'm yelling at my staff to get aviation to close down the airspace. I'm screaming at these guys to get me air support. They're looking at me like, is there a fucking number to call for an F-16?
Frank Rosano. The next thing I heard was a huge explosion, and this time I got up. I opened the drapes, I looked out the window, and I saw fireballs falling into the street. Cars were on fire. I turned on the television. I saw on TV that they were reporting that 2 planes had hit the World Trade Center. My thought was, this is very unfortunate, but this is going on basically 60 to 70 stories above me. It's got nothing to do with me. I've got a case that's going to trial in approximately 1 week. I've got a lot of work to do. My thought at that moment was the fire department would come down. They'd put out the fire, and while this is a tragic incident, that'd be that. I turned on my heels, and I went into the bathroom. I took a shower, I shaved, and I got dressed.
Fernando Ferrer. We hear the report. A second plane hit Tower 2. I said, let's go back to the Bronx. This is no accident. Kalman Yeager, my assistant, said, no, we got a campaign schedule. I repeated, this is not an accident. He said, no, we got to head downtown. We got to... I said, there is no more campaign.
Dan Potter, firefighter, ladder 10, FDNY, at the study session for the lieutenant's exam in Staten Island. I start going through the questions. Somebody came busting through the doors and says, holy shit, 2 planes hit the Trade Center. Harvey Harrell's phone rang next to me real quick, and I heard him say, 2 planes, another plane hit the Trade Center. Harvey Harrell died in the Trade Center. He was from Rescue 5 in Staten Island. He called from the American Legion Hall back to the firehouse, "Don't let that truck leave till I get there." It was close. He was off duty, and he told them, "I want to get on the truck with you."
Bill Spade, firefighter, Rescue 5, FDNY. I heard them say on the radio, basically, "We have a huge fire. Send me 4 more rescues." To have 4 rescues responding at the same time for the same fire was unprecedented. As I made my way up West Street, it's only a short distance between there and the Trade Center, body parts were everywhere. I remember trying to go around them, and I couldn't. I said a little prayer. I said, "I'm going to run over them." And I did.
Joe Esposito. I go on the radio. I immediately say, "Central, we're under attack. A second plane has just hit the second tower. We are under attack."
At home in Riverdale, New Jersey, Louise Buzelli, 7.5 months pregnant, waited for word on her husband, Pasquale, in the North Tower.
Louise Buzelli. I never left the television. I remember from the day before he had his work shirt hung over the bedpost. I would always say to him, "Can you please pick up your things?" That day, I just wanted to feel him, and I took the shirt and put it on. We have a cross in our room, and I grabbed the cross, and I was praying to God that this would be over, and he could get out, and this would all be something that we could get past, and the world could get past.
Pasquale Buzelli, engineer, Port Authority, North Tower, 64th floor. We actually watched a replay of the second plane hitting. It was a snowy picture on one of the televisions in the conference room. That's when we knew that this was no accident.
Louise Buzelli. He did call me one more time after the second plane crashed into the second building. I thought he was now downstairs, so I was like, "Oh, thank God." I was like, "Oh, did you make it down? Are you okay? Where are you?" He's like, "No, we're still here." I got so angry at him.
Pasquale Buzelli. She said, "What are you still doing there? Get out." I said, "I know, Louise." I said, "We're fine here. We're going to be leaving soon." She kept saying, "Get the hell out."
The second attack transformed and complicated the already massive rescue effort at the World Trade Center. At 9:10 a.m., the NYPD declared an unprecedented second Level 4 mobilization, summoning another 1,000 officers and supervisors to the scene. The FDNY similarly called a second fifth alarm, dispatching hundreds more firefighters, including 23 engines and 13 ladder companies. That number doesn't include numerous fire companies, firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics who continued to self-dispatch. And because the attacks took place around the time of the standard 9 a.m. shift change, many trucks were riding heavy, that is, carrying firefighters from both the night and day tours. PAPD officers flooded into the area around the World Trade Center, even as other colleagues moved to close the bridges and tunnels into New York City, part of a precautionary security procedure known as Operation Omega. PAPD's superintendent, Fred V. Marone, began climbing up the North Tower Stairwell B at 9:11 a.m. to assess the damage above. City officials struggled to organize a response to the attacks, in part because New York's $13 million emergency command center was housed on the 23rd floor of 7 World Trade Center, and it was evacuated soon after the attacks. There was no backup location. The city's leaders, including Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who quickly made his way to the area, instead improvised a response plan as they worked out of makeshift command posts.
Dan Nigro, Chief of Operations, FDNY. The horror of the day had just multiplied exponentially.
Captain J. Jonas, Ladder 6, FDNY, awaiting orders in the North Tower's ground floor lobby command post. I'm standing there. It was very loud. As you can imagine, the acoustics in the lobby of the World Trade Center weren't really good. A lot of echoes. And all of a sudden, it got very quiet. One of the firemen from Rescue 1 looked up and said, "We may not live through today." We looked at him, and we looked at each other, and we said, "You're right." We took the time to shake each other's hands and wish each other good luck and hope I'll see you later, which is especially poignant for me because we all had that acknowledgement that this might be our last day on Earth, and we went to work anyway.
Juana Lomi. Now things started getting worse. I said, Listen, guys. Anybody you cannot quick triage, not breathing properly, chest pain, leg fractures, anything on the leg that they can't run, they're going to go on the ambulance. Nobody else is going on the ambulance. They're going to run. They're going to use their legs or whatever.
Monsignor John Delendick, chaplain, FDNY. The look on Chief of Department Peter Gansey's face was really amazing because Gansey usually had two looks when he was out of fire. The first would be a look of defiance, saying, "We got you, we got you." The second one was more of a jovial thing. Once things were settling down and the fire was dark and down, he would joke a lot. He'd walk around, talk to people. This was a real look of fear. I never saw this on him before.
Bernie Carrick. Mayor Giuliani made a comment to me like, we're in uncharted territory. The city has never experienced anything like this.
Detective David Brink. I was trying to cinch up my belt from my rope rescue gear. I felt a pat on my shoulder. I looked up, and it was Rudolph Giuliani. He said, "Be careful going in there." I said, "Thanks."
Thomas Von Essen, Commissioner, FDNY. I remember seeing Ray Downey, the head of Special Operations, in the lobby, and he said, "These buildings can collapse." He said it in passing, not that these buildings will collapse in 40 minutes and we have to get everybody out, or not that they'll collapse by tomorrow, or not that they necessarily will collapse at all. Just that they can collapse. That was the first sense I had of the enormity of this.
Captain J. Jonas. I was thinking that Chief Pete Hayden was going to send me over to the other building because nobody was there yet. I said, "Another plane has hit the second tower." He closed his eyes, nodded his head, and said he knew. He said, "Take your guys upstairs here and do the best you can for search and rescue."
Across the region, even as the massive NYPD and FDNY mobilizations activated additional units, off-duty first responders and those who lived outside of Manhattan realized the magnitude of the disaster and began to make their way downtown. At 9:29 a.m., FDNY issued a full recall, bringing all of its employees back to work. Ultimately, 60 of the FDNY personnel killed on 9/11 were supposed to be off-duty that morning.
Dan Potter, firefighter, Ladder 10, FDNY in Staten Island. I ran to the front of the American Legion building. I could look right across the water and see the Trade Center. I saw the column of smoke coming out. There was a phone right there, and I dialed the phone real quick to see if I could get a hold of Jean. It went right into her voicemail. I ran right to my truck, and I raced back.
Lieutenant Chuck Downey, FDNY. I was home, off duty. I responded from Long Island, from Comac. The roads were really tough getting in.
Captain Joe Downey, Squad Company 18, FDNY. I was also home that day. I started getting phone calls from my mom. She wanted to see if we were working. She knew my dad, Ray Downey, head of FDNY Special Operations, was there because he went to work that morning, but she didn't know if we were working. My company in Lower Manhattan would be one of the first 2 units coming in. My company was wiped out that day.
Joe Graziano, firefighter, Ladder 13, FDNY. We got on a truck and it seemed like the city opened up for us. We got down there in no time. There were 6 of us, and I was the only one who came back.
John Napolitano, father. I knew my son, firefighter Lieutenant John P. Napolitano, was with a rescue company and that he'd probably be going in. I wanted to tell him, don't be a hero. After several attempts trying to get through to him, busy, I called my house to see if my wife spoke to my son. I said, the phone's busy, and I want to tell him, don't take any chances if he's going to go down there. My wife was crying, and she said, he's already there.
Is it War of the Worlds? Live on air. As radio and TV stations interrupted their regular programming with footage of New York, word spread nationally of the attacks and transfixed the country. It was a shocking way to wake up for those not on the East Coast, and uncharted territory for broadcasters covering the event.
Bob Edwards, anchor, All Things Considered, National Public Radio, NPR. I went into the studio and started doing our entire program live. I concentrated on words I was trying not to say. I didn't want to use the word terrorism. I thought about the Oklahoma City bombing, how people speculated that Arabs were responsible.
Preston Stone, resident, North Dakota. I woke to a friend's voice on my answering machine. His speech was halting and anxious, and he was saying something about a car bomb at the State Department. I learned about the attacks in depth from NPR. Bob Edwards was hosting, and I clearly remember his long pauses in response to the scenes being described to him by reporters in the field.
Bob Edwards. I was also trying not to say things like, holy shit. In situations like this, your gut reaction is to use crude words that people say in everyday life, but you can't say them into that microphone.
Ann Warner, resident, Texas. I was out for my morning walk. Just as I got back into the house, the phone rang. My girlfriend called in hysterics saying, "We are at war, we are at war, turn on your television." Shaken, I went into the living room and turned on the TV. I cried and cried, sitting there, watching the coverage.
Jason Fagoni, resident, Ohio. I was on a long-distance cycling trip with some college friends that month, biking down the East Coast from Maine to Pennsylvania. We were somewhere in New England on the morning of September 11th. We happened to be close to a Best Buy, so we went there and watched the news on the TVs in the Best Buy. Every TV in the store was tuned to CNN or another live news feed, dozens of TVs showing the Twin Towers and the dark gray smoke. The employees let us sit on the floor and watch. They were watching too.
Rosemary Dillard. I arrived at my American Airlines management job at Ronald Reagan Airport and went to a meeting. Early in the meeting, we heard screams from the Admirals Club nearby. We went to see what the commotion was and returned to the meeting after seeing a sketchy TV news report. About 15 minutes later, we heard screams again and saw that United Airlines Flight 175 had hit the South Tower of the World Trade Center. The meeting was adjourned, and I walked to my office.
Katie Couric, anchor, The Today Show, NBC. During a break, when Matt Lauer was doing an interview, I ran into that back workspace and called my parents and told them to get into the basement. It felt like the world was coming to an end. I felt like, is it War of the Worlds?
Everyone's pager started going off. At Emma Booker Elementary School, Sarasota, Florida. 1,000 miles south of New York, President George W. Bush had arrived at Emma Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida. At 8:55 a.m., he began what he thought was going to be a quick stop before heading back to Washington for lunch and the evening's congressional picnic at the White House.
Karl Rove, Senior Advisor, White House. We were standing outside the elementary school. My phone rang. It was my assistant Susan Ralston saying that a plane had hit the World Trade Center. It wasn't clear whether it was private, commercial, prop, or jet. That's all she had. The boss was about 2 feet away. He was shaking hands. I told him the same thing. He arched his eyebrows like, "Get more."
Dave Wilkinson, Assistant Agent in Charge, U.S. Secret Service. Eddie Marinzel and I were the 2 lead agents with the president that day. The head of the detail was back in Washington. We heard there's an incident in New York.
Andy Card, Chief of Staff, White House. We were standing at the door to the classroom when Navy Captain Deb Lauer came up and said simply to the president, "Sir, it appears that a small twin-engine prop plane crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center." The principal, the president, and I all had the same reaction. What a horrible tragedy. The pilot must have had a heart attack or something. Then the principal opened the door, and the president went into the classroom to meet the students.
Brian Montgomery, Director of Advance, White House. Mark Rosenker, the head of the White House Military Office, said to me, "Dr. Rice needs to talk to the president." There was this group of students, all young ladies in uniforms, and teachers, all oblivious to all of this.
Natalia Jones Pinkney, student, Emma Booker Elementary. Everyone had their hair done and new bows and everything.
Sandra K. Daniels, second grade teacher, Emma Booker Elementary. Our principal introduced him to the children, and he shook a couple of the kids' hands and introduced himself, tried to lighten the room up a little because the kids were in awe. They were like little soldiers, quiet, struck by the sight of the president. He said, "Let's get started with reading." The story was My Pet Goat from our reading series.
Brian Montgomery. The president was very gracious and greeted them and then said, I need to go take an important telephone call." He went into the holding room and went directly to the STU-3, the secure telephone.
Ari Fleischer, Press Secretary, White House. There's always a secure telephone waiting for the president, but in the 9 months he'd been president, I don't think we'd ever used one before an event like that.
Dave Wilkinson. We're asking ourselves, is there any direction of interest toward the president? That's the phrase, direction of interest. Or is this just an attack on New York?
Sandy Kress, Senior Education Advisor, White House. I was back in the media room. There was some buzz about the first plane. People were watching it on a TV. Then there was a stampede across the media room as they saw the second plane hit.
Representative Adam Putnam. I was brand new, a freshman congressman. We'd gone into the media center to wait for the president and the children to read together in the other room. We were clustered around the TV and watched the second plane hit.
Colonel Mark Tillman, presidential pilot, Air Force One. We were all getting ready based on the estimated departure time. All of us had already shown up at the plane.
Master Sergeant Dana Lark, Superintendent of Communications, Air Force One. There were 2 TV tuners, worldwide television tuners, at my workspace on Air Force One. They were like old-school rabbit ears, UHF and VHF frequencies. We didn't have the ability to tune into CNN, Fox, or anything else. It was the Today Show, the strongest signal that day, and they're showing pictures of the towers, smoke billowing out. I saw the second airplane strike. Oh, shit. I dropped everything and ran downstairs to get Colonel Tillman. You've got to come see this.
Colonel Mark Tillman. It didn't make any sense. It's a clear in a million day.
Staff Sergeant William Buzz Baczynski, Security, Air Force One. We protect the plane 24 hours a day, even after the president has left. One of the advanced Secret Service agents had told us about the first plane. Then about 17 minutes later, I saw the same guy sprinting across the tarmac. He said another plane hit the towers. I knew instantly it was terrorism. We started to increase security around the plane, made it a tighter bubble.
Staff Sergeant Paul Germain, Airborne Communications System Operator, Air Force One. Big airplanes just don't hit little buildings. Then, as soon as that second plane hit, that switchboard lit up like a Christmas tree.
Colonel Mark Tillman. Everything started coming alive. We were hooked into the PIOC, the White House bunker, and the JOC, the Joint Operations Center for the Secret Service. They're all in the link now.
Andy Card. I was thinking that we had White House people there. My deputy, Joe Hagan, and a team were in New York preparing for the UN General Assembly. I was thinking that Joe was probably at the World Trade Center. That's where the Secret Service office was, in the basement.
Mike Morrell, Presidential Briefer, Central Intelligence Agency. I was really worried that someone was going to fly a plane into that school. This event had been on the schedule for weeks. Anyone could have known about it. Eddie Marinzel, the lead Secret Service agent, wanted to get the hell out of there as fast as possible.
Representative Adam Putnam. There's some debate within the staff that I can hear about how the president needs to address the nation. They're saying, we can't do it here, you can't do it in front of 5th graders. The Secret Service is saying, you're doing it here or you're not doing it at all. We're not taking the time to do it somewhere else.
Dave Wilkinson. We're beginning to get the motorcade up and running, getting the motorcycle cops back. We're ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. All of a sudden, it hits me. The president's the only one who doesn't know that this plane has hit the second building. It was a discomfort to all of us that the president didn't know. The event was dragging on, and that's when Andy Card came out.
Andy Card. 1,000 times a day, a chief of staff has to ask, does the president need to know? This was an easy test to pass. As strange as it sounds, as I was standing there waiting to talk to the president, I was reflecting on another time that it had to be the calm one. I'd been acting chief of staff to President George H.W. Bush when he threw up on the Japanese prime minister. I was all business at that moment. He'd refused to get in the ambulance. He didn't want anyone to see the president get into the ambulance. And in the limo, he's still sick, and he's getting sick on me. In the hotel, I take out my laminated card in case of emergency. I went down my checklist. I was telling people he's not dying, he's still the president. My job that day was to be calm, cool, and collected. Not the same magnitude, of course, but I knew my job on 9/11 was to be calm, cool, and collected.
Karl Rove. I remember Andy Card pausing at the door before he went in. It seemed like forever, but it was probably just a couple heartbeats. I never understood why, but he told me years later that he needed to spend a moment formulating the words he wanted to use.
Ellen Eckert, stenographer, White House. There are 6 stenographers who work for the White House press office. One of us always travels with the president. I always said I typed fast for a living all over the world. That morning was uneventful until Andy walked in.
Andy Card. I knew I was delivering a message that no president would want to hear. I decided to pass on 2 facts and an editorial comment. I didn't want to invite a conversation because the president was sitting in front of second-grade students in that classroom. The teacher asked the students to take out their books, so I took that opportunity to approach the president. I whispered in his ear, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack." I took a couple of steps back so he couldn't ask me any questions.
Mariah Williams, student, Emma Booker Elementary. I remember him being all happy and joyful, then his expression changing to very serious and concerned.
Lazaro Dubrock, student, Emma Booker Elementary. I can remember seeing his expression change dramatically.
Andy Card. I was pleased with how the president reacted. He didn't do anything to create fear.
Gordon Jandro. Having been in that room, and it wasn't an issue until the Michael Moore documentary Fahrenheit 9/11, it would have been odd if he'd jumped up and ran from the room. It didn't seem like an eternity in the room. He finished the book and went back into the hold room. Karl Rove. When the president walked back into the staff hold, he said, "We're at war. Give me the FBI director and the vice president."
Ellen Eckert. As we walked out of the classroom, everyone's pagers started going off.
Representative Adam Putnam. Matt Kirk, our White House liaison, said to Representative Dan Miller, the other congressman traveling with the presidential party, and me, "We might be the only plane back to D.C. today." We went and got in our vehicle in the motorcade. You could see the windows and hatches of the motorcade open up, the visible expression of the armaments that are always around the president.
Karl Rove. Eddie Marinzel came up to the president. He was sitting in one of those tiny elementary school chairs, and Eddie said, "We need to get you to Air Force One and get you airborne." They determined this might be an effort to decapitate the government.
Dave Wilkinson. We ended up with a compromise. Andy Card said we had a whole auditorium full waiting for the next event. There was no imminent threat there in Sarasota, so we agreed the president could give a statement before we left.
Brian Montgomery. He went to the auditorium. I remember looking at the students when he said, "America is under attack." And these girls, their faces were saying, "What's he telling us?"
David Sanger, White House correspondent, New York Times. I'll never forget the look on his face. He was ashen. He must have known his presidency had changed forever, that it would be measured from that moment forward by what he said, how he said it, and how well he could calm the nation.
Andy Card. He gave a very brief statement. He started off, and I cringed right away. He said, "I'm going back to Washington, D.C." I thought, you don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know where we're going.
Gordon Jandro. I told the press we'd be leaving right for the motorcade. We had this joke mostly with the photographers, no running. No running to catch the president. This time I told them, "Guys, we're going to have to run. We're going to have to run to the motorcade." Going down the highway, our 15-passenger van was barely keeping up.
Dave Wilkinson. The motorcade left there, and in a very aggressive fashion we got to the aircraft. Intelligence information is always sketchy. When we were riding was the first time we hear there's something vague about a threat to the president. That ratcheted things up.
Representative Adam Putnam. On the motorcade back, there are all these protesters. It was still all about the recount. Signs like, "Shrubs stole the election."
Andy Card. In the limo, we were both on our cell phones. He was frustrated because he couldn't reach Don Rumsfeld. It was a very fast limo ride.
Dave Wilkinson. We asked for double motorcade blocks at the intersection. Double and triple blocks, not just motorcycle officers standing there with their arms up, but vehicles actually blocking the road. Now we're worried about a car bomb. The whole way back, we were using the limos as a shell game. to keep the president safe.
Colonel Mark Tillman. As the motorcade's coming in, I've got the number 3 and number 4 engines already running.
Andy Card. When the limo door opened, I was struck that the engines on Air Force One were running. That's normally a protocol no-no.
Buzz Basinski. I was on the back stairs watching as they pull up, wondering, what's the president thinking? What's Andy thinking? You could feel the tension. We'd been attacked on our soil. You could see it on their faces. Andy Card, Ari Fleischer, the president.
Mike Morrell. They researched everyone before we could reboard, not just the press. They searched Andy Card's briefcase. He was standing right in front of me in line. They went through my briefcase, which was filled with all these classified materials, but I wasn't going to object that day.
Eric Draper, presidential photographer. Andy Card said at the top of the stairs, "Take the batteries out of your cell phone. We don't want to be tracked." That brought up, are we a target? I wasn't thinking of that.
Colonel Mark Tillman. President Bush comes up the stairs in Sarasota. We watched him come up the stairs every day with that famous Texas swagger. That day, no swagger. He was trucking up the stairs. As soon as the passengers are on board, I fired up engines number 1 and 2.
Representative Adam Putnam. There was one van, maybe a press van, that was parked too close to the plane's wing. I remember a Secret Service agent running down the aisle. They opened the back stairs and he ran down to move the truck. He never made it back on board. They didn't wait for him.
Andy Card. We were starting to roll almost before the president gets into the suite.
Arshad Mohammed, White House correspondent, Reuters. My notes say we took off at 9:54 a.m.
Gordon Jandro. That thing took off like a rocket. The lamps were shaking because they'd fired up the engines so much. Karl Rove. The pilot stood that thing on its tail, nose up, tail down, like we were on a roller coaster.
Ellen Eckert. We were climbing so high and so fast, I started to wonder if we'd need oxygen masks.
Buzz Basinski. You could see fear and shock. People couldn't believe what they had seen.
Colonel Dr. Richard Tubb, presidential physician, White House Medical Unit. The people who are the permanent apolitical staff, the medical unit, the flight crew, the military aid, they were all well-versed in their emergency action plans, irrespective of who the president was. But we didn't have the relationship yet with the political staff. Over time, you build those relationships, and there hadn't been that much time. That particular transition was so abbreviated, and ugly as the 2000 campaign was, it was even harder. Those guys were still trying to put their government together.
Andy Card. President Bush took office on January 20th, 2001. But the responsibility of being president became a reality when I whispered in his ear. I honestly believe, as he contemplated what I said, he realized I took an oath. Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. It's not cutting taxes. It's not no child left behind. It's not immigration. It's the oath. When you pick a president, you want to pick a president who can handle the unexpected. This was the unexpected.
Eric Draper. Soon after we got on board, I see the president pop out of the cabin. He's heading down the aisle. He says, "Okay, boys, this is what they pay us for."
That's a strange accident. First reactions in D.C. The attacks in New York interrupted business across Washington, D.C., as officials at the White House, on Capitol Hill, and elsewhere puzzled over what to make of the odd events unfolding up the East Coast.
Gary Walters, Chief Usher, White House. It was a little bit before 9 a.m. when Mrs. Bush came downstairs. I met her at the elevator. As we were walking out, I remember we were talking about Christmas decorations.
Laura Bush, First Lady. My Secret Service agent, the head of my detail, Ron Sprinkle, leaned over to me as I got into the car and said, "A plane has hit the World Trade Center."
Brian Gunderson, Chief of Staff for House Majority Leader Richard Armey. As we walked into our morning staff meeting, I could see on the TV screen, like any congressional office, there were a lot of TV screens around, that a plane had struck one of the World Trade Center towers. We assumed it was a small plane, I thought it was going to be more along the level of like a bad school shooting somewhere, the kind of event that dominates national news, but it doesn't really change what Congress does that day.
Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, White House. I thought, well, that's a strange accident. I called the president. We talked about how odd it was. Then I went down for my staff meeting.
Admiral James Loy, Commandant, U.S. Coast Guard. There was almost a hopeful tone in the early broadcasting. We're not exactly sure how this happened or why this happened, but boy, it happened, and it's tragic.
Ted Olson. I heard of the disaster occurring at the World Trade Center. There's a television in the back of my office. I turned it on and watched with horror the film being replayed, the airplanes crashing into the World Trade Center. Barbara's plane. Could that be one of those planes? I made a mental calculation. Oh, thank goodness, it can't be her plane. There wasn't enough time for that airplane to have gotten to New York.
Senator Tom Daschle. Senator John Glenn, a dear friend, came by. I said, "Did you see that? A pilot flew into the World Trade Center." He said, "Pilots don't fly into buildings." That wasn't a pilot.
Matthew Waxman, staff member, National Security Council, White House. I had started about 6 weeks earlier as Condi Rice's executive assistant. At about 9 o'clock, we would have a daily Situation Room meeting for the National Security Advisor and all the senior directors. It was during that meeting that the second plane hit.
Mary Matlin. I was with the vice president when the second plane hit, and we knew instantly that this was not an accident.
Condoleezza Rice. It was the moment that changed everything.
Matthew Waxman. We went into full crisis response mode.
Representative Porter Goss, Chair, House Intelligence Committee. I was upstairs in the committee room, which was then up in the House attic, with a few senators and congressmen. Senator Bob Graham and I were hosting a breakfast meeting for Mahmoud Ahmed, the head of the Pakistan Intelligence Service. We'd been in Pakistan the week before and had invited him to Washington to continue the conversation. He was actually sitting there in our inner sanctum when my staff handed me a note saying a plane hit the trade towers. Then we got the second report. Ahmed turned absolutely ashen and was escorted out of the room. I think before we even left the room, the words Al-Qaeda had appeared in our discussion.
Mary Matlin. We went right into work mode. While we were in his office making calls to New York, making calls to the president, making calls wherever they needed to be made, the Secret Service barged into his office.
Dick Cheney, Vice President. Radar caught sight of an airliner heading toward the White House at 500 miles an hour.
Louis Scooter Libby, Chief of Staff to Vice President Dick Cheney. We learn that a plane is 5 miles out and has dropped below 500 feet and can't be found. It's missing. You look at your watch and think, 5 miles out, 500 miles an hour. Tick, tick, tick.
Dick Cheney. My Secret Service agent said, "Sir, we have to leave now." He grabbed me and propelled me out of my office, down the hall, and into the underground shelter in the White House.
Mary Matlin. My jaw dropped, and the jaws of my colleagues dropped, because we'd never seen anything like that.
Condoleezza Rice. The Secret Service came in, and they said, "You have got to go to the bunker." I remember being driven along, almost propelled along. We had no idea where it was safe and where it wasn't. We didn't think the bunker of the White House was safe at that point.
Dick Cheney. They practice this. You move, whether you want to be moved or not. You're going.
Mary Matlin. There was a call to evacuate. Initially, we were ordered to evacuate to the mess, which is the lowest floor accessible in the West Wing. We all sat around there for some minutes, then out of nowhere came this call, "Run, run, run! They're headed for the White House! Run for your life!" I was in a purple pencil skirt and red patent leather Charles Jordan spiked heels. Not the best outfit to run for your life in.
Gary Walters. The Secret Service officer started yelling, "Get out, get out! Everybody get out of the White House grounds!" I remember early on the chaos. People running, screaming. Fear was in my mind.
Raphael Lemaitre, Staff, Office of National Drug Control Policy, White House. I wasn't sure where to go. All I knew is that I should run away from the White House, and I sure as hell wasn't getting on Metro either. I briskly walked northbound on 17th Street. An image I'll never forget was of a blind homeless man standing on his regular corner near the Farragut North Metro exit begging for change. He seemed oblivious to the fact people were rushing the opposite way of the regular morning rush hour pedestrian traffic. He was still asking for change. It was an absurd image.
Christine Limerick, housekeeper, White House. The look on the faces of the Secret Service agents who were told that they had to stay. I will never forget that, because we had at least the opportunity to flee.
Ian Ryfield, Special Agent, U.S. Secret Service. We were fairly confident that plane was going to hit us. The supervisor in the Secret Service's Joint Operations Center basically said, anybody who survives the impact will go to an alternate center and will continue. It wasn't a joke.
James Davis, Supervisory Special Agent, FBI Headquarters, Washington, D.C. There was this overwhelming feeling that we were on the run. They evacuated the building. It was so frustrating because agents want to do something. I stayed behind and realized suddenly I was all alone on the 5th floor. It's just me. I wondered if our building was going to be hit next. I thought, I wonder if this is going to hurt.
At the White House, Secret Service agents hustled the vice president and other top aides into the bunker underneath the North Lawn, a facility known as the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, PEOC, that dates back to World War II and is meant to protect the president from an incoming attack.
Dick Cheney. A few moments later, I found myself in a fortified White House command post somewhere down below.
Commander Anthony Barnes, Deputy Director, Presidential Contingency Programs, White House. Vice President Cheney arrived in the bunker, along with his wife. The PEOC is not a single chamber. There are 3 or 4 rooms. The operations chamber is where my watch team was fielding phone calls. Then there's the conference room area where Mr. Cheney and Condi Rice were. That's the space that had the TV monitors, telephones, and whatever else.
Mary Matlin. It took a while for everybody to actually get to that area. It hadn't been used for its intended purpose, which was to be a bomb shelter, since its inception.
Commander Anthony Barnes. Shortly thereafter, I looked around and there was Condi Rice, there was White House Communications Director Karen Hughes, there was Mary Matlin, there was Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta. Mr. Mineta put up on one of the TV monitors a feed of where every airplane across the entire nation was. We looked at that thing. There must have been thousands of little airplane symbols on it.
Mary Matlin. The vice president was squarely seated in the center. It was emotional, but it was really work, work, work. We were trying to locate, first and foremost, all the planes, identify the planes, ground all the planes.
Commander Anthony Barnes. Things really began to happen very fast.
Matthew Waxman. I was still in the Situation Room, and I got a message saying Condi Rice had requested I come down to work with her in the PEOC. I wasn't really sure what it was like above ground in the White House. I wasn't sure anybody had shut the National Security Advisor's office. During the day, there are open safes and highly classified information sitting on her desk or my desk. Perhaps the scariest moment for me was when I went back up to check on the office, standing by myself in the National Security Advisor's office, realizing the White House had been totally evacuated. For all I could tell, I might have been alone in the West Wing. That was the moment at which it most hit me that perhaps I was in some grave personal danger.
Commander Anthony Barnes. Every one of my guys in the watch room have at least 2 phones to their ears. I was talking to the Pentagon Operations Center on one line. I had a line to FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and people are asking us for directions on what to do and how to do it.
Matthew Waxman. The TV feeds would occasionally go down. The vice president was pretty ticked off about that. There were technical glitches that day. One of my jobs was to stand with a phone in my hand to make sure that there was an open line between the PEOC and some of the other national security officials, so that if the vice president or the national security advisor needed to speak to one of them, we had a direct line out with me at one end and a counterpart on the other.
Commander Anthony Barnes. That first hour was mass confusion because there was so much erroneous information. It was hard to tell what was fact and what wasn't. We couldn't confirm much of this stuff, so we had to take it on face value until proven otherwise.
A few miles from the White House, across the Potomac River, The military's leadership at the Pentagon, including the Office of the Secretary of Defense and the Service Branch's Joint Chiefs of Staff, realized the nation was at war.
Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense. I was at breakfast with congressmen, and someone came in and said that a plane had hit a World Trade Tower. The breakfast ended, and I came back for my intelligence briefing. I was sitting there when someone said that a second plane had hit the other tower.
Colonel Matthew Climo, Executive Assistant to the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, Pentagon. My first inclination was to turn around and draw the draperies shut in the office, thinking maybe there'd be a bomb blast. I was worried about flying glass. Every time I think about that, I think of how futile it would have been if the plane had hit my part of the building.
Victoria Torrey Clark, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. We went in to talk to the secretary, who was at his stand-up desk. We were saying, here's what's going on and what we know. The command center is going to start getting spun up. He said something like, well, let's take a look at my schedule. Maybe we will have to move something. His special assistant said, everything is coming off your schedule. This is your schedule today.
Joe Wassel, Communications Officer, Office of the Secretary of Defense. We all started thinking, what's next? What are we doing? What can be done? We had a discussion, and my coworker actually said, we could be next, meaning the Pentagon.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman, Chef, U.S. Army. My wife called about 9:25, frantic on the telephone. It told me a plane had hit the Trade Center in New York. I remember reading that morning there was an Afghan Northern Alliance general that was assassinated over the weekend. I told my wife, I bet you that had something to do with it. Then I realized my wife didn't want to hear that. She just wanted to know I was okay. I told her, not to worry. I love you.
Blip, blip, blip. Gone. American Airlines Flight 77. At 8:20 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77, a decade-old Boeing 757, had taken off from Dulles International Airport outside Washington, D.C., en route to Los Angeles. It carried 6 crew and 58 passengers, just a third of its capacity. The last routine communication from the plane came at 8:51 a.m., and by 8:54, it had deviated from its intended course, turned south, and then headed back toward Washington.
Ted Olson. One of the secretaries rushed in and said, Barbara's on the phone. I jumped for the phone, so glad to hear Barbara's voice. Then she told me, our plane has been hijacked. I had 2 conversations. My memory tends to mix the 2 of them up because of the emotion of the events. We spoke for a minute or 2, then the phone was cut off, then she got through again and we spoke for another 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. She told me that she had been herded to the back of the plane. She mentioned that they had used knives and box cutters to hijack the plane. We then both reassured one another. This plane was still up in the air, this plane was still flying. This was going to come out okay. She said, I love you. She sounded very, very calm.
Dan Creedon, Departure Controller, TRACON, Reagan National Airport, Washington, D.C. We were trying to juggle big decisions. There was some sketchiness and some miscommunication back and forth, and some slowness in realizing that we were dealing with an additional hijack because, my gosh, we already had 2.
Ted Olson. I was in shock and horrified. I reassured her that I thought everything was going to be okay. I was pretty sure everything was not going to be okay. After the first conversation, I had called our command center at the Department of Justice to alert them there was another hijacked plane, that my wife was on it, and she was capable of communicating. I wanted to find out where the plane was. She reported to me that she could see houses. We segued back and forth between expressions of feeling for one another and this effort to exchange information. Then the phone went dead.
Ben Sliney. There had never been a situation where hijackers ever flew the plane, which created the biggest paradox for us on that day, trying to figure out what was going on. How could a hijacker force the pilot, either by holding a gun or a knife to his or her head, force them to fly into the building?
Major General Larry Arnold. Our fighter aircraft were getting close to Washington, D.C. when American 77 came back on radar scope. I think the tape showed that it was about 3 minutes before it hit the Pentagon.
Dan Creedon. I'll never forget. It was a military transport out of Andrews Air Force Base. Gopher 06 was the call sign. He was making a left turn out of Andrews, going right over Washington National Airport, southeast of the Pentagon, when American 77 was acquired by the Dulles approach controller. I said to the guy working the C-130 out of Andrews, "Hey, you better call traffic on that guy because these two guys are head-to-head." He said, "Traffic at 11 o'clock, 4 miles, do you see anybody out there?"
Lieutenant Colonel Stephen O'Brien, pilot C-130 known as Gopher 06, Minnesota Air National Guard. I noticed an aircraft at about our 10 o'clock position, higher than us. I could see that he was descending. He made a fairly steep banked turn in front of us.
Dan Creedon. The pilot came right back and said, "Yes, sir, an American 757 turning southeast bound." I'll never forget. I was like, what? Maybe I was the slowest guy on the planet that day, but I really didn't understand that was a hijacked aircraft until it hit the Pentagon.
Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nisipany. I got a report that Reagan Tower thought there was an aircraft coming in about 6 miles outside. I was looking at the scope, and the D.C. airspace was very similar to New York or the Boston area. A lot of aircraft.
Ted Olson. I called some people, maybe because I had to share the dread that was living inside me. I called my mother and I called my son.
Danielle O'Brien, Air Traffic Controller, Washington Dulles International Airport, Virginia. I noticed the aircraft. It was an unidentified plane to the southwest of Dulles, moving at a very high rate of speed. The speed, the maneuverability, the way that he turned. We all thought in the radar room, all of us experienced air traffic controllers, that it was a military plane. You don't fly a 757 in that manner. It's unsafe.
Lieutenant Colonel Stephen O'Brien. They requested that we follow this airplane. I don't think they said chase, but do you think you could turn and follow this airplane? That was strange. I had never had a request like that in all my entire career of flying. It was very, very strange, but I still matter-of-factly said, sure, we can follow that airplane. It became a losing proposition because this airplane was going faster. We could still see the glint off the wingtips.
Ted Olson. I dreaded the realization that what had happened to the airplanes in New York was going to happen to her plane.
Lieutenant Colonel Dawn Deskins. I had the scope focused in on the D.C. area and got blips of this aircraft that appeared to be going in a turn around D.C. I probably got 6 or 7 radar returns on it before it faded and was gone. I got this feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Danielle O'Brien. We waited, and we waited. Your heart was beating out of your chest, waiting to hear what's happened.
Robert Hunter, contractor, Radian Inc., Pentagon Courtyard. National Airport is right next to the Pentagon, so there's a huge amount of aircraft traffic going overhead. I remember when we walked outside, it was dead silent. We were talking, and I was like, they must have shut down the airport. All of a sudden, I heard a faint sound, like an engine spooling up. You could hear the plane flooring its throttles. I'd begun to say I thought that they shut the airport, and then the plane hit.
Mike Walter, senior correspondent, USA Today Live. I was stuck in traffic near the Pentagon. I rolled down the window. That's when I heard the jet. I looked up and saw its underbelly. Then it banked, and it began to dive. It was unbelievable.
Craig Bryan, engineering technician, Pentagon Navy Annex, Arlington, Virginia. I can still hear the jet engine. The throttle was wide open. It was screaming.
Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nisipany. I see 1 blip, 2 blips, radar only, blip, blip, blip. Gone.
Lieutenant Colonel Stephen O'Brien. We saw this huge fireball. I reported to air traffic control. I said something to the effect, that airplane's down, it's crashed.
Dennis Smith, maintenance inspector, Pentagon building manager's office. There was a big, giant ball of fire, red and black. The heat hit us like from a barn fire. Then parts started flying out of the sky.
Ted Olson. After the second phone call, we kept watching television. Not too long later, we could see over the television screen smoke coming from the Pentagon. I knew in my heart that it was her flight.
Gary Walters. I heard a loud, muffled thud. I looked over the tree canopy to my right in the direction of the Pentagon, and I could see the big plume of black smoke with flames in the middle of it.
Rosemary Dillard. My administrative manager came up to me, grabbed me, and said, "Rosemary, one of those was our crew. It was Flight 77. I turned and looked at her and said, "It couldn't have been Flight 77. I just put Eddie on Flight 77. It cannot be Flight 77. She had the name of the crew. I knew the kids, the flight attendants. I went in and contacted my regional manager and my VP, and I called my friend who works in scheduling to see what plane it was. It was Flight 77.
Lieutenant Colonel Stephen O'Brien. We proceeded on a little bit farther. That's when the silhouette of the Pentagon became apparent. Then I realized that it had crashed into the Pentagon, and I knew no pilot would ever do something like that. Things were really going haywire.
Danielle O'Brien. The Washington National Airport controllers came over our speakers and said, "Dulles, hold all of our inbound traffic. The Pentagon's been hit."
Plane into Pentagon. We need all help. The third plane. Across the Potomac from Washington, D.C., the riverbank in Arlington, Virginia, is dominated by the massive concrete Pentagon, the global headquarters of the U.S. military and the offices of the Secretary of Defense. It is also the largest low-rise office building in the world, and home to a daily population of workers and visitors of around 35,000, all protected by its own police force, which was known in 2001 as the Defense Protective Service. In September 2001, the building was undergoing its first full-scale renovation since its construction during World War II. Each of its 5 wedges was being updated with new bomb-proof windows, better wiring, and better fire suppression systems. Staff and personnel had just started to move back into the renovated parts of Wedge 1. At 9:37 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into Wedge 1, the western side of the Pentagon, at 530 miles per hour, skimming so low over the nearby highways that it knocked down 5 streetlights. The force of the impact sent the plane through the first 3 of the Pentagon's 5 rings of corridors, penetrating the building the length of more than a full football field. Instantly, 400,000 square feet of the Pentagon erupted in flames.
Robert Hunter. The plane hit between the 2nd or 3rd floor, E-ring. The innermost ring is A, and the outermost ring is E. There's 5. Everything is 5. 5 floors, 5 rings, 5 sides. The fireball, you could feel the heat on your face. It didn't sound like an explosion in the movies. It sounded like a dumpster being dropped off a truck at 2 in the morning. It was really, really loud. And then the fireball was about 5 stories high, as tall as the building. We stared in disbelief.
Scott Coker, contractor, SAIC, Pentagon. We were standing there watching the events at the Trade Center when all of a sudden there was a loud boom. It sounded like somebody had dropped a large safe on the floor above us. I'd say not more than 60 seconds to 2 minutes later, there was a report on the news saying that the Pentagon had been rocked by an explosion. Obviously, we all turned and looked at each other, because we were in the Pentagon.
Lieutenant Michael Nesbitt, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. All of a sudden, the wall shook. It was pretty loud. I've been in this building at all hours and heard crashes and bangs. I've heard it all. I looked at the burning towers on TV and said, "Oh no. Oh no." We had been hit, although I had no idea it was a plane.
Stephen Carter, Assistant Building Manager, Pentagon. The fire alarm system for the building was sounding in a massive area of Wedge 1. There was smoke and fire and water flow from the sprinkler system. I thought possibly it had been a truck bomb or briefcase bomb. The number of fire alarms coming in showed 355 alarms and climbing, so I was leaning more toward a truck bomb.
The plane hit an area of the Pentagon that primarily housed the Army's personnel offices and the Navy Operations Center. Inside the affected offices, transformed instantly into fiery, smoke-filled infernos, personnel struggled to escape.
Sheila Denise Moody, accountant, Resource Services Office. September 11th, 2001 was my first day here at the Pentagon. There was also another lady who started work with me that same day, Louise. She and I were both laying out our personal items and getting acquainted with the job.
Louise Rogers, accountant, Resource Services Office, Pentagon. Our office was in the section that had been completed with renovations. Everything was brand new, nice, and neat.
Sheila Denise Moody. Louise came to my desk and told me about the World Trade Center. She left my cubicle and went around to the front of the office, toward the portion of the offices that faced the window, and went to fax some paperwork.
Louise Rogers. I started the fax machine, put the papers in the fax, dialed the number, and at the exact moment that I hit the start key, the plane hit.
Sheila Denise Moody. A burst of hot air hit my face. The burst was so strong, it had so much force, that it forced me to close my eyes. When I opened my eyes, there was a ball of fire shooting right to the right of me. I was in shock. The building was shaking. There was debris and things falling from the ceiling. The ceiling opened up, and I was covered in some liquid. To this day, I still really don't know what it was.
Louise Rogers. At first, I thought I'd blown up the fax machine. It's like the initial stage of shock. I thought, my God, what did I do? Then I realized it wasn't me. I smelled the jet fuel. Being around the Air Force for 30-some years in one way or another, I recognized jet fuel when I smelled it.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald, Information Management Officer, U.S. Army, Pentagon. We had no idea about New York. We were in an enclosed conference room. We hadn't seen or heard anything about the events unfolding. At 9:38, I felt a low rumble. The floors began to shake, and then there was an explosion. A big fireball came through the ceiling, and the wall in front of me fractured. The ceiling, one of those styrofoam-type ceilings, exploded into a million pieces, and the room instantaneously went dark.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson, Legislative Liaison Officer, U.S. Army, Pentagon. It was a loud roar. The building literally shook, and there was a sucking sound, which I believe was the oxygen escaping as the jet fuel poured into the corridors right down the hall from us and ignited, taking all the oxygen out of the air. Our ceiling caved in. The lights went out, but the phone was still working. I was on the phone with my wife. I was a little stunned, just for an initial second, and then I said, "Listen, we have been bombed. I have to go." I hung up the phone. I screamed for everybody in the office to get out. I got up and moved, and that was the last time I was ever in that cubicle.
John Yates, Security Manager, U.S. Army, Pentagon. I didn't hear a thing. Suddenly there was this tremendous explosion, and I remember a ball of fire coming from my left. I was blown through the air, and when I landed, the room was black. Totally black. There was furniture strewn everywhere. It was hot. Smoke came down to within a foot of the floor. I don't know how long that took, maybe a minute? 2 minutes? I didn't have a concept of time.
Philip Smith, Branch Chief, U.S. Army, Pentagon. I was standing in front of a copy machine making some photocopies to prepare for a meeting. That copy machine is probably what saved my life, because it was between me and the incoming flight of the plane. Within a few feet of where I was there, 2 teammates were killed. They were in cubicles that were just 8 or 10 feet from me.
John Yates. It was pure black. You were in a black room. You didn't know where you are. What's the first thing you do? You put your hands out to try to find where you are. Everything I touched burned me.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. Now we had a problem. There were a dozen or so of us in this room, and the room was instantly dark. No lights, no windows. Nobody knew what happened.
Similar to the experience at the World Trade Center, the massive scale of the Pentagon and its unique shape meant that while many occupants felt the explosion, most didn't immediately realize either what happened or the gravity of the situation. For staff in the other parts of the building, including Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, the impact was felt, though few guessed what had caused it.
Joe Wassel. Something had struck the building. The first words out of my mouth were, "That wasn't good." I got up and started walking pretty briskly, but walking, to the Secretary of Defense's office.
Donald Rumsfeld. We were sitting in my office when the plane hit the building. The building shook, and the tables jumped. I assumed it was a bomb.
Victoria Torrey Clark. I thought there must have been a car bomb. What's extraordinary to me is that we knew that 2 commercial airliners had hit the Trade Center, a terrorist attack, and smart people were guessing it was Al-Qaeda. Yet when something bad happened here, it didn't occur to us that it was another airliner. That's how unfathomable it was. It never occurred to us that it was another plane.
Colonel Matthew Climo. There was pandemonium in the corridors. People were running down the halls, yelling. Then, on the conference call, we were notified by Pentagon security that a plane had hit. I immediately told General Hugh Shelton, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who was on his way to Europe and was on the other phone, "Sir, we've been hit here by an airplane. Turn your airplane around and get back to the United States."
William Haynes, General Counsel, Department of Defense. All of a sudden, things really sped up.
Admiral Edmund Giambastiani, Senior Military Assistant, Office of the Secretary of Defense. The secretary opened his door and asked me what the hell was happening. I said it sounded like an explosion, and it sounded like it was in the building, and he needed to get out of there.
Aubrey Davis, Officer, Protective Service Unit, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. The secretary came out the door and asked what was going on. I told him we were getting a report that an aircraft had hit the mall side of the building. He looked at me and immediately went toward the mall. I said, "Sir, do you understand? That's the area of impact, the mall." He kept going. So I told Officer Gilbert Oldock to come on. I saw Mr. Kissling, Joe Wassel, and Kevin Brown sitting in the personnel security office, and I waved for them to come with us.
Donald Rumsfeld. I went out to see what was amiss.
On the other side of the Pentagon, away from the Secretary of Defense's suite, officials including the Defense Protective Service, the Arlington County Police Department, and the Arlington County Fire Department, which had responsibility for emergencies at the Pentagon, launched a massive rescue effort, evacuated the building, tended to the injured, and secured a sensitive military installation, even as FBI agents rushed to examine the largest crime scene in the history of the Capital Region.
Jennifer Myers, dispatcher, Arlington County Emergency Communications Center. I recall the message on my work pager said, "Plane into Pentagon. We need all help."
John Jester, Chief, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. I immediately ran down to the operations center to assess what was going on. The alarms went off, the phones were ringing.
Lieutenant Michael Nesbitt. Chief Jester came in and told me to get on the big voice, PA system, and tell people to evacuate. I said, "All personnel in the Pentagon need to evacuate. You need to evacuate now."
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. I started barking orders to get out of the building. Here I am, dressed for legislative business with Congress. I've got on a nice suit with a striped shirt, tie, and suspenders, and I'm screaming at full-bird colonels and general officers to move out of the building. Barking orders, screaming. They listened. They tried to get out of the mall entrance, but the guards mistakenly thought that they were under attack from outside, so they secured that entrance. They had taken out most of their small arms, machine guns, etc. It looked like they were preparing to defend the doors there, so I started moving people toward the center of the Pentagon. This all took place within 2 minutes.
Captain Randall Harper, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. People were hollering, "Get out, get out, run for your life." I was told by people in the center court that they saw people run out there on fire.
John F. Irby, Director, Federal Facilities Division, Real Estate and Facilities Directorate, Washington Headquarters Services, Pentagon. You could see the terror on people's faces as they left.
Lieutenant Robert Medeiros, Arlington County Police Department. Pretty much everything in that first half hour was chaos. Everybody was coming from everywhere to help.
Mike Walter. I remember the soundtrack of that day. It was this siren. It was as if it was looped. It was sirens, sirens, sirens.
There began the chaos. On Capitol Hill. Across Capitol Hill, morning meetings were interrupted by the news, alerts that an emergency situation was also unfolding at the Pentagon. Staff, representatives, and senators quickly realized that what appeared as a tragic accident in New York had spread into their own backyard, and that they themselves, under the dome of the U.S. Capitol, might be a target.
John Feary, Press Secretary to Speaker Dennis Hastert. Amid all the tumult, we were called down to the Speaker's office. The Sergeant-at-Arms gave us a briefing. It was a very strange, surreal experience because the Sergeant-at-Arms was telling us that everything was going to be fine. And then we turned on the TV and saw another plane hit the World Trade Towers. It was one of those mornings when everything was jumbled up.
Brian Gunderson. All of a sudden, one of the plainclothes policemen, he was part of the speaker's security detail, stood up and said, "Look." He pointed out the window. He apparently saw, if not the fireball, at least a column of smoke rising in the distance from the Pentagon.
Brian Gaston, Policy Director for House Majority Leader Richard Armey. The meeting broke up right then and there.
Tish Schwartz, Chief Clerk, House Judiciary Committee. I froze. You could literally see the smoke billowing up. Everybody was numb. Oh my God, what's going on? There were no bells going off. There was no panic, screaming, anything like that. Everybody was very calm, but stunned and in disbelief. The word surreal is used a lot, but that's what it was.
Senator Tom Daschle. And there began the chaos.
Representative Dennis Hastert. I had 2 phones on my desk, a secure phone to the White House and this regular old red phone that I took all my calls on. All of a sudden, I see the red phone flashing, and I said, well, they probably put the call through on the red phone. I picked it up, figuring it was the vice president. There was a guy on the other end of the line. "What are you guys doing up there on Capitol Hill? Taxes are too high, pollution all over the country," on, ranting and raving. I said, "Whoa, wait a minute, who is this?" He said, "Never mind, who is this?" I said, "This is the Speaker of the House. I think you have the wrong number."
Representative Porter Goss. I raced down the stairs to brief the Speaker. I found him in his office staring down the mall at the smoke from the Pentagon. I said, we had to evacuate immediately. He agreed, saying, "On the way out, I want to open the House for a quick session and a prayer."
Representative Dennis Hastert. I decided to cancel Congress.
Representative Porter Goss. We walked onto the House floor about 10 minutes before 10, and the parliamentarian said we couldn't open the House yet because the call was for 10 a.m. I turned around to say something to the Speaker, but he wasn't there. He was being removed by security to a secure location.
Representative Dennis Hastert. All of a sudden, 2 of my security guys, one on each side of me, picked me up and whisked me away. I said, "What's going on?" They said, "We think there's a 4th plane, and we think it's headed for the Capitol."
Representative Porter Goss. I told the parliamentarian, we're doing this now because we're going to evacuate. There was no question we had to get out of there.
Father Jerry Creedon, Guest Chaplain, House of Representatives. The House Chaplain, Reverend Dan Coughlin, advised me that I would do the opening invocation and then Congress would be dismissed. I got a piece of paper and wrote, using his shoulder as a desk, a new prayer. Porter Goss said to me, "I don't care what your prayer is, as long as it's brief." I read the prayer, the gavel was hit, and the House was dismissed.
Representative Dennis Hastert. People were told to get out, run. There were 5,000 people that work in or around the Capitol.
Senator Tom Daschle. There was a mad scramble, literally running out of the Capitol building. I saw young staff. I even saw Senator Robert C. Byrd carrying a couple of books and having some difficulty walking quickly, but nonetheless evacuating.
Julia Rogers. I was really scared. You could sense the tension in the police officers. They weren't their normal selves. You could see the fear on their faces and in their eyes, and that further frightened me.
Representative Porter Goss. And there we were, standing at the bottom of the steps of the Capitol, wondering if the building would be there the next time we came back.
Brian Gunderson. I remember seeing a network news crew, and the producer was frantically telling his crew to get that camera pointed at the Capitol dome. He had assumed, as we all did at that time, that there might be another jetliner heading for the Capitol, and he thought it was important that his camera was in a position to get the shot of that jet smashing into the Capitol dome.
Tyler Rogers, Page, U.S. House. One of the Page responsibilities is delivering flags. When you fly them over the Capitol, the Pages pick them up and deliver them to the members' offices. We have these big mail carts full of flags. One of our colleagues was on flag duty that morning, and she had her cart full of flags. She was told to evacuate, and she didn't have anywhere to put the flags. She's rolling down the street with this gigantic thing. She was one of the smallest Pages, but she has this gigantic cart full of flags. She was like, "I can't leave these. I couldn't ditch them."
Representative Dennis Hastert. I was whisked down the elevator. The next thing I know, I'm in the back of a Suburban headed to Andrews Air Force Base. It was bizarre. I remember this car was just going 100 miles an hour, very fast. Brian Gunderson. There were very elaborate plans, of course, for the Speaker, because the Speaker is in the line of presidential succession. The Majority Leader is not. His security detail very quickly hustled him out of the Capitol, then they got into his official vehicle and left. But he didn't have any particular place to go. There was no assigned relocation position.
Representative Porter Goss, there wasn't any plan. You've now taken 535 of the most important people in the country and put them out on the lawn. Representative Martin Frost, Chair, House Democratic Caucus. No one told us to either stay or to leave. That was the interesting thing. Each of us acted on our own. My instant reaction was to get away from the Capitol. We were as much in the dark as anyone else.
I'm on an airplane that's been hijacked. Flight 93 in peril. The day's chaos then jumped to the skies over Ohio. The fourth, and as it turned out, final attack of September 11th, unfolded aboard United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757 aircraft scheduled to fly from Newark International Airport to San Francisco. The flight had pushed back from the gate at 8:01 a.m. Its final passenger, Mark Bingham, had only barely made the flight, boarding at 7:55. Due to airport congestion, Flight 93 sat on the runway in Newark for 41 minutes and took off at 8:42 a.m., much later than scheduled. It carried 40 people, 7 crew, and 33 passengers. Unlike the other 3 hijacked planes, there were only 4 terrorists aboard Flight 93. The person believed by U.S. officials to be the 5th intended hijacker, Mohammed al-Qahtani, was turned away by immigration authorities in early August when he tried to enter the U.S. in Orlando. United Airlines dispatcher Ed Ballinger messaged the planes he was overseeing at 9:19 a.m. to warn of possible cockpit intrusions. Beware any cockpit intrusion. 2 aircraft hit World Trade Center. Flight 93's pilot, Captain Jason Dahl, sent a message back at 9:26 a.m. Ed, confirm latest message, please. 2 minutes later, First Officer Leroy Homer transmitted a brief radio call where he can be heard shouting, "Mayday! Mayday! Get out!"
John Worth, Air Traffic Controller, Cleveland Air Route Traffic Control Center. United 93 came onto my scope and called, and I acknowledged him. It was nothing out of the ordinary. He checked in, "Good morning, Cleveland," the usual. The next transmission we got from United was unintelligible. It sounded like a life-and-death struggle. It was some screaming and some guttural sounds.
The first official report of trouble arrived from the plane at 9:36 a.m., 1 minute before American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, when a flight attendant phoned United's San Francisco maintenance office to say they had been hijacked. In the following minutes, as word spread through air traffic control, passengers and crew members used the in-seat airphones and their cell phones to call their airline authorities and loved ones, and learned to their horror about what had already occurred on the ground below.
John Worth. I looked at my partner, who sits to the right of me. He had this pretty wide-eyed look on him. I said, "Dave, did that garbled radio transmission sound the same to you as it did to me?" He stared at me and nodded his head. I said, "We better find out who it is, because we had probably 7 or 8 aircraft on the frequency at the time." I suspected it was either United 93 or Delta 1989. Right after that happened, United 93 had gone down about 300 feet on his altitude readout.
Stacy Taylor Parham, Air Traffic Control Specialist, Cleveland Air Route Traffic Control Center. That flight all of a sudden started descending, and then it climbed. It just left its flight path and left its altitude.
John Worth. I asked the flight in front of United 93, "Did you hear an aircraft transmission that sounded like screaming?" He said, "Yes, we heard that." A small business jet also said he heard it.
Dina Burnett. The phone rang, and it was Tom's mother. Her first question was, "Do you know where Tom is?" The phone rang in on call waiting, and I said, "Oh, let me go. That may be him." I saw on the caller ID that it was Tom's cell phone. I was relieved, thinking that if he was on his cell phone, he was in the airport somewhere and was fine. I said, "Tom, are you okay?" He said, "No, I'm not. I'm on an airplane that's been hijacked. It's United Flight 93. He told me what was going on. They've already knifed a guy. I think one of them has a gun." I started asking questions, and he said, "Dina, just listen." He went over the information again and said, "Please call the authorities," and hung up. I felt a jolt of terror run through my whole body. It was as if I'd been struck by lightning.
Alice Ann Hoagland, at home in Los Gatos, California, mother of United Flight 93 passenger Mark Bingham. The call came in at 6:37 in the morning, and a family friend answered it. We were all still in bed because we have young babies in the family and we were all trying to get some sleep. I heard our friend pad down the hall past my room to rouse my sister-in-law, Kathy, out of bed. I heard Kathy say on the phone, "Well, we love you too, Mark. Let me get your mom." Kathy saw me and she said, "Alice, talk to Mark. He's been hijacked." She also handed me a slip of paper that said 93 United. She had written this down while he was talking to her. I'm a flight attendant for United Airlines. I took the phone and he said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham." I knew he was a little flustered because he used his last name. He said, "I want to let you know that I love you." I spoke to Mark for about a total of 3 minutes. He said, "There are 3 guys on board who have taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb."
Dina Burnett. As I was explaining Tom's phone call to the FBI, the phone rang in again on call waiting, and I said, "I have to go." The FBI agent said, "Call me back." I clicked over, and the first thing Tom said was, "They're in the cockpit." I told him about the World Trade Center. He hadn't known about it yet. He relayed that information to the people sitting around him. He said, "Oh my God, it's a suicide mission." He started asking questions. Who's involved? Was it a commercial airplane? What airline was it? Do you know how many airplanes are involved? He was really pumping me for information about what was going on. Anything that I knew.
Lisbeth Glick, wife of United Flight 93 passenger Jeremy Glick. I must have gotten up just after the first plane hit, because the first thing I did was turn on the TV and saw the World Trade Center. I was about to get some breakfast in the kitchen when I heard the phone ring, and I heard my parents scream, "Oh my God, Jeremy!" I went into the room and all the color had drained from their faces. I started to panic. I said, "Oh my God, that wasn't Jeremy's flight, was it?" They said, "No, he's okay, for now." They added "for now" because Jeremy had told them that the plane had been hijacked. They handed the phone to me. He sensed panic in my voice and we started saying, "I love you." We must have said it for 10 minutes straight until it calmed us down. Then he explained to me what had happened.
Lisa Jefferson, Verizon Airphone Supervisor. I was stopped by a representative who told me that she had a gentleman on her phone and his plane was being hijacked. I immediately went over.
Dina Burnett. A news reporter came on saying that the Pentagon had been hit, and I started wailing. I mean, really wailing, making a noise that I did not know I could make, thinking it was Tom's plane that had hit the Pentagon.
Alice Ann Hoagland. Tom Burnett was in 4B. Mark was in 4D. It was Tom who told Dina, "Well, some of us are going to do something." Tom and Mark were seated right behind 2 of the hijackers, 2 of the murderers, who happened to be seated in 3C and 3D. The other 2 terrorists were seated in 6B and 1B, so that means that Tom and Mark were between everybody.
Lisbeth Glick. Then Jeremy started asking me what was happening in New York and did they crash planes into the World Trade Center. I guess he had heard it from one of the other passengers. I hesitated for a minute, then I said, "Honey, you need to be strong, but yes, they are crashing planes into the World Trade Center."
Dina Burnett. The phone rang again, and it was Tom, and he said, "Dina." I said, "Tom, you're okay," thinking that he had survived the plane crash at the Pentagon. He said, "No." I said, "They just hit the Pentagon." I could hear people talking and spreading the news in the background, and I could hear their concern, and I could hear people gasping as if they were surprised and shocked. And Tom came back on the phone and said, "I'm putting a plan together. We're going to take back the airplane." I asked, "Who's helping you?" He said, "Different people, several people. There's a group of us. Don't worry, we're going to do something." Then he said, "I'm going to call you back." And he hung up.
Lauren Grancolas, a passenger on United Flight 93, left a voicemail message to her husband, Jack. She told him, "I just wanted to tell you I love you. We're having a little problem on the plane. I'm fine. I just want you to know that I love you more than anything. Please tell my family I love them too." Linda Gronlund, another passenger aboard United Flight 93, left a voicemail message to her sister Elsa. By that point, the passengers understood their likely fate, and she explained to Elsa that the hijackers had flown planes into the World Trade Center already. Amid sobs, Linda said, "It looks like they're going to take this one down as well. Mostly, I just wanted to say I love you, and I'm going to miss you. I don't know if I'm going to get the chance to tell you that again." Cece Lyles, one of the flight attendants on United Flight 93, left a similar voicemail message to her husband, Lorne, explaining about the attacks on the World Trade Center and that their plane, too, had turned around. She told her husband, "I want to tell you that I love you. I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, babe."
Lisa Jefferson, Verizon Airphone Supervisor. I took over the call from Flight 93. I said, "My name is Mrs. Jefferson. I understand your plane is being hijacked, so could you please explain to me in detail exactly what's happening?" I asked him if anyone was hurt. The flight attendant next to him said yes. There were 2 people laying in first class on the floor, the pilot and the co-pilot, and their throats had been slashed. He asked me if I knew what they wanted, money, ransom, or what. I told him I didn't have a clue.
Lisbeth Glick. Jeremy said he didn't think he was going to make it out. He told me he loved me and our daughter Emerson very much, and he needed us to be happy. He sounded very sad. He kept saying, "I can't believe this is happening to me."
Lisa Jefferson. I asked the caller his name, and he told me Todd Beamer from Cranbury, New Jersey.
John Worth. Then the plane started a rapid descent south of Akron.
Lisa Jefferson. The plane took a dive, and he said, "Oh my God, we're going down, we're going down."
Malin Fuller, Pittsburgh Watch Supervisor, FAA. A fellow who was working approach control, Paul Delphine, said, "Mal, I need you real bad." I could tell by the tone of his voice there was something very wrong. I ran over to the radar scope and he pointed, "This airplane's been hijacked over Cleveland. We don't know where he's going." The airplane was going very fast and it was headed directly for the center of the Pittsburgh airport. Without thinking about it, I said, "Evacuate the facility."
Chuck Saval, pilot, Midwest Express Flight 73. We knew how bad things were. I made an announcement to the passengers to let them know that we would try to get them on the ground safe. On the way to Cleveland, we were heading right for Flight 93. Our courses were pretty much head on. They made us do an emergency descent and land in Pittsburgh.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. We knew Flight 93 was heading to Washington, but no one knew where it was.
Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nisipany. We had heard that there was a possible other hijack out in Pennsylvania. I had one of the control teams take the Langley aircraft, the F-16s, and start moving them northwest of D.C. We had thrown basically a 30-mile circle around D.C. and made it a restricted area, no fly.
John Worth. Because of the miscommunications somewhere along the line, I think we may have been the only ones who actually knew where he was.
Ben Sliney. We had a report from a small private aircraft pilot who saw United Jet waggling his wings. That threw a lot of ambiguity into this situation because that is a universal signal the pilot has lost radio and is unable to communicate. Even at that late junction, minutes before the aircraft hit the ground in Pennsylvania, we were still wondering whether it was truly hijacked.
Dina Burnett. He called back about 5 minutes till 7. He asked, "Is there anything new?" I said no. He was very quiet this time, very calm. He had been very calm and collected through the other conversations, but he was very solemn in this conversation. He asked, "Where are the kids?" I said, "They're fine. They're sitting at the table. They're asking to talk to you." He said, "Tell them I'll talk to them later."
Time was standing still. The World Trade Center evacuation. As the fateful 9 a.m. hour ticked by, the New York Fire Department launched the biggest response in its history, drawing resources from across its 5 boroughs. Thousands of other first responders and government officials arrived on the scene as well, from local, state, and federal agencies.
Thomas Von Essen, Commissioner, FDNY. Inside the North Tower ground floor lobby, I think we knew less of what was going on than people outside or in the street or the people watching TV.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer, Battalion 1, FDNY. We tried every possible means of communication that day, but even cell phones weren't working. Each of the systems we tried failed. I felt very frustrated. It was almost like the closer you were, the less you knew. The helicopters were up, but we had no means to communicate with them. We tried a number of times. We were the least informed.
Stephen Biankowski, Aviation Unit, NYPD. People saw the helicopter, and I'm sure many of them were thinking that we were going to be able to save them. In fact, we weren't able to do anything. We were as close as you could possibly be, and still we were helpless, totally helpless.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer, inside the ground floor lobby of the World Trade Center. Groups of firefighters were coming in. We would brief them, tell them the plan, and send them up. One of the engine companies that came in was Engine 33, which was my brother Kevin's. I told him we thought the lowest level of fire was at floor 78. I told him we didn't have any elevators available. Then we spent a couple seconds looking at each other with a real feeling of concern for each other. Then he knew what he had to do. I watched him walk away, and that was the last time I saw him.
William Jimeno, Officer PAPD. Sergeant John McLaughlin ran up to us and said, "I need volunteers to go in with us, and I need people who know how to use Scott air packs, the breathing apparatuses that the firefighters use. Port Authority police officers are cross-trained not only for law enforcement but firefighting. I don't know which of us said it first, either Dominic Pizzullo, Antonio Rodriguez, or me, but one of us said, 'We just graduated, we know how to use it.' Sergeant McLaughlin said, 'That's good, that's 4 of us, we're going to go.' We started running toward the building. I remember thinking to myself, wow, this is bad."
James Luongo, Inspector, NYPD. As I hit VC between Church and Broadway, the first thing that struck me was the amount of women's shoes. I couldn't understand it. Then I realized women had run out of their shoes, the high heels and what have you. There were women's shoes all over.
Sergeant Anthony Lisi, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 6, NYPD. Sergeant Tom Sullivan stopped us and said, "We have hundreds of firemen and cops in the building already doing rescue work. I want you to stop, take off that gear, and put on your heavy vest and helmet and grab weapons because we're getting word that they're shooting civilians as they're running out of the building." We were over our radio getting reports of shots fired at the Trade Center. It winds up, it was police officers who were shooting out the windows so more people could run out faster. There were shots fired, but by good guys, not bad guys.
Sharon Miller, Officer, PAPD. Before we got out of the car, me, Richie Rodriguez, Jimmy Nelson, and Jimmy Parham, we all held hands and we said, "We're going in together, we're going to come out together."
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, Engine 16 FDNY. I huddled the guys together because I knew this was going to be a tough day. I got into a little huddle like football players do. I says, "Come here." I says, "Just treat this like a fire. We'll stick together. Watch each other's back."
Captain J. Jonas. I walked over to my crew and I says, "Okay, guys, here's the deal. It's a raw deal, but this is what we have to do." I said, "We have to go upstairs in this building for search and rescue." Then I said, and I forgot I made this one statement, but all my guys swear that I said it. They said I said, "They're trying to kill us, boys, so let's go." And they did, to their credit. I don't think anybody would have looked down on them if they ran up West Street. As we were about to hit the stairway, Sal D'Agostino said to me, "Hey, Cap, I wonder where the Air Force is." I says, "Yeah. I wonder how many thousands of fires I've been to in my career, and I've never hit a stairway wondering where the Air Force was." We were hoping they had our backs.
William Jimeno. In the midst of all this chaos, all this disaster, inside that World Trade Center, there were people helping each other. I remember seeing a black gentleman with a white gentleman carrying this blonde woman who had a severe cut on her leg. I remember thinking to myself, Will, if these normal civilians can be this brave, we as rescue workers, we need to be 3 steps above them, because they're counting on us.
James Luongo, Inspector, NYPD. There were a bunch of people who came out of the building on VC Street. They were a little disoriented about which way to go. I started yelling to them to come to me. They were looking around. Finally, a woman heard my voice. She touched the people next to her. She pointed to where me and Dennis and Sergeant Boodle were. And with that, debris came down and killed all of them. With all the things I saw that day, that, to me, was the worst. Because those people were so close. But yet they didn't make it.
William Jimeno. As we walked into the Port Authority police desk at the base of the towers, I remember being stunned by a piece of the fuselage that our detectives had brought in. Your mind is trying to register, even though you know that a plane had hit. Why is there a piece of the plane here?
James Luongo. Quite a few people came to the site looking to go in because their loved ones were there. I remember one woman standing on the corner by VC and West, and I told her that she had to leave. She said, "I'm not leaving." We were back and forth like this for a second or two. I said, "I hope he's worth your life, because you're not going to be able to get to him." She said, "He is worth my life." She looked to walk past me. I stopped her, and she pushed me. I grabbed her and picked her up to walk with her. She was hitting me as I was walking away. "Let me in, let me go, I gotta go there."
William Jimeno. Christopher Amoroso, someone that we had worked with and really liked, good cop, said, "Sarge, can I hook you up with guys?" Sarge said, "Yeah, Chris, you can." Christopher had an injury over his left eye, and we asked him what happened. "Something hit my eye, probably a piece of concrete. We've got to keep working." Sergeant McLaughlin had asked another officer, Anthony Rodriguez, to meet us up at Tower 2. Unfortunately for Anthony, one of the victims that fell from the building hit too close to him. He had human remains on his body. He said, "Sarge, I can't work in this." Sarge told him, "Go change your uniform and meet us up by Tower 2. At that point, we became 5.
Inside both towers, each now fatally stricken, their seemingly impregnable structures burning, melting, and weakening under temperatures that reached 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, thousands of evacuating office workers rushed to exit their building, even as firefighters and police officers worked their way inside to provide aid.
Richard Eichen. I got to a neighboring office and met Charlie Egan, their systems administrator, and he was annoyed because the explosion knocked off his servers. He was going to stay until midnight, bringing his servers all back up. I remember going with Charlie into the server room and saying, "Look, if it means anything, I'll stay with you, and together we'll get these things back up." He was really annoyed. Then he said, "I better call the building." He called down there and goes, "Hi, this is so-and-so, Clearstream Banking." I think he gave his name. "There are 5 of us here. We're on the 90th floor. The office building said, "Stay there. We know where you are." Meanwhile, we're looking out the window, and we can see large chunks of the building falling. Huge chunks of the building, the size of, like, trucks falling. And it's like, well, I really don't think that's a viable option.
Herb Ueda, World Trade Centers Association, North Tower, 77th floor, and father of Todd Ueda, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 105th floor. I thought my son Todd was on the stairs. Todd called his mother immediately when the plane hit. He said to her, "Mommy, don't worry. You're going to hear there was an explosion at the World Trade Center. I'm going to take the stairs." She said, "What about Daddy?" Todd said, "I just spoke to him. He's all right." Todd had not spoken to me. He was a kid who had suffered as a child from anxiety disorder, panic attacks, and at the moment of greatest danger, he's protecting his mother. He was 25 years old.
Judith Wine. I was literally walking over bodies. So many people died at that moment of impact. The way they landed, maybe they broke their necks or something. Some other guy came up. We later found out his name was Wells Crowther, and he'd been a volunteer fireman upstate, and he asked where there was a fire extinguisher. I pointed to where it was, and he went to get it. He was running different places and trying to put out fires. He had a red bandana on his face. He was calm and commanding. "This is what we have to do. This is what needs to be done." He directed people to the only open working staircase, the only one that went all the way down. He stayed up there and helped and didn't make it out.
Bruno Dellinger, Principal, Quintamassus, North America, North Tower, 47th floor. Suddenly, I felt the urge to go, and I dropped everything and left.
Stanley Paramnith, Fuji Bank, South Tower, 81st floor. I crawled the entire length of the loans department, the lounge, the computer room, the communication room. That's as far as I can go. I can't go any further because one lousy sheetrock wall stood firm.
Brian Clark, Executive Vice President, Eurobrokers, South Tower. Our offices occupied the entire 84th floor. Everything was destroyed. I started down with this group of 6 people following me with my flashlight. We only went 3 floors, down to the 81st floor, when I was distracted by this banging noise. I heard, "Help! I'm buried. I can't breathe."
Stanley Paramnath. This man behind the wall was saying, "I can hear your voice. Bang on the wall. I'll know where you are." He said, "Climb over the sheetrock wall." I said, "I can't." He said, "You've got to think of your family. If you want to live, you must do it."
Brian Clark. Suddenly he said, "Can you see my hand?" He was waving his hand down by the floor. I shined my flashlight on it and followed it up the arm to see his 2 eyes through this hole in the wall. He scrambled up. I missed him the first time, but the second time he jumped up, I caught him and heaved him up and over the wall. We fell back down on the ground, him on top of me. He gave me this big kiss, and I said, "I'm Brian." He said, "I'm Stanley."
Stanley Paramnath. He said, "Come on, buddy. Let's go home."
Roughly 1,100 people were trapped above the impact zones across both the North and South Towers. As conditions worsened and smoke and fire permeated the upper floors, they dialed 911, emergency services, and the Port Authority's World Trade Center command post, hoping to speed rescuers to their aid, not realizing how dire their situation actually was. For 20 minutes, 32-year-old Melissa Doy, trapped on the 83rd floor of the South Tower, spoke to a 911 operator, waiting for rescue. She told the operator, "It's very hot, everywhere on the floor. All I see is smoke." Christine Olender, the assistant general manager at Windows on the World, reached the Port Authority Command Center and reported that the stairwells were too smoky to evacuate. She said, "We have most people on the 106th floor. The 107th floor is way too smoky. We need direction as to where we need to direct our guests and our employees as soon as possible." Port Authority police officer Steve Maggott told her that rescuers were doing their best to get up to the top. He said, "Everybody is on their way." He suggested she call back in a few minutes and he might have more news to share. Back inside the stairwells of the North and South Towers, civilians and rescuers mixed in single-file lines, each group tired and sweaty from the exertions behind and ahead. As one group descended to evacuate, the others continued to climb, determined to help anyone still trapped.
Richard Eichen. The 5 of us went out. My coworker, Lucy, sat down and said, "I'm not going anywhere." I said, "Lucy, we're not leaving anybody behind. We've got to get out of here. We're starting to burn." I put her hands on my shoulders. She stood behind me. I put her hands on my shoulders and held her hands so she wouldn't let go. I said, "Come on." I said, "I'm hurt. I need help. I don't want to die by myself. I need help." I did that to get her to go. Then together we went out. We actually caught stairwell A, which it turned out was the only viable staircase up there.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. We were ordered to the 23rd floor in the North Tower to report into some other command post. We entered Stairway B, which was the core stairway in the building. As we were going up, the people in the building were coming down, and actually it was very smooth.
Stephen Blahar, Officer Emergency Service Unit Truck 10 NYPD. We made it to the 9th floor of the North Tower, and I remember filling a coffee pot with water and grabbing some plastic cups for everybody, because by that time we were hot and sweaty and I knew we were going up at least another 70 floors.
David Norman. There were people waiting on floors on the way up. We were informing them, you need to leave. You need to continue flowing down the staircase. Don't obstruct the staircase flow. Continue to move.
Captain J. Jonas. You had a row of firemen going up the stairs, and you had a row of civilians coming down the stairs.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. We carry a lot of equipment. We carry 60, 70 pounds of equipment with us on average. It's a little slow going up the stairs, and it was hot that day. We stopped about every 5 floors and took a little breather.
Peter Bitwinski. We encountered maybe 20 to 25 firemen. It's one of the sadder memories I have of that day. They were walking up with full equipment, these big metal picks, and they were sweating like crazy.
Kathy Pavlik. As they walked past us, both of my brothers are firemen in New Jersey, I was very careful to say, hello, thank you, God bless you, to every single one of them. They were huffing and puffing, and these were big, strong guys.
Herbuita. The stairways were much better lit this time than in the 93 bombing, and unlike 93, there was no smoke coming up because the explosion was above us. New Yorkers were very brave that day. People helped each other. We were saying, déjà vu. We were trying to encourage each other and say, oh, we've been through this before. We didn't realize this was different. None of us realized the building was going to collapse.
David Norman. When we got to floor 31, we found probably about a half dozen or more firefighters, 1 or 2 civilians on that floor dealing with chest pains, exhaustion, and stuff like that. We looked at each other and said, we already have a triage set up here for us. This was our mission, why don't we stay here?
Sharon Miller. We stopped on the 27th floor. That's when I said to my supervisor, PAPD Captain Kathy Mazza, hey, Kat, I really love my job, but this is getting bad. I said, I'm really not ready to die yet. She goes, oh, don't worry about it, we'll be fine. I said, well, how about a hug? And we hugged. Then she goes, all right, that's enough of that.
Judith Wine. I walked down with another man. He actually had a severed arm, which we didn't know about because he was wearing a suit. It kept his arm in. He was holding on to the lower part of his arm, but I didn't think anything of that.
Bruno Dellinger. The heat was quite intense in the stairwell. There were some people who took their shirts off. The intensity of the warning signs, the fire alarms were in full force like stroboscopic lamps, and the fire alarm sound was pounding you all the time.
Judith Wine. We're walking down the stairs, and around floor 40, some rescue workers came in, and they said we should sit and rest. The 2 others went to sit on the stairs, and I went to sit down. I had my tush sticking out, getting ready to sit, and something inside me said, don't sit. It almost felt like somebody had an arm or a hand on my back, pushing me up. It was a weird feeling, just don't sit. I said, look, if you guys are tired, you sit, but I can't sit. Because I didn't sit, they got up, and we walked. The rescue workers walked us through somebody's office to an internal elevator, which was working, and so we went from about 40 down to the lobby. I was told later that we were the last group of people to go down in that elevator.
Elia Zdeno, financial analyst, Port Authority, North Tower, 73rd floor. Most of my journey down the stairs was in this complete state of non-emotion. I saw people injured, but I had no reaction. I remember moving to the side and letting them walk in front of us. I remember a woman who was screaming and screaming and screaming. I couldn't really completely understand what she was saying, but there was a man helping her, and he had blood on his forehead, and all he kept saying to her was, we were the lucky ones. We were the lucky ones. He kept repeating that. I was thinking, what in the world did this woman see?
Peter Bitwinski. We started to make our way down the staircase with John Abruzzo in the evacu chair. We had to get a routine going, so we decided 2 people on the bottom would hold the evacu chair with 2 people at the top. We had 8 people who were actively taking him down, 4 people at a time.
John Abruzzo. We wanted to make time, but they were not absolutely sure how the chair worked or how it would handle. I don't think the manufacturer even thought about the chair going down 69 flights.
Peter Bitwinski. We kept switching our team. The 2 guys holding the handles on top of the evacu chair would move to the bottom of the evacu chair after 5 flights. Then after you were on the bottom, you would move off the chair, and 2 other guys would take your place. You'd be free of chair duty for 5 or 10 floors.
John Abruzzo. The firemen cheered us on, encouraging us. Keep on going, they said. You're doing a good job, keep going.
Marcel Clav, firefighter, engine 24, FDNY. I just kept climbing. I knew it was going to be a hard day, but I kept thinking about putting water on the fire.
Bruno Dellinger. While I was walking down, they were going up to their deaths, and I was walking down to live. I will never forget this.
Lila Spessner. That will stay with me forever. They were going where we were running from.
Despite the fact that an incident had occurred within the building, not many companies formally evacuated their staff. Many of the early evacuees had made the decision on their own to leave. In the South Tower, however, Morgan Stanley's efforts likely saved scores or even hundreds of lives. The company had invested heavily in evacuation equipment and training following the 1993 bombing, and its security chief, a former British paratrooper turned Vietnam veteran named Rick Rescorla, ignored the Port Authority's initial announcement that those in the South Tower could remain at their desks. Rescorla's experience told him otherwise. He left a voicemail for his best friend, Dan Hill, saying, "The dumb sons of bitches told me not to evacuate. They said it's just building 1. I told them I'm getting my people the fuck out of here." Then he immediately began working feverishly to ensure everyone escaped.
Janine Ali, Controller, Morgan Stanley, South Tower, 45th floor. On September 11th, our security department were the ones that got all of the Morgan Stanley employees out of the offices. With bullhorns, our security was saying, "Evacuate the building now." I remember them saying specifically, "You have to evacuate the building now."
Robert Small. As we were going down, we get down to the 40s and we run into Rick Rescorla. I knew him through the fire safety training. He was always a jovial Scottish guy, always fun, had the brogue. He wasn't fun that day. I tried to be humorous, passing him saying, "Hey, I'm the last man off 72. You don't have to go check it. Everyone's gone." He goes, "Just get out. Just go. Just get out." His tone was dead on serious. I'd never seen him that serious before.
Barbara Fiorillo, Manager, Mercer Consulting, South Tower, 54th floor. We heard voices of people directing the flow of traffic. There were very strong male voices, "Speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down." It turns out that we were in the same elevator bank as Morgan Stanley, and they had worked at the tower in the first bombing. They had enormous training and experience. The voice directing the traffic was such a calming effect.
Robert Small. We came across a man, a big man. I hate to use the word fat, but he was. He was huge, and he was struggling on the stairs, and he was holding onto the banister with both hands. I offered him some water. He said, "I can't take your bottle of water." I dropped my bag, opened it up, and he saw that I had dozens of bottles. He took a couple. We sat there with him, and were talking. He didn't say who he was, or what floor he had started on. He didn't have it in him. I said, "When you're ready, we'll go together, and James and I will get you down." He said, No. Do me a favor. If you see anybody, rescue or fireman, let them know where I am." I felt bad leaving him. We left him 3-4 bottles of water, and we said goodbye.
As the morning unfolded, Rescorla called his wife Susan and told her, "I don't want you to cry. I have to evacuate my people now. If something happens to me, I want you to know that you made my life." His efforts that day were credited with saving numerous lives. Ultimately, only 6 Morgan Stanley employees, out of more than 2,700 in the World Trade Center, died on September 11th. Rescorla and 2 of his fellow security personnel were among those 6. He was last seen on the 10th floor, heading upstairs.
Richard Eichen. As you got lower and lower, you got into more and more people. I was afraid that it was getting congested. I wasn't afraid of the buildings falling. I was afraid of panic.
Vanessa Lawrence. If the flow stopped for too long, people shouted out, "Don't worry, people congestion."
Bruno Dellinger. It taught me something about human beings in distress. We were receiving from everywhere around us warning signs that this was a very, very dangerous situation. The moment we got those messages, something inside, a defense mechanism, kicked in and stopped us from panicking.
Robert Small. As we were into maybe the 20s, we came across 2 women, one helping the other. The one doing all the help was also burdened with bags. She was helping a woman who she said was 4 months pregnant. "Okay, let us help you. Let us carry the bags." She let us carry the bags, but now the pregnant woman wanted to stop. We gave her some water. She says she's hot. I took some water out, made a little rag, sponging her back and her neck, making her feel a little bit better. She was finally ready to go. No sooner did we get a couple floors down than she wanted to stop. Like football coaching. When you tell a kid to do a push-up, you always try to get one more out of them. I told her, "Give me one more floor, then we'll stop. I'll give you water. Give me one more floor." And we did.
Constance Labetti. I would start to cry and I'd start to tremble, and I heard my father's voice. My father had been dead since 1985, and I heard his voice, clear as day, telling me that I was not going to die in this building. I straightened up and kept walking down the steps. A few minutes later, I heard my uncle, who kind of took over being my dad when my dad passed away. My uncle passed away in '99, and he used to call me Kiddo. I heard my uncle's voice in my left ear telling me, "Kiddo, just take one step at a time." And I did.
Richard Eichen. When we finally got down to the 20s, we saw our first firefighter coming up. At this point, Lucy was lying on a landing. She pretty much passed out. The firefighter said, "We've set up a station a couple of floors down." We carried her spread eagle. I carried her legs, he carried her under her armpits. The two of us carried her down the stairwell, maybe 2 floors. When we got to the aid station, they asked me if I was okay, and I said, "Yeah, I'm fine." I met Lieutenant Glenn Wilkerson, who unfortunately didn't make it out. We were about 3 feet from each other, and he said, "What's it like up there?" I told him what it was like.
Robert Small. We got down to the 5th floor. Everything's fine. The ladies are fine. All of a sudden, we heard, "New York City Police, anybody here?" So we called out. It was a female officer, and I'm assuming a male detective because he was in a suit. She and the detective wanted to help us out. I was very adamant, saying, "Don't need your help." I said, "I've been coming down since '72. I got this far, 5 more flights." We told them about the gentleman upstairs and Rick on the 44th floor, and they headed up. You could hear them, floor by floor, opening doors, screaming out if anyone needed assistance, and then slamming the doors and going up to the next level. I know she didn't make it. It always bothered me that she didn't make it, because if she did help us, would that have kept her out?
Richard Eichen. They had given Lucy some oxygen. She was coming around, and she was feeling better. And at some point she said, "All right, I'm ready." "Lucy, are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm ready." "Okay." So we got up. I took her hand. We go back to the stairwell. We continued going down.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. We encountered a group of people who were non-ambulatory. We started to assist these people, trying to get them down. Me and Andy from Engine 1 had somebody between us, a woman, and she was going very slowly, 1 step at a time. I wanted to get out of that building. It was like time was standing still.
Frank Lombardi, Chief Engineer, Port Authority, North Tower. Water was starting to run into the stairwells. The sprinkler systems must have been turned on, and we had to watch our footing to make sure that we wouldn't slip.
Richard Eichen. It was pretty deep water, mid-calf to below the knee. All the water had gone down and collected there. It's like, wow, this is like a sinking ship. What the hell? Finally, a few more stairs, and we got into the lobby.
Linda Kruner, Senior Vice President, Fiduciary Trust, South Tower. We got to the ground level. We got out of the elevator and looked out at the plaza area. My first thought was, this is Britain during the Blitz, because that's really what it looked like.
Robert Small. We got down to the main level. We were being escorted. It was like Hansel and Gretel with breadcrumbs. A human line of police and rescue and you name it. They said, "Come this way, exit to the north."
Constance Labetti. We got to the lobby, and my coworker Jules and I had to rest for a moment because we were perspiring terribly. We had walked down 100 flights of steps. People were coming up to me, hugging me and telling me, thank you, and hugging me as they walked by me. And I said to Jules, "What? Why? What are they doing that for?" She said, "Connie, you don't know what you were saying? You were saying, we're not going to die in this building. Just take it 1 step at a time." I was repeating what my father and my uncle were telling me, and I didn't even know it.
At the High School for Leadership and Public Service, a block south of the South Tower, students and teachers tried to figure out an evacuation plan. Eventually, the occupants of the school and its neighbor, the High School of Economics and Finance, fled 4 blocks south, along with thousands of other people in Lower Manhattan, to Battery Park, at the tip of Manhattan.
Robert Rosado, student, HSLPS. Miss Ordover asked us to write about what we thought had happened while she went online.
Heather Ordover. The lead photo on CNN's webpage was what we couldn't see from my classroom. The north side of the North Tower with an enormous gaping hole.
Ada Dolch, Principal, HSLPS. Panic was beginning to set in. People were streaming into our lobby. Parents started coming in. I want my child. I stood up on the table in the lobby and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the principal of the school." I said, "No one is allowed to go upstairs." There was this sense of, I got to take care of my chickadees, and all my kitties were upstairs safe.
Rezvan Hotarano, student, HSLPS. I knew that whatever happened, I needed to get home fast. I knew my mom must have been very worried for me.
Ada Dolch. When the second tower was hit, our building really shook. A piece of the plane fell in front of our school building. Debris was falling on our rooftop. We could see flying paper on fire.
Keturah Bostic. I knew I was going to die. It seemed like there was no hope in the world. I found some friends. We all prayed and told each other that we loved each other. Next, I pulled out a paper and started to write a letter to my family members, telling them how much I loved them.
Ada Dolch. Where would we go? Where can you congregate with a lot of children? I said, "Oh, I know where we're going. We're going to Battery Park." We initiated an evacuation plan. I had my assistant principals go floor by floor and evacuate all the students. I stood at the outside door and simply said to them, "Hold each other's hands, stay together." I would say to them, "You should pray. This is a good time to be praying and to ask God for mercy that we will be safe."
Rosmaris Fernandez, student, HSLPS. I led the group to Battery Park. Keturah Bostic. We ran, thinking that the worst was over, and after that, nothing else could go wrong.
Tim Cito, student, HSLPS. We walked toward Battery Park. There was all this debris on the ground, newspapers, ashes, and burned stuff. The towers looked like two smoldering cigarettes pointed upward.
Heather Ordover. A student and I picked up pieces of honeycomb insulation. I picked up someone's insurance policy, burnt in half and charred around the edges.
Ada Dolch. The kids were in total shock. They were very scared. They were catatonic.
Heather Ordover. We hustled them down to the edge of Battery Park. I stood on a bench with Liz Collins, a math teacher. The kids rallied around us.
Dan Potter. As I get off the Verrazano Bridge, there was a bus lane and police vehicles were shooting through it. I got right behind them. Cop was standing right in front of me, so I held my badge out the window and he flagged me through. We were in a convoy of police vehicles doing about 70 miles an hour between two barriers all the way through.
Jean Potter, Bank of America, North Tower. We were going down, but again, there was smoke. Everything was lit. The staircase was lit. Smoke in the air. The smell of jet fuel. We were making our way down pretty quickly, and then it started to bottleneck a little bit. We started seeing firemen come up in the 20s. That's when I saw FDNY Captain Vinny Giamona. I grabbed his arm and said, "Vinny, be safe." I knew that he was not going to make it out.
Dan Potter. I didn't think that these towers were going to collapse. This was the massive, biggest fire I've ever seen, but as you're calculating, you don't really know the extent of the damage. I was convinced that we'll get up there and put it out.
Jean Potter. We're getting down to like 11, 10, and on like 8, I started yelling at people to move. I don't ordinarily yell. I'm a very soft-spoken individual, but I started screaming at people. "Move it! Move it! We're almost out of here! Move it! Move it!" The lobby was completely devastated. There was glass all over.
Dan Potter. When I got up West Street, just about Rector Street, I noticed police starting to put some barriers out. I noticed body parts in the street. There were big pieces and smaller pieces. I looked up at the Trade Center and I could see the flames, see the firemen. I wondered, where is she? Where could she possibly be? I thought, she's got to be up on the roof. I was convinced at this point that she's up on the roof. I was going to do the best I could to get a team together and get up there.
Jean Potter. They took us down into the concourse. I'm so grateful I kept my shoes on because the water was ankle deep and there was broken glass all over. There was a human chain of emergency workers yelling at us, "Run, run, run!" When do they tell you to run in an emergency? It was so horrifying.
Richard Eichen. When we got into the lobby,
It was really scary. It looked like someone dumped a barbecue on it. It was covered in ash. I remember hearing the water dripping, dripping, dripping.
Janine Ali. They were directing people out, up through borders and out toward 5 World Trade. There was a fireman. He couldn't have been more than 19 years old, with a hose on his shoulder. I remember looking at him and saying to him, "There's nothing you can do. Don't go in there." He said, "Lady, it's my job. I have to do it."
Linda Crooner. I got out and crossed the street. The first thing that hit me was the sounds. There were so many sounds. There were sirens and people screaming. It was like you were in the middle of one of those action movies with everything coming apart at the same time. Fire engines, the ambulances, the police, and people shouting.
Richard Eichen. As we got closer to the door, there were security guards helping guide people out. I think they were some of the bravest people, unsung heroes of 9/11, because they could have run away. This was way beyond their pay grade. But they stayed.
Ralph Blasi, Director of Security, Brookfield Properties, owner of the World Financial Center and One Liberty Plaza. I have the greatest admiration for the private security officers, guys who are only making about $25,000 a year. We had often asked security guards, prior to 9/11, what they would do if a bomb went off and they saw a couple dead bodies. The consensus was always that they would run. But on September 11th, I had 60 guards working with me, and not one ran. With the 2 towers burning, standing with bullhorns, keeping people moving out of the towers, they never blinked.
The sun was shining on them. Jumping. Amid the catastrophe at the World Trade Center, no sight left as powerful an impression on rescuers, officials, and evacuees as the developing tragedy of victims trapped without escape on the tower's upper floors, caught amid rising, unbearable temperatures and deadly smoke, who fell or chose to jump.
Wesley Wong, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, FBI, New York. This fireman said something to me that I didn't understand. He said, "Watch out for the falling bodies." I remember crossing West Street and thinking, what did he say about falling bodies? I said, "It's a fire." As I got close to the building, this fireman from behind yelled, "Run, here comes one." I froze and I looked up over my right shoulder, up into that beautiful, bright blue sky. I saw a fellow spread eagle coming out of the sky. He had on navy blue dress pants, a white shirt, and a tie. Dark hair. I couldn't believe what I saw.
Detective David Brink. There were a lot of bodies that were coming down. I saw daisy chains of 4 people holding hands, just leaping out of the buildings. I kept looking up, saying, "I want to help you guys. Hold on, please. Hold on." But I knew there was nothing I could do. I felt so helpless and powerless.
Dr. Charles Hirsch, Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York. It was a sight and sound that I'll never forget. The awful sound of people impacting.
Gregory Freed, Executive Chief Surgeon, NYPD. You'd hear this whoosh, and then it would go crash, and then all of a sudden you'd hear a splat. One of the cops said to me, "What was that?" I looked at him and said, "That was a person."
Quentin DeMarco, Officer, PA-PD. The clothes of the jumpers sounded like a flag or a sail in a windstorm. Bill Spade, Firefighter, Rescue 5, FDNY. There were motion detector doors that opened up into the North Tower. These doors kept opening and closing with the bodies that were coming down.
Peter Moog, Officer, NYPD. I did see one jumper actually hit a fireman on the corner near Vesey and West. I later found out that the fireman was Danny Sir. He played for the fire department football team. I coach our team, and I've played, so I knew Danny. He's one of the first firemen to get killed.
William Jimeno. The one that struck me the most, it's almost like my eyes could zoom in up to him. It was a blond gentleman wearing a pair of khakis and a light pink shirt, collared shirt. And when he jumped almost like he was on a cross, like Jesus. He jumped, looking up in the air, and he went down.
Stanley Trojanowski, firefighter, engine 238, FDNY. I must have blessed myself between 40 and 50 times, once for each jumper.
Bill Spade. We've seen death at other things, but this time it was something different. There were so many. So many.
Sergeant Mike McGovern. I had blood splatter on the cuffs of my pants from the people jumping and landing on the ground.
Rudy Giuliani. All of a sudden, I saw a man at a window. Must have been the 100th floor, 101st, 102nd floor, North Tower. He threw himself out the window. I froze, stopped, and watched him come all the way down. It was a totally shocking experience, unlike any I've ever had before. I leaned over to the police commissioner and said, "This is much worse than we thought. It's off the charts." We'd practiced a lot of things: anthrax, sarin gas, airplane crashes, building collapses, hostage situations, derailed trains, West Nile virus. I was pretty confident that we were the most prepared place in the United States for any emergency, maybe in the world. This was beyond anything that anybody had imagined.
Bernie Carrick. I've been in this business 26 years, and I've done everything under the sun. I've been involved in gun battles. I've had partners who were killed. But I've never felt as helpless as I did on that morning. You couldn't yell to these people and ask them to stop or make them stop.
Melinda Murphy, traffic reporter, WPIX-TV, airborne over New York Harbor. Our camera is pretty strong. I said, "What's that dripping off the building?" It looked like something was dripping. Chet's like, "I don't know." So we zoom in and we could see people jumping. We were on live TV, and I remember going, "Okay, that's it. Zoom out. Zoom out." I didn't want anybody to see it.
Sonny Mindell, Communications Director for the Mayor of the City of New York, Rudy Giuliani. I remember seeing colleagues from the police department's press operations surrounded by television cameras with their lenses trained upward on people jumping. The first thing you learn when you do what I do is you never obscure the lens of a camera. That's a violation of the First Amendment, to interfere with the press. I was so riveted to this moment of people making this decision to jump that my gut instinct was, this is an invasion of the most intimate moment ever. My hands started to go up to block the lenses, but then I thought, no, this has got to be recorded for history. I just stood there.
When is this going to come to an end? The FAA makes history. At 9:42 a.m., 5 minutes after the Pentagon attack, the FAA issued an unprecedented order. Every plane in the country must land immediately. Beyond the massive disruption in the airspace over the United States, more than 100 transatlantic flights were diverted to small airports in Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and elsewhere in Canada. Pilots, flight crews, and passengers all tried to understand what had happened in the United States, hungry for information wherever they could find it.
Ben Sliney, National Operations Manager, FAA Command Center, Herndon, Virginia. I said, "That's it." I said, "I'm landing everyone." I remember a colleague putting his hand out to grab my shoulder, and he said, "Wait a minute. Do you want to think about that?" I said, "I've already thought about it, and I'm going to do it."
Dan Creedon, Departure Controller, TRACON, Reagan National Airport, Washington, D.C. As soon as Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, it was obvious that no one should get near Washington. We could not trust any crew.
Ben Sliney. I walked down to the middle of the floor, and everyone came over to me. I said, "We're going to land everyone at the nearest airport regardless of destination."
Major General Larry Arnold. Boston Center had stopped all takeoffs. Then the Department of Transportation stopped all flights. And then my boss declared SCATANA, which stands for Security Control of Air Traffic and Air Navigation Aids. It means the military is taking control of all the navigation aids and of the airspace. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nisipany. I feel I'm still so far behind on what's happening, the whole situation. It's a catch-up situation, and I don't like being in a catch-up situation. Never have, never will.
Terry Vigio, Operations Manager, Boston Air Route Traffic Control Center. The controllers were telling the pilots, "You're gonna have to land." We told them, "You're not leaving our airspace. You're gonna have to pick an airport. Get a hold of your company, tell us where you're gonna go, and tell us where you're gonna land."
Christy Ludke, Chief of Air Traffic Control Training, Johnstown, Cambria County Airport, Pennsylvania. Cleveland Center said, "We are bringing everybody in. Everybody's landing."
Gerald Earwood, pilot Midwest Express Flight 7. Every plane was considered a threat. We were asked probably 15 or 20 times, "Are you still with us?" It was total mass confusion.
Major General Larry Arnold. The only thing I can equate it to is when I was at Da Nang. Da Nang became known as Rocket City by attacks by the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. I was there during 3 of those attacks. If I could explain to you how it was on 9/11, we were under attack. You don't know when it's going to end. You're getting calls. Turned out to be 21 aircraft or 22. We were never sure whether it was 21 or 22, but we were keeping track, writing with grease pencils every time one was called potentially hijacked, meaning something was going on with this aircraft. I felt like we were under attack, like it was when I was hearing the rockets coming in when I was at Da Nang. When is this going to come to an end?
Ben Sliney. When the order came out to land at the nearest airport, regardless of destination, I expected some pushback. Out of 4,500 aircraft in the air, I only got one request to land at an airport that was not the nearest one. I refused the request.
Dan Creedon. To put 4,500 aircraft on the ground in places where they were not supposed to go, at the same time that the military is trying to get airborne and control the chaos, is an incredible feat of air traffic controllers and air traffic managers coordinating that.
George Bill Keaton, Air Traffic Controller, Cleveland Center. A couple times that day, my voice did crack a little bit on frequency when I was working, and it bothered me that the professionalism slipped a little bit. But it was a very emotional time. I saw people in the aisles crying.
Ben Sliney. To give some perspective, I believe 700 landed within the first 10 minutes and 3,500 within the first hour.
Terry Biggio. They did an incredible job under warlike conditions with unbelievable precision.
Ben Sliney. I do not think the aviation industry got the thanks that they deserve from the American public.
Rick Grayson, passenger, ATA Airlines, Chicago to Orlando. About 30 or 40 minutes into the flight, after level off, I heard the engines throttle back to idle and felt the plane making a very rapid descent. The captain came on the PA and announced that, due to a national emergency, all airspace in the United States had been shut down, and that we would be landing in Louisville very shortly. My teenage daughter read the look on my face and said, "Dad, what is it?" I told her I didn't know, but told her to lower her window shade. I guess I was expecting incoming nukes and wanted to protect her from the flash. Silly how one's mind thinks of such things, as though that would have done a damned bit of good.
Bob Schnarenberger, flight attendant, U.S. Airways, Pittsburgh to London. Our lead flight attendant came through the cabin. She said, "Bob, I need you to tighten down the galleys, put everything away, lock up all your carts, finish your service in 45 minutes. She left for the back of the airplane, and I'm thinking, okay, what's going on? I pried, and she took me aside and told me there was a critical situation in the U.S., and that the U.S. was under siege. Those were her words. I can remember them as if it was just yesterday. We were diverted to a little town called Stephenville in Newfoundland. There were 5 other jumbo jets on the ground there from all over. We were the last one that landed."
Jackie Pinto, passenger, Milan to Newark. The pilot made an announcement that we were going to be delayed. Our landing was going to be delayed. Then things progressed, and he made an announcement and said, "We're not going to be landing in Newark today." That, of course, was peculiar, but I didn't think anything odd. As soon as we landed, they made the announcement that we landed in Gander, Newfoundland, which I had never heard of.
Gerald Earwood. We were the next to last aircraft to land at LaGuardia. They put us on a taxiway, pointing at the World Trade Center, watching the World Trade Center burn.
You're going to get out. The Trade Center rescue continues. At the World Trade Center, the first crowds to evacuate the damaged buildings emerged onto the adjacent plazas and streets to find horrors anew. Few realized, though, that the clock was ticking, and they had mere minutes to escape the scene.
Michael Jacobs, investment banker, May Davis Group, North Tower, 87th floor. Everyone from my company got out but one, Harry Ramos, and he died a hero's death. Harry was the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. He was helping my coworkers get down, and on the way they came across an obese man who had given up. Harry, and another of our workers, Hong Zhu, started down with him. They got as far as 30-something, but the guy gave up again. The fireman yelled, "Come on, get up, get up." The fireman walking up the stairs told Hong and Harry, "If you won't go, you guys get the hell out." Hong got scared. He said, "Come on, Harry, let's go." Harry said, "No, I'm going to stay with him." He did. Hong got out. They haven't found Harry.
The man Harry Ramos waited with was Victor Wald, a 49-year-old New York stockbroker with Avalon Partners and father of two. Wald had only started working at Avalon in late August. Later, Ramos's and Wald's families would request that their names be placed together on the 9/11 memorial.
Howard Lutnick, CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. I stood at the door off of Church Street. People were coming out, and I was yelling at them to run. I would ask them what floor they were coming from. Someone would scream 55, and I would scream, "We're at 55," because I kept wanting to get numbers higher up the building from my office's floors, 101 through 105. I got to the 91st floor.
Jimmy Mayo, driver for Howard Lutnick. There was nothing we could do. I wasn't so concerned for our safety because I thought the deed had been done.
Elia Zdeno. I saw debris all along the outside perimeter of the building. I was looking and thinking, oh my God, this is more than what I thought. My eyes start to focus a little bit more. I realized I was looking at bodies.
Joe Massian, technology consultant, Port Authority, North Tower, 70th floor. I remember stepping out of the building. My coworker Larry and I were helping our colleague Teresa. Each of us had one of her arms. I remember taking a minute, looking back up. I said to Larry, "You've got to see this. Hollywood could never make this in a movie."
Constance Labetti, accountant, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 99th floor. The debris, the blocks of concrete, the fires. I saw shoes and briefcases. We thought we were in a war zone. We all gasped. We couldn't believe what we were seeing.
Harry Weiser, tax counsel, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 104th floor. Once I lay down in the ambulance, I did start to feel something. I literally did not feel pain before then. I started feeling chilled pain. I started trembling. I was shaking, chattering.
Bruno Dellinger. What we went through will haunt us until the end of our lives.
Near the base of the World Trade Center, New York City's leaders continued to search for an acceptable command post from which to oversee the rescue effort and formulate the city's response.
Sergeant Mike McGovern. We ended up, the chief, the mayor, the police commissioner, the first deputy, the commissioner of operations, ended up in this office building on the corner of West Broadway and Barclay.
Rudy Giuliani. The police commissioner and I discussed the actions he had taken. He said, "I closed the tunnels and the bridges. Nobody else can be allowed into Manhattan." I said, "Are we covering our priority targets?"
Joe Esposito, Chief of Department, NYPD. The order was evacuate all high-rises, protect all your sensitive locations, high-risk locations. We didn't know where the next shoe was going to drop.
Sonny Mindell. There was a tremendous sense of urgency, but nobody was panicked. Everybody had seen some pretty mind-staggering things, but everybody was doing what they needed to be doing.
Joe Esposito. The mayor was desperately trying to get on the phone and talk to Washington.
Rudy Giuliani. They got the White House on the phone, and it was Chris Hennig, who was the deputy political director for President Bush. I asked Chris how he was. He said, "Okay." I said, "Do we have air cover?" He said, "It has already been requested, and it was sent out. You should see the planes in 5 or 10 minutes. I said to him, "Can I talk to the president?" He said, "You can't. We're evacuating the White House right now," which was a very eerie feeling. I said, "Has the Pentagon been attacked?" I had heard that rumor. Chris said, I'll always remember how he answered it because it was a very military answer. He said, "Affirmative."
Bernie Carrick. I've known the mayor for about 11 or 12 years, and I've never seen him look as worried or concerned about anything as much as he did when he was on the phone with the White House. He put the phone down and he said, "Well, that's not good at all. They've hit the Pentagon and they're evacuating the White House." It was a clear signal that this was no longer just about New York City. It was about the United States.
Michelle Cartier, Lehman Brothers, North Tower, 40th floor. I tried calling my brother James on his cellular, but he didn't pick up. I tried calling my parents, and I think their line was busy. I call my sister Marie at her job. I said, Marie, I'm evacuating the building. They don't know if it's a plane or a bomb, but I'm leaving. You have to get in touch with James. He's in the other building. We're all worrywarts for each other. We're a very tight-knit family. James was assigned to work at Aon Corporation.
John Cartier, brother of James Cartier, electrician who was working in the South Tower. He was on assignment for a company called P.E. Stone, had a contract to do some form of electrical work for Aon. Jimmy was there working on the 105th floor of the South Tower, along with a few other co-workers from P.E. Stone.
Michelle Cartier. When I made it to the last step, I remember feeling really good, like, all right, this is the last step, everybody. Then I look out into the plaza, and I pretty much see a war zone.
John Cartier. I'm Michelle and James's older brother. I'm one of 7 kids. I was working at the old New York Post building on the east side by the FDR Drive, and Jimmy called to let me know that a plane had hit Tower 1, and that Michelle was in there, and we needed to figure out a plan, get together, and handle the situation. I said to him, all right, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to get to you. I rode my motorcycle downtown, and I got to within about a block and a half of the Trade Center.
Michelle Cartier. I was out there talking with my coworkers, Barbara and Rob, about how we're going to get home. Do you think the trains are running? I'm babbling, and I see my brother John a few steps away. I remember screaming out, Jono! I hugged him. When I saw John, I was safe again. I knew everything would be okay.
John Cartier. In the midst of thousands and thousands of people evacuating, through the doings of my brother James calling me, getting me down there, I look out, and here comes my sister. She just pops out of the crowd. The odds of that happening are probably, you better off hitting the lotto.
Michelle Cartier. John filled me in on what had been going on as I was walking down the stairs. He talked about the second plane hitting. I said, second plane? Where was the first one?
Above the impact zone, victims phoned friends and family members, sharing final thoughts and love. Melissa Harrington Hughes, Director of Business Development for a communications network service, who was only in New York for a one-day business trip and became trapped in the North Tower, called her father in Massachusetts.
Bob Harrington, father. She was a little hysterical, and I couldn't understand what she was saying, so I said, slow down a minute and tell me what the problem is so I can help you out. I said, you get to the stairwell and get out of that building as fast as you can. I told her that I loved her. She said, I love you too, Dad. And she said, you have to do me a favor. You have to call Sean and tell him where I am and tell him that I love him.
Minutes later, Hughes called her husband Sean, still asleep in San Francisco, and left him a voicemail. She told him, I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. There's lots of smoke, and I just wanted you to know that I love you always.
John Cartier. We had 4 phone calls from Jimmy. 1 was to me, and 3 went to my sister Maria that were intermittent and cut off. The last phone call that we received from him was 20 minutes before the collapse. We know that my brother was alive at that point. He said that he was with a lot of people and he was on the 105th floor. True to form, he told my sister, tell Mommy and Daddy that I love them and that we're going to try to get down. That was the last time we heard from him.
Mary Massajuski, wife of Jan Massajuski, waiter, windows on the world, North Tower, 106th floor. Jan's normal shift was lunch, so he'd get there at 10:30 a.m., but the Friday before his manager called and asked if he could work breakfast. My office is about 10 blocks away. The minute I got to my desk, I work on the 46th floor. People were screaming and running to the windows. Then my phone rang, and it was Jan. He told me that there was smoke, awful smoke, and that they were in touch with the fire department, who told them not to move, that they were going to come and get them. I told him to go wet a napkin and put it over his face so he could breathe. He told me there was no water anywhere, and so he was going to go get some from the flower vases. Then the second building was hit, and they decided to evacuate my building. Jan told me to hang up and get out so I would be safe, and to call him back on his cell phone when I got outside. But there was no connection.
Howard Lutnick, CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. We have speakerphones in each office. All of the offices across the country are connected to each other all day. The other offices heard the New York office saying, "We need help, we need help, we need help." It wasn't screams. There was nowhere to go. Couldn't go down, couldn't go up.
Stephen Larrabee, Cantor Fitzgerald, L.A. office. My son Chris worked for Cantor Fitzgerald in New York. He called me right after the airplane hit the building. It was very early in Los Angeles. He said, "Dad, did you hear our building was hit by an airplane?" I said, "No, I hadn't." Having been in that building before, I wasn't terribly concerned because I'd seen small aircraft flying by. And that's what I surmised had happened. I said, "Well, take care of yourself. Get out of the building, evacuate with everybody else, and give me a call after that's done." I hung up the phone and walked to get coffee. A couple of people in our trading room were either hooked up to CNN or CNBC, one of those stations, and started talking real loud. Then we realized what had happened. We had a speaker system that went to all our branch offices, and somebody in our New York office said, "Does anybody know we're here? Is anybody coming to get us?" Then we all realized how horrible this thing was. Frank Harrison in our Chicago office said, "You guys, get on the floor, stay low, cover if you can with anything, don't let the smoke get you." There was some crowd noise. Then it was static. The speaker system went dead.
Howard Lutnick. My brother Gary was in the building. Later that night, when I spoke to my sister, she told me that she spoke to my brother. She had said to him, "Oh my God, thank God you're not there." He said, "I am here, and I'm going to die. I wanted to tell you I love you." He said goodbye.
Beverly Eckert, wife of Sean Rooney, VP of Risk Management, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 98th floor. It was about 9:30 a.m. when he called. When I heard his voice on the phone, I was so happy. I said, "Sean, where are you?" thinking that he had made it out and that he was calling me from the street somewhere. He told me he was on the 105th floor. I knew right away Sean was never coming home. There was a building in flames underneath him, but Sean didn't even flinch. He stayed composed, talking to me the way he always did. I will always be in awe of the way he faced death. Not an ounce of fear. Not when the windows around him were getting too hot to touch. Not when the smoke was making it hard to breathe. I wanted to use the precious few minutes we had left to talk. He told me to give his love to his family, and then we began talking about all the happiness we shared during our lives together. How lucky we were to have each other. At one point, when I could tell it was getting harder for him to breathe, I asked if it hurt. He paused for a moment and then said, "No." He loved me enough to lie. In the end, as the smoke got thicker, he kept whispering, "I love you," over and over.
Terry Langone, wife of FDNY firefighter Peter Langone. My husband called to let me know. "Turn on the TV, Ter. We think a plane crashed into the towers." Then he proceeded to talk to me like it was any other day. Then he said, "Keep the TV on and watch. I'm not going to be home anytime soon." That was that. That was the last time I spoke to him. I'm one of the fortunate ones to have spoken to him that day.
John Cartier. You've got to look at the small gifts that we were given as a family. There's a lot of families out there who didn't get a last word or a last phone call. One of the other young ladies who lost a husband said it best. She said, "We were the lucky of the unlucky to have those last words." Dan Nigro, Chief of Operations, FDNY, inside the ground floor lobby of the North Tower at the FDNY command post. I said to Chief Gansey, "I am going to quickly walk around and see what the damage looks like." When I got to the center of Vesey Street, I could see clearly the north side of the South Tower. The corner of the building was taken out. We didn't see that when the plane hit. It had sliced right through the tower. I wanted to get back to say to Pete, "I think we have less time than we might have thought we had. The South Tower looks terrible."
Jean Potter. I came out of the World Trade Center at 9:55. I looked at my watch. There's flaming debris all around me. I walked one block and I saw one of my apartment building's doormen. I said, "Richard, what happened?" I turned around. The sight of the towers flaming was unbelievable. My doorman said a plane hit the World Trade Center. Then I was trying to get contact with Dan and my family because I thought, if anybody sees this, they're going to think I'm dead. Melinda Murphy. The towers were on fire. My photographer Chet had been a firefighter. He said, the buildings are going to fall. I remember being really mad, vehemently saying, they are not going to fall down. He said, they are going to fall. They're going to pancake down.
Dan Nigro. I heard somebody call out to me, a civilian employee of the fire department. He said, Chief, my wife works on the 92nd floor of the South Tower and I can't get in touch with her. It was one of those instances where you really have your hands full with what you're doing, but I thought, let me stop for a minute. I felt so bad for him. I knew his wife had given birth about 3 months before. I said, no one's phone is working. I am sure she got out before this even happened, and she's probably already a few blocks away, so when the phones start working again, you'll be able to contact her. Don't worry. Stopping to talk to this person inadvertently saved me and my aide, who was with me, and is also my nephew, from certain death. We were walking to go through the South Tower lobby, and whatever time it took me to say those few words would have been enough time to put me in a place where I would not have been able to get away.
Bill Spade. We were right in front of Stairway C in the North Tower. The people were coming down, and we kept telling people, you're almost out, you've almost made it out.
Lila Spessiner. We got down to the concourse level. The sprinklers were on. Everything was soggy, wet, whatever. But we started to smile because, okay, we were done.
William Jimeno. We bumped into another group of Port Authority police officers. A classmate of mine, Walwyn Stewart. He actually had his first little girl while we were in the academy. We punched each other's fists and we said, be safe. They started walking away. That would be the last time we saw any of those Port Authority police officers.
Lieutenant Greg Hansen, Engine 24, FDNY. There was a chief on the 35th floor in the North Tower with us. Over his radio came a mayday to get out of the building. A mayday basically means to run. We didn't, at the time, have any understanding why that order was given, and it didn't make sense to us. Within seconds, the South Tower collapsed.
Something wasn't right. The first collapse. At 9:59 a.m., less than an hour after it was the second building hit, the South Tower, weakened by fires fueled by thousands of gallons of jet fuel, collapsed.
Dan Potter. I ran into the Engine 10 firehouse at the base of the World Trade Center, and Captain Mallory grabbed me and said, sign into the book because it's total recall. They're calling all firefighters back here. I remember signing the book and putting on my gear. Other firefighters were also starting to run in now. One of them was Pete Bielfeld. I figured he and I would team up. As we go toward the front of the firehouse, I said, Pete, let me go grab a tool first. Stand here. Let me go grab a rescue tool. I turned around, ran back for that. He didn't wait for me. As I was going out the front of the firehouse, there was a firefighter standing in the door. I don't know who he was. I remember him standing there, looking up, and he saw the top of the tower twist. As I was going by, he clotheslined me. He sticks his arm out and catches me. He goes, holy shit, here it comes.
Dan Nigro. No one has heard a high-rise building collapse before. But as soon as I heard it, I knew what it was.
Donna Jensen, resident, Battery Park City. It was this rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, this snapping sound in perfect rhythm, this loud, cracking, snapping sound.
John Cartier. At first it was a faint sound, and then it came closer and closer.
Captain Sean Crowley, NYPD. We're talking to NYPD Officer Glenn Pettit at the intersection of Liberty and West when we hear a rumble.
Edward Eddie Aswad, Jr., Officer, NYPD. I'm looking at the building, and Sean's facing me. The next thing you hear is, it's going. I look up and see this black cloud of smoke.
Captain Sean Crowley. I was looking away from the building toward Eddie. I saw his face, and he goes, fucking run, or something like that. He turned around and ran toward where our cars were parked, which was right in front of the 3 World Financial Center, underneath the walkway. I never saw Glenn again.
William Jimeno, officer, PAPD, inside the lobby of the South Tower. Everything started shaking. I looked back toward the lobby, and I saw a fireball the size of my house coming. Sergeant John McLaughlin yelled, run! I said to myself, what did I get myself into? As I was running, I could see a light in front of me. I remember thinking in a split second, wow, I should run toward the light. Maybe it will take me outside. Then I remembered we promised we would not leave each other. I saw Dominic run. He turned to the left, so I started to follow him. At that point, all I felt was my body go up in the air and get slammed.
John Cartier. The sound was so deafening.
Michelle Cartier, Lehman Brothers, North Tower, 40th floor. This high-pitched sound. And I didn't know what that was, but it was so eerie, like your fingernails on a chalkboard type of thing.
Bruno Dellinger. I heard a sound that today I cannot remember. It was so powerful, such a huge sound, that I blocked it. It scared me to death. I blocked it, and I cannot bring it back up to consciousness.
Howard Lutnick, CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. The loudest sound I'd ever heard.
Gregory Freed. I can't even give you an analogy.
Bill Spade. Like 6 or 8 subway cars pulling into the station at the same time with their brakes.
Detective Steven Stephanakos. Like 1,000 freight trains crashed.
Kenneth Escoffrey, firefighter, ladder 20, FDNY. Like an incoming missile.
James Dobson, paramedic. Like an avalanche.
Golmar Parga. Like a giant chandelier, all the glass breaking.
Like 30,000 jets taking off.
Like a machine gun.
Joe Massian, technology consultant, Port Authority, North Tower, 70th floor. A pop and then a sift, like taking a bag of sugar and pouring it into a container.
Al Kim. I told everyone, incoming, run.
Constance Labetti. We really thought that the end of the world was upon us.
The collapse of the South Tower instantly trapped guests, staff, and rescuers inside the Marriott Hotel, located between the Twin Towers, as wreckage pounded the roof.
Frank Rosano. I was standing there watching the TV. I said to myself, Jesus Christ, if I leave this building today without my stuff, they're never going to let me back in this building tonight. I started packing all my documents and getting everything ready to go, thinking, I wonder if I can get a bellman to come up and help me take all of this stuff down. At that point, the building shook, as if you were in an earthquake. I looked out the window, and what had been a bright, sunny day suddenly turned pitch black. It was as if a curtain of concrete and steel had come falling down, like the curtain at a play. I could literally see it coming down past the window, almost in slow motion, turning everything pitch black.
Jeff Johnson. The entire building started to shudder. It was lights out. I fell down.
Frank Lozano. It was as if the building was being hit by artillery fire. You could feel the building breaking up around you.
Jeff Johnson. We immediately called for the other members of our crew. It's a military thing. We called Pat, yeah. John, yeah. Lou, it's Jeff. We had us 4, and then we called Ruben. And we didn't get an answer. We kept screaming, Ruben, Ruben!
Frank Rosano. I yelled out into what was left of the hallway. Is anybody there? I hear a voice that said, come this way. The room was located almost right next to the fire staircase. Right at the base of the door jamb, in some rubble, was a New York City fireman. I learned later that his name was Jeff Johnson. They said, are you okay? He said to me, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm fine. How are you? Is there anything I can do to help you? He said, no, I'm fine. I want you to go down the fire stairs.
Jeff Johnson. Immediately in front of us was a complete wall of debris.
Frank Rosano. When I got to the 4th floor landing and began to walk down the stairs to where the 3rd floor landing would be, it was blocked with rubble. I began trying to move rubble away and create an opening. I got enough rubble out of the way that I could squeeze through. On the 3rd floor landing were 3 men and the banquet manager of the hotel.
Jeff Johnson. We gave immediate maydays on the radio that as a unit we were missing a member. Nobody was answering us. We did hear somebody calling out on the radio a mayday. He was a fireman and he didn't know where he was. I'm trapped, but I don't know where I am. That's the most heart-wrenching and worst-case scenario.
Frank Rosano. Within a few minutes, Jeff Johnson came down. He was with another fireman now that he had met coming down the stairs. Jeff looked around. An I-beam was leaning up against the landing on the 3rd floor and was wedged on a ledge on the 2nd floor. Jeff climbed down the I-beam, walked along the ledge, came back, and yelled up to us. Each of you are going to have to climb down the I-beam and walk along the ledge and go back into the building. We have got to find a way out. I also recall him saying, "Look, nobody's coming. Nobody is coming for us. Any of the firemen or rescue people who are tasked at getting people out of the building, they are dead. If they were in the street, they are dead. If they were in the buildings, they are dead. Nobody is coming to get us. We have to get out on our own."
The unprecedented collapse, the first time a high-rise building had ever fallen, was witnessed by millions around the world, on television, and in person across the New York region, including by those who had already evacuated from the World Trade Center and Lower Manhattan.
Beverly Eckert. I suddenly heard this loud explosion through the phone. It reverberated for several seconds. We held our breath. I know we both realized what was about to happen. Then I heard a sharp crack, followed by the sound of an avalanche. I heard Sean gasp once as the floor fell out from underneath him. I called his name into the phone over and over. Kathy Pavlik. I ran into a woman on the street who I knew from my office, Denise. We started up the ramp to go to the Brooklyn Bridge, but then I saw all these fighter planes. I didn't know if they were ours or not. I said to Denise, "We can't go on a bridge. We can't go on a landmark." I really thought that the planes belonged to somebody other than us. We turned around to get off the bridge. We heard a noise. We looked up, and we saw Tower 2 collapse.
Robert Small, office manager, Morgan Stanley, South Tower, 72nd floor, now on the Brooklyn Bridge. It looked like a 4th of July sparkler. It swayed to one side and fell within itself, then it was gone. You can see the glitter from the metal and the glass as this big gray cloud formed.
Michael McAvoy. In seconds, it was gone. People screamed again. I looked at my coworker Brian and said, "Holy shit, 20,000 people just died."
Monica O'Leary, former employee, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. I remember standing there with my neighbor John saying, "Where the hell did that go? Where the hell did that go? Where did the building go? Where'd they go?"
Judith Wine. My heart dropped. I thought of everybody who was still up there. It was their end.
Melinda Murphy. When the building fell, it became a personal story for me because my husband worked a couple of blocks away. It became, oh my God, my husband may not be alive. On camera, I was fine. As soon as they told me I was clear, I was a mess.
Peter Jennings. We went into silent mode. It was not necessary for us to add our own anxiety or shock. It was all evident for everybody. Throughout my entire career, I have always been conscious that there are times when some people on television talk too much. Silence, or natural sound on occasion, is infinitely more powerful and relevant.
Aaron Brown, anchor, CNN. The hardest words I've ever spoken on TV in 25 years were these. The United States is under attack. It took me too long, perhaps a half hour too long, to utter those words. They were there, I assure you. I knew what it was.
Kathy Pavlik. We stood there for a minute, and then the clouds started to come after us. For the first time that day, I really thought we were going to die.
Richard Grasso, Chairman and CEO, New York Stock Exchange. When the South Tower was coming down, my head of security came racing across the floor. He was uncharacteristically shaken. He said, "We're learning the city's gone code black," which means the mayor's dead, the police commissioner's dead, and the fire commissioner's dead. At that point, I turned to my colleague and said, "Ring the bell. We're closed."
This is not my day. I'm not dying here. Inside the cloud. The South Tower collapsed at an estimated speed of nearly 124 miles an hour, and later estimates held that the winds generated from the collapse of the World Trade Center peaked as high as 70 miles per hour, driving the accompanying cloud of debris scores of blocks away as the hurricane-force wind spread devastation throughout lower Manhattan.
Rudy Giuliani. I heard someone yell, "The tower is coming down." I heard a big noise, saw the desk shaking. My first impression of "the tower is coming down" was that the radio tower on the top of the building had come down. I certainly didn't have the impression that the whole building had come down.
Rosmaris Fernandez. I could not believe that the World Trade Center was coming down. I stared at the buildings coming down in amazement until I came to my senses and realized it was time to run.
Ada Dolch. That was the moment when I said, okay, this is the end. I saw this tsunami wave of dust and debris coming in our direction. It was coming fast. It felt like pins and needles on your back. It was beyond frightening.
Heather Ordover. I remember seeing the solid-as-a-wall smoke coming down Trinity Place right at Battery Park.
Jean Potter. I remember thinking, maybe I am going to die. Maybe it is my time. How do I outrun this? I was in such a state of shock. A police officer took me by the hand and dragged me into a subway station, the Day Street subway station, and we kept going deeper and deeper.
Dan Potter. There was a blue tarp out in front of the firehouse. I guess they were going to use it for triage. There was a Chinese man on it, and he had a broken leg. When the tower started coming down, I grabbed him as best I could and started pulling him back.
Detective David Brink. We went under one of the overhangs by Building 6. It was like when you were doing one of those school drills back in the day with the nuclear threats from Russia. They would tell you to duck and cover and go under your school desk. The only thing we really had to duck and cover under was these overhangs.
Howard Lutnick, CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. I looked over my shoulder, and there was this big, giant, black tornado of smoke chasing me. I dove under a car, and the black smoke went foosh.
Jan Kahn, New York Metropolitan Transportation Council, North Tower. A hurricane-type wind blew us to the floor.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. As I was running, that air caught the back of my helmet, and I saw my helmet fly away. My helmet was flying faster and higher, and I could see it as I was running. It was like the Wizard of Oz. At that point, as the building came down lower and lower, the air pressure was so strong. They estimate almost like a tornado force. The air pressure lifted me off of my feet, and I was flying through the air.
Tracy Donahue, transit officer, NYPD. It hit so hard I went flying. I don't know how far I went. I went flying. I could feel myself in the air. I landed on my knees and on my hand. It was dark. It was so black in there. You couldn't see anything, and I couldn't breathe. I was choking.
Ian Oldiger, staff, Ellis Island. The smoke came right up the street like fingers. It was really gray and dirty. We couldn't see the towers, so we didn't know what had fallen.
Linda Kruner. There was this gigantic cannonball of dust approaching me along these streets. I started running because I wanted to avoid this gargantuan ball of debris approaching me, a little bit like the Indiana Jones cannonball.
Joe Massian. My fear was that the buildings would begin to domino, and I'd get caught between the two dominoes. I believe my picture was taken right when I passed the church. You can see the tree line in the photo.
Gregory Freed. Your brain couldn't adjust to the concept of the World Trade Center coming down on you.
Ian Oldiger. We started running south. We ran right up to the water. There's a guardrail there, big iron handrail. A lot of people ran up with us. There were a couple of hundred people right on this handrail. You're looking in and you're looking down, and it's Hudson, smoke. Hudson, smoke. A lot of people looked down really temptingly at that water.
James Filomeno, firefighter, Marine 1, FDNY. We were docked near the pier. I was watching people running toward us like a herd of cattle. I watched debris coming down on them. People were jumping headfirst onto the deck and screaming. People were trying to hand me their kids. Take my baby. I don't want to stay here. Take the baby. People fell in the water. It was horrible.
James Cowan, Harbor Unit, NYPD. We were yelling for people in the water to answer us. There were dozens of people in the water.
Vanessa Lawrence. I only just got out of the building when it was coming down. I started running across the road to the subway and the big blast came up. As soon as I put my foot down on the sidewalk, the building was down, and I couldn't see anything.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer. I heard all the crashing and the steel, and then the street went totally black. As a firefighter, you expect blackness inside a burning building. Outside in broad daylight, you don't.
Bruno Dellinger. In about 5 seconds, darkness fell upon us with an unbelievable violence. Even more striking, there was no more sound. Sound didn't carry anymore because the air was so thick.
Melinda Murphy, traffic reporter, WPIX-TV, airborne over New York Harbor. This incredible dust cloud came up, and it looked like all of Lower Manhattan was gone.
Dan Potter. Then it started. The rain of the debris. Everything hitting around you. I dove to the floor, covered myself up. I figured, this is it. The force buckled the metal doors of the firehouse. They blew out every window. The ambulance that was up in the front there was crushed.
Dr. Charles Hirsch. The pummeling by debris seemed to go on forever. It was probably a minute or so.
Edward Aswad Jr., officer, NYPD. I could feel stuff going up my legs, the soot and the debris.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. I got hit over the head with a piece of steel, and my whole head was split open. Huge chunks of concrete were hitting my body. Every time another chunk hit me, I could hear my bones snapping.
William Jimeno. I felt a lot of pain. I grabbed my helmet and I grabbed for my radio, which was on my left lapel. And I was yelling, 813, which is Port Authority Police Code for officer down. 813, 813, officers down, 813. Jimeno, we're down. Our team is down. We were getting pummeled with debris. I was trying to fight for my life. At one point, something hit my left hand, my radio went flying. A big piece of concrete must have hit my helmet. It came flying off, ripped the chin strap right off, and I covered my head. As fast as this was happening, it ended.
Sergeant John McLaughlin, PAPD. I thought I had died. I lost all sense. I had no sight. I had no smell. I had no hearing. Everything was just silent.
Al Kim. I was burning. I remember being really hot, like head to toe, like this is bad, really bad, like hotter than a sauna or steam room. My shirt was gone. It was all ripped and burned. I lost all my nostril hair. I lost a part of my eyebrows, and all my eyelashes were gone too.
Elia Zdeno. I tripped over something, and I ended up on top of somebody, a police officer. He was screaming, "My eyes are burning," and at the same time telling me, "Don't worry, everything is going to be fine." I think that is the mind of somebody who is trained like this. He was screaming. I'm talking about screaming, and at the same time saying, "Well, don't worry, everything is going to be fine. We are getting out of here."
Captain Sean Crowley. I've never heard screaming like I did on that day. It was all men. It was unbelievable screaming. I'm thinking about how I'm probably going to die, and about my kids.
Tracy Donahue. People were screaming. I was screaming. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Everyone calmed down. I was like, I'm a police officer. We're gonna get out of here. I don't know how far my voice can carry in there, and I didn't know if we were really encapsulated in cement and would never get out. Vanessa Lawrence. I remember at one point feeling amazingly calm. It always feels strange to say this, but I thought I couldn't breathe anymore, and I actually got really, really calm and went, okay, it's fine. I can't breathe anymore, and this is okay. Then I got this feeling in my stomach that went, no, you can do it. You can do it. Do it. I got this boost again, and it was, okay, I can fight this. I can. That was one of the strangest feelings of them all, that calmness of going, I give up, but then that pound in my stomach. I also then felt this arm beside me and this voice. I clung hold of it, and this voice says, we've got to wait till it settles. I remember turning and looking, and he'd got his coat and put it over us both, and then I saw his badge, and it was a fireman. I remember grabbing tight hold of him. The power of it, having somebody there beside me, helped me. Tracy Donahue. In the academy, they said, if you think you're gonna die, you're gonna die. So I'm not gonna die here. This is not my day. I'm not dying here.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. I was buried under the South Tower. I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. It's darker than midnight. I could see nothing. Detective Sergeant Joe Blozis. After the building collapsed, there was a calmness that I'll never forget. When the dust cloud came, you heard nothing, and you saw nothing.
Monsignor John Delendick, chaplain, FDNY. People I was standing with were all of a sudden dead. I looked one way, and they went another way, and didn't make it out.
Tracy Donahue. I was thinking of my family, and I was thinking of my annoying little puppy I had at home that was driving my mother crazy, and I was like, she's gonna kill me, being stuck with this dog.
Elia Zdeno. I was trying to breathe, and I was trying to spit out what I had in my mouth, but I couldn't, so I had to dig my hand in. I dug my hand into my mouth and pulled out a lot of stuff. I was going to be able to breathe, but the moment that I pulled the stuff out, more stuff came in.
Captain Sean Crowley. Picture taking a handful of flour and sticking it up your nose and in your mouth. That's what breathing was like.
Elia Zdeno. There were these desperate moments I couldn't breathe. I kept digging and digging and digging and digging until the dirt started to settle a little bit and I was able to get that first breath. Heather Ordiver. I crouched next to a man with a green-striped Oxford cloth shirt. I helped him cut it with my Swiss Army knife scissors so he could put a piece over his nose and mouth. We shared water.
Ada Dolch. Everyone kept saying you had to put water on tissues or on a piece of cloth, wash your face, or put something over your mouth so you don't breathe in that smoke.
Heather Ordiver. I caught up to a police officer. Do you know where we're going? He said, No, Staten Island Ferry. Have you been trained for this kind of thing? Half laugh. Sort of.
Ada Dolch. I felt like I was choking. I got up and I could take tiny little bits of swallow. I couldn't do a deep swallow because it hurt. A man said, you have to take water and spit. I didn't have water, but I remember saying to him, I'm the principal. I don't spit. You teach the kids that's not what you do. He said, you need to take water and you need to gargle. He was standing by an old antique water fountain in the park. I took water. I spit. I cleaned my throat. I spit.
Rosmaris Fernandez. The air cleared out a little. I found a couple of my friends and I felt less worried. I knew that I was not alone anymore. A teacher from the nearby High School of Economics and Finance asked every student to follow him to the Brooklyn Bridge, and so we did. I then lost him and kept on walking north on the FDR Drive.
William Jimeno. There was a lot of dust. I looked up and about 30 feet above me I could see light coming in. Apparently there was a hole there. I started feeling a lot of pain on my left side. I could see a big, thick wall of concrete on me. I was trying to get my bearings, but I couldn't really see. That's when I heard Sergeant McLaughlin say, Sound off! Where is everybody? Sound off! Dominic Pizzulo was buried to my left in a push-up position. Dominic said, Pizzulo. I said, Jimeno. That's all we heard. For the next 2 minutes, I would yell, Chris, for Christopher Amoroso, and A-Rod, which was Antonio Rodriguez's nickname. A-Rod, Chris, A-Rod, Chris. That's when Dominic said, Willie, they're in a better place.
Sir, authority to engage? Inside the PIOC. Underneath the north lawn of the White House, the Vice President and assembled aides attempted to comprehend the crisis from inside the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, aka the White House bunker, and tried to figure out how many more hijacked planes were in the air. They knew of at least one, United Flight 93.
Mary Matlin. We saw on TV the building collapse.
Commander Anthony Barnes, Deputy Director, Presidential Contingency Programs, White House. There was a deafening silence and a lot of gasping and oh my God and that kind of thing.
Mary Matlin. Disbelief.
Commander Anthony Barnes. There were 4 or 5 very large 55-inch television screens in the PIOC. We would put the different news stations, ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC, on those monitors. I remember Cheney being as flabbergasted as the rest of us were, sitting there watching on these monitors. Back in those days, a 55-inch TV monitor was a really big TV. It was almost bigger than life as the towers collapsed.
Dick Cheney, Vice President. In the years since, I've heard speculation that I'm a different man after 9/11. I wouldn't say that. But I'll freely admit that watching a coordinated, devastating attack on our country from an underground bunker at the White House can affect how you view your responsibilities.
Mary Matlin. We had to go right back to work.
Richard Clark, Counterterrorism Advisor, White House. Many of us thought that we might not leave the White House alive.
Matthew Waxman. One of the things we were all very conscious of down in the PIOC was that the White House Situation Room was staffed with our close colleagues and friends who were staying in those spots despite a clear danger. The Situation Room, which is only half a floor below ground, was abuzz with activity. Some of the colleagues who continued to work in it were people who wouldn't normally be posted there, but they felt the responsibility to stay there to help manage the crisis. Especially early in the day, there was a palpable sense that close friends and colleagues might be in some significant danger.
Ian Reifield, Special Agent, U.S. Secret Service. There was a sense of frustration, too, because we were sitting there. Everybody wanted to fight back. We're trained to go to the problem, and we were sitting there. There was a lot of tension in that regard. You wanted to do something to protect the complex and the office of the president even better than we were, but we were doing the best we could with what we had.
Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, White House. Norm Mineta, the Transportation Secretary, was tracking tail numbers of the aircraft on a yellow pad. He was calling out what happened to 671, what happened to 123. He was trying to make sense of what was going on.
Nick Callio, Director of Legislative Affairs, White House. Norm Mineta was sitting in front of these TV screens that had all these planes on them. It was pretty remarkable when you saw the number of planes in the air.
Condoleezza Rice. My first thought was, get a message out to the world that the United States of America has not been decapitated. These pictures must have been terrifying. It must have seemed like the United States of America was coming apart. My test was to keep my head about me and to make certain that people around the world didn't panic.
Nick Callio. The activity was so high and things were happening so quickly, at least for me, there wasn't any time to be afraid.
Matthew Waxman. There was this stark contrast between the chaotic information bombardment about what was happening around Washington, around the country, some of it accurate, some of it inaccurate, and the calm and careful deliberation of a lot of the senior decision makers.
Nick Callio. The vivid memory I have was we were in this cocoon, receiving and sending all this information, at the same time not knowing where our families were. It was probably mid-afternoon before we were able to try and contact our families. That was worrisome. I didn't know where my kids were. There was an overriding uncertainty about what was going on, what would actually happen, and what would have to follow. Colonel Bob Marr? We were in foreign territory. We are used to protecting the shores way out overseas. Our processes and procedures weren't designed for this.
Major General Larry Arnold. We can't see the aircraft. We don't know where it is because we don't have any radars pointing into the U.S. Anything in the United States was considered friendly by definition.
Lieutenant Heather Luckypenny, F-16 pilot, D.C. Air National Guard. Our chain of command didn't go up to NORAD, didn't go up through the 1st Air Force, which oversaw operations in the United States. They had no method to be able to reach down, or even be able to know that the D.C. National Guard was there and available. There were no rules of engagement. I hadn't even thought about what that kind of mission might be like on American soil.
Commander Anthony Barnes. I was running liaison between the ops guys who had Pentagon officials on the phone and the conference room where the principals were. The Pentagon thought there was another hijacked airplane, and they were asking for permission to shoot down an unidentified hijacked commercial aircraft. I asked the vice president that question, and he answered it in the affirmative. I asked again to be sure. Sir, I am confirming that you have given permission. For me, being a military member and an aviator, understanding the absolute depth of what that question was and what that answer was, I wanted to make sure that there was no mistake whatsoever about what was being asked. Without hesitation, in the affirmative, He said any confirmed hijacked airplane may be engaged and shot down.
Colonel Matthew Klimo, no one had ever contemplated the need to shoot down a civilian airliner.
Major General Larry Arnold. I told Rick Findlay in Colorado Springs at NORAD's headquarters, Rick, we have to have permission. We may have to shoot down this aircraft that is coming toward Washington, D.C. We need presidential authority.
Major Dan Raisin Kane, F-16 pilot, D.C. Air National Guard. I handed our wing commander the phone to talk to the high levels of government to get the rules of engagement.
Dick Cheney. It had to be done. Once the plane became hijacked, even if it had a load of passengers on board who, obviously, weren't part of any hijacking attempt, having seen what had happened in New York and the Pentagon, you really didn't have any choice. It wasn't a close call.
Matthew Waxman. That really grabs you by the collar when you hear the vice president giving the order to shoot down an unidentified aircraft flying toward the national capital. That stands out as one of the most frightening moments of the day, partly because it highlighted the sense of continuing danger. There was also the realization of the enormous dilemmas that faced decision makers at that moment with very little time and imperfect information.
Commander Anthony Barnes, I knew, without a doubt in my mind, that that was a historical precedent. That never before had we given permission to shoot down a commercial airliner. I got back on the phone. It was a general of some sort in the Pentagon. And on that secure line I was talking on made sure that he understood that I had posed the question to the national authority, and the answer was in the affirmative. We made sure that we did not stutter or stumble, because the emotion at that point was very, very high. Fortunately, we didn't have to use that authority.
Josh Bolton, Deputy Chief of Staff, White House. Vice President Cheney was very steady, very calm. He clearly had been through crises before and did not appear to be in shock like many of us.
Commander Anthony Barnes. The president was safer aboard Air Force One than trying to come home, and Mr. Cheney, without question, he was in charge. He was in charge of the space, and we would bring him information.
Dick Cheney. As bad as the events of 9/11 were, some of us had practiced exercises for far more dangerous and difficult circumstances. An all-out Soviet nuclear attack on the United States. That helped. That training kicked in that morning.
Eric Edelman, Principal Deputy Assistant to the Vice President for National Security Affairs, White House. He was a calming influence on people because you'd sort of be embarrassed to, in front of him, betray any sense of, oh my God.
Condoleezza Rice. There were times that day that it felt like an out-of-body experience. But you keep functioning, even though you don't really believe it's happening.
We're in a little trouble here. The military responds. With the order from Vice President Cheney, the military scrambled to find planes it could bring into the fight, even if that meant launching them unarmed, launching them on a kamikaze mission to crash their own fighters into hijacked airliners. It was an unbelievable and unprecedented mission, the weight of which was not lost on the pilots gathered to take it on. What was not yet widely known was that the United 93 passengers were planning, at the same time, to take the plane over themselves.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. It was a very painful discussion for all of us. We didn't want the burden of shooting down the airliner to be on the shoulders of a single fighter pilot. But we also didn't want to have that pilot go all the way up the chain of command to get permission to shoot. It was decided the pilots should do their best to try to wave the airplane off, and if it's clear the airplane is headed into a heavily populated area, the authority to shoot can be given to a regional commander.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. This sounds counterintuitive, but when the magnitude of the situation hit me, I really lost all emotion. I was really much more focused on what are the things I need to do to enable us to protect our capital? What are the things I need to do to facilitate us getting airborne?
Brigadier General David Worley, Commander, D.C. Air National Guard. My translation of the rules to SAS, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville, F-16 pilot, was, "You have weapons-free flight lead control," I said. "Do you understand what I'm asking you to do?" They both, Sasseville and Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny, said yes. I told them to be careful.
Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville, F-16 pilot, U.S. Air Force. As we're going out to the jets, Lucky and I had a quick conversation about what it is that we were going to do and how we were basically going to do the unthinkable if we had to.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. We would be ramming the aircraft. We didn't have weapons on board to shoot the airplane down. Both Sass and I had 105 bullets, lead-nosed. As we were putting on our flight gear in the life support shop, Sass looked at me and said, "I'll ram the cockpit." I made the decision I would take the tail off the aircraft.
Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville. We didn't have a whole lot of options.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. I had never been trained to scramble the aircraft. It would typically take about 20 minutes to start the jets, get the avionics systems going, go through all the pre-flight checks to make sure the systems were operating properly, program the computers in the aircraft. That's not even including the time to look at the forms, do the walk around of the airplane and whatnot. We usually planned about half an hour to 40 minutes from the time you walked out the door to the time that you actually took off.
George Degnan, Vice Commander, 113th Wing, Andrews Air Force Base, Prince George's County, Maryland. We did everything humanly possible to get the aircraft in the air.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. I just got my radios up and I was yelling at my crew chief, "Pull the chocks!" He pulled the chocks and I pushed my throttle. The crew chief was still running under the tail so that my gear would come up. There are safety pins that are all in the airplane, and so they were pulling all those safety pins as I was taxiing to go do an immediate takeoff. I didn't even have an inertia navigation unit. I didn't have any of that set up. It was lucky it was a clear blue day because we didn't have all the avionics. They were not yet awake when we took off.
Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville. I was thinking, wow, we're in a little trouble here.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. Sass and I fully expected to intercept Flight 93 and take it down.
Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville. I was going into this moral or ethical justification of the needs of the many versus the needs of the few.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. I genuinely believed that it was going to be the last time I took off. If we did it right, this would be it.
Major General Larry Arnold. Bob Marr quotes me as saying that I told him that we would take lives in the air to save lives on the ground.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. Seeing the Pentagon was surreal. It was totally surreal to see this billowing black smoke. We didn't get high. We were at about 3,000 feet. We never got above 3,000 feet, at least on that first sweep out.
Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville. There was all this smoke in my cockpit. It made me nauseous, to be honest with you, not from an, this stinks. It was more from an, oh my God, we've been hit on our own soil, and we've been hit big. I couldn't believe they had gotten through and they managed to pull off this attack.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. The real heroes are the passengers on Flight 93 who were willing to sacrifice themselves.
Lieutenant Colonel Mark Sasseville. They made the decision we didn't have to make.
Lieutenant Heather Lucky Penny. I don't remember how many miles we got away from D.C., but we flew quite a bit down the Potomac. We said we need to go back over and fly over D.C. because we've clearly sanitized the area. When we returned to D.C., that was when things began to settle down.
Let's get them. The fourth crash. A few minutes before 10 a.m., United Flight 93 passenger Edward Felt, a 41-year-old married father of two, who was traveling as part of his job as a computer engineer for BEA Systems, called 911 from the plane and reached emergency dispatcher John Shaw in Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania. It was the first tip to Pennsylvania authorities that there was trouble in the skies overhead. Felt explained to the confused dispatcher that he was on board a 757 flying from Newark to San Francisco and that there was a hijacking in progress. They were somewhere over southeastern Pennsylvania. Shaw immediately turned to his colleagues and shouted for someone to get the FAA and the airport on the line. He said, "There's a plane going down."
Alice Ann Hoagland. The uniqueness of Flight 93 is that it was in the air longer than the other flights. People on board were able to find out about the fate of the other 3 flights and mount an effort to thwart the hijackers, even if they weren't able to save their own lives.
Dina Burnett, wife of United Flight 93 passenger Tom Burnett. It was silent and I could feel my heart racing. Tom said, "We're waiting until we're over a rural area. We're going to take back the airplane." I became very frightened, and I begged, No, Tom, just sit down, be still, be quiet, and don't draw attention to yourself. He said, No, Dina. If they're going to crash this plane, we're going to have to do something. I asked, What about the authorities? He said, We can't wait for authorities. I don't know what they can do anyway. It's up to us. He said, I think we can do it. Neither of us said anything for a few seconds. Then I said, What do you want me to do? What can I do? Pray, Dina. Just pray. I am praying. I love you. Tom said, Don't worry. We're going to do something. Then he hung up. He never called back.
Lisa Jefferson. As that plane took a dive, I could hear the commotion in the background. I heard the flight attendant screaming, people hollering out, Oh my God, Jesus, help us. Todd Beamer asked me if he didn't make it, would I please call his wife? I told him I would, but I asked him if he would like me to connect him to her right then. He said no, he didn't want to upset her. She was expecting their third child in January, and he knew she was home alone. He gave me his home phone number.
Lisbeth Glick. Jeremy said there were 3 other guys as big as him, and they were going to jump on the hijacker with the bomb and try to take back the plane. He asked if I thought that was a good idea. We debated a little bit. He said that they were going to take a vote and asked what did I think he should do. I said, You need to do it. He's a very strong man and large, 6 feet, 220. He was a national judo champion, so he was really well equipped with self-defense. He was joking. I have my butter knife from breakfast. Despite everything, he was able to be a little bit humorous. Then he said, Okay, I'm going to put the phone down. I'll be right back. I love you.
Philip Bradshaw, husband of Sandra Bradshaw, flight attendant, United Flight 93. We talked about how much we loved each other and our children, and she said, Everyone is running to first class. I've got to go. Bye. Those were the last words I heard from her.
Lisa Jefferson. Todd turned to someone else and he said, Are you ready? I could hear them. They responded. He said, Okay, let's roll. That was the last thing I heard.
Beginning at 9:57 a.m., the cockpit voice recorder aboard United Airlines Flight 93 captures the sounds of a struggle as the passengers and crew of the hijacked plane stormed the hijackers. At first, as the commotion starts behind them, the hijackers, speaking in Arabic, reported a fight unfolding. A voice is heard in English, shouting, In the cockpit! In the cockpit! The hijackers shout to each other to hold the passengers and crew back. At 10 a.m., one of the hijackers asks whether they should crash the plane. Should we finish it off? He says. No, not yet, another replies. When they all come, we finish it off. The fight continues, and the cockpit voice recorder captures desperate voices in both English and Arabic as the plane's final moments unfold. A hijacker commands his partner flying the plane to push the plane down. Voices in English shout, Go, go, move, move! At 10:03 a.m., the final words captured are the hijackers praying as the plane crashes. 7 times they repeat in Arabic the phrase, God is the greatest. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. A final English voice is captured shouting, No!
Lisbeth Glick. I didn't want to listen to what happened, so I gave the phone to my dad. It wasn't until a couple of days later that I found out what had transpired. My father told me later that he had heard a series of screams. Then there was a series of more screams, and then it sounded like a roller coaster. Then there was nothing.
As the passengers and crew aboard Flight 93 tried to wrest control of the plane from the hijackers, their decisions in the air would alter the lives of those who lived in the small towns in Somerset County near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, who suddenly found themselves in the midst of the nation's still unfolding tragedy. The crash sowed even further confusion among the military and air traffic controllers who were mustering the government to respond to an attack they still didn't understand.
Sergeant Patrick Madigan, Commander, Somerset Station, Pennsylvania State Police. While we were watching, I said, "At least there's no terrorist targets in Somerset County." Shortly thereafter, we received a call from Ed Felt that a plane was over Somerset, and my first thought in reaction to that was, what am I going to be able to do about it?
Rick King, Assistant Chief, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. I called my sister, Jody King Walsh. Jody lives in Lambertsville, which is not very far. As I was talking to her, she said, "Rick, I hear a plane." She said, "Rick, it's loud. It sounds like a jet." I said, "Oh my God." I walked out onto my front porch and I could hear the plane. I could hear the engine screaming.
Anita McBride Miller, resident, Stony Creek Township, Pennsylvania. Out of nowhere, this absolutely unbearable, horrific noise was going on outside. It was deafening. It shook the windows and rattled the rafters.
Douglas Miller, coal truck driver, James F. Barron Trucking. I happened to look up in the sky, and there was this giant aircraft coming straight down.
Tim Lensboer, crane operator, Rolock Incorporated. I can't describe what it sounded like. Almost like a missile type. And it came over us real fast, and then it hit the ground. All of a sudden, all the lights went out. It went black, and the whole building shook.
Douglas Miller. I remember getting on the CB and asking my buddy, "Did I see that?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "It didn't look good."
John Worth, Air Traffic Controller, Cleveland Air Route Traffic Control Center. We never lost them from the radar until they took the steep descent into the crash. We observed the target all the way to the southeast of Pittsburgh until 10:03 a.m.
Stacy Taylor Parham, Air Traffic Control Specialist, Cleveland Air Route Traffic Control Center. I vectored another nearby plane toward the incident site and asked if he would look for smoke.
Terry Yazell, pilot, Falcon 20 corporate jet, airborne over Pennsylvania. Stacy asked if there was any activity off the right side of the airplane, like smoke or something like that. There were a lot of small white clouds around. After looking around for a while, I saw a puff of black smoke, a black cloud floating. As we got closer, we could see basically a forest fire burning next to a tree line in a field of grass.
Yates Gladwell, pilot, Falcon 20 corporate jet, airborne over Pennsylvania. It was a big black hole, and it was smoking.
Ben Sliney. The other plane reported the smoke plume. That drew a close to the day in reality, but we didn't know that yet. In our minds, the attacks were not over, and we continued to track the remaining 8 or 10 or maybe even a dozen planes, monitor their progress, report on what they were doing. Until they were resolved, until their radios came back on, they landed, they did whatever they had to do.
Major General Larry Arnold. We did not know that was the last plane. The war was still on as far as we were concerned.
Lisa Jefferson. I kept calling out Todd Beamer's name, hoping and praying either him or anyone would pick up that phone. Someone touched my shoulder and said, "Lisa, that was their plane. The plane had just crashed in Pennsylvania. You can release the line now." I kept calling and calling. I held that phone an additional 15 minutes, praying someone would pick up.
Lisbeth Glick. My dad stayed on the line for over 2 hours, hoping beyond hope.
Dina Burnett. I kept waiting. I held onto the telephone for almost 3 hours, waiting for him to call back to tell me he had landed the plane and everything was fine and he would be home later. I started thinking about what I could cook for dinner. I was thinking about sending the kids to school and who could come pick them up because I didn't want to miss his phone call. So I just sat there.
There was no place for us to run. Fear at the Pentagon. The first hour of rescue efforts at the Pentagon proved to be a frustrating stop and start, as fire responders noticed that the outer rings of the building, which bore the brunt of the plane's impact, were in danger of collapsing, and officials feared reports that more hijacked aircraft were inbound.
James Schwartz, Assistant Chief for Operations, Arlington County Fire Department. There was this sense of the battlefield, of war, if you will. We were very clear that there may be more waves of the attack coming. At one point early on, FBI Special Agent Chris Combs said to me, "There are still 8 more aircraft that are unaccounted for." We were waiting. Is there going to be another airplane like there was in New York, at the Pentagon? This is an attack the likes of which we've never seen before.
Chris Combs, Special Agent, FBI, Pentagon. The FBI Command Center was relaying to me all of the other stories that were out there about other attacks happening. There were stories that the White House had been hit, that the State Department had been hit. One thing I remember hearing was, hey, Cleveland has been hit as well. I remember thinking, what's in Cleveland? Why are they hitting Cleveland?
Thomas O'Connor, Special Agent, FBI, Pentagon. We were standing with a guy from the Metropolitan Washington Area Airports Authority who had a radio, and he said, hey, you've got a plane that's off radar. He said, it's a good distance out. I was like, okay. But he said, they're calculating back at the speed it was going or should be going and the direction, how long it would take to get to Washington, D.C. It was more of an urgent matter than I had first thought it was.
Chris Combs. It was on track to D.C. and it was 20 minutes flight time out. They said we had 20 minutes.
James Schwartz. I made a decision to evacuate the incident scene at the Pentagon.
John Jester, Chief Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. We were outside and heard the fire trucks blowing their horns. They said it was for recall, to come down off the building, because of a report of a second plane inbound. They pulled the firemen off the building for a while. Chris Combs. We looked around and decided the safest places were under the overpasses on the highways. We sent everyone there.
Captain Charles Gibbs, Arlington County Fire Department. I refer to it as everybody out of the pool. On the heliport side, we went back to the other side of Washington Boulevard, which in reality probably wasn't far enough, but that's where we went.
James Schwartz. We picked up all the victims. We got everybody as much as we could off of the incident scene. We stood there getting radio transmissions from the Washington field office of the FBI counting down.
Chris Combs. It was pretty eerie. The Pentagon is absolutely in flames, and there are thousands of first responders and people from the Pentagon huddled underneath all of these overpasses, waiting.
Thomas O'Connor. The hard part about being under the bridge was that you knew the firefighters weren't in there fighting the fire. And every minute they weren't fighting the fire, it was getting further out of hand. They were really frustrated.
Captain Charles Gibbs. That was probably 10, 15 minutes just sitting there.
Thomas O'Connor. They were actually counting down the time.
James Schwartz. We were standing there looking out at the sky, looking to see if an airplane is going to pierce the clouds.
Chris Combs. We got to about 5 minutes past the deadline. People were getting a little antsy. Members of the command team were asking me, hey, what's going on? Where's this plane?
James Schwartz. We were waiting for a word from somebody.
Chris Combs. It was about 10 minutes after that they said it was a confirmed crash at Camp David and we were good to go.
This report of a crash near Camp David was the garbled initial news of the crash of Flight 93, whose Pennsylvania crash location was initially misplaced as being close to the presidential retreat in Thurmont, Maryland, along the Pennsylvania border.
James Schwartz. At that time, I ordered everybody back to the incident scene.
Captain Robert Gray, Technical Rescue, Station 4, Arlington County Fire Department. We walked up to the front of the building, and it was unbelievable. My thought was, this feels so evil that somebody has done this. And they did it with a loaded plane. It was overwhelming. We basically started on the first floor and worked our way in. It was obvious on the first floor, once we got all the way to where the plane had hit, that there weren't any survivors.
Oh my God, it's Father Mike. The first casualty. One of the most memorable figures at the Trade Center was Father Michael Judge, one of the FDNY's 6 chaplains, a gregarious, gay, recovering alcoholic Irishman known throughout the city for ministering to firefighters, the homeless, and AIDS victims. He'd been an FDNY chaplain since 1992 and had responded to numerous emergencies, including the 1996 crash of TWA Flight 800, which exploded over Suffolk County, New York. On 9/11, he was one of the first to arrive at the World Trade Center and is believed to be the only priest who entered the Twin Towers that day.
Michael Judge, chaplain, FDNY. It's fantastic how I can sometimes begin a day and go through a day, but not realize that everything that happens Every single thing that happens is somehow within the divine plan. Friar Michael Duffy. Priests and firemen both enter people's lives at a point of crisis. They have similar outlooks on life. It's the need to help, to rescue. So you have Mike Judge wanting to do that in a spiritual way, and the firemen wanting to do it in a physical way. It was a natural match.
Malachi McCord, actor. There's a very old postcard of a giant Jesus looking in the window of the Empire State Building in those long, long robes. That was Mike Judge in New York. He was everywhere over the city.
Friar Michael Duffy. On 9/11, one of our friars, Brian Carroll, was walking down 6th Avenue and actually saw the airplane go overhead at a low altitude. Then he saw smoke coming from the trade towers. He ran into Michael Judge's room and said, "Michael, I think they're going to need you. I think the World Trade Tower is on fire." He jumped up, took off his habit, got his FDNY uniform on, and I have to say this, in case you think he's perfect, he did take time to comb and spray his hair. He ran down the stairs and got in his car with some firemen and went to the World Trade Towers. One of the first people he met was the mayor, Mayor Giuliani.
Rudy Giuliani. Father Judge was walking in the other direction. I was walking south, he was walking north. "Father Judge," I said, "please, pray for us." He put a smile on his face and said, "I always do." I said, "Thanks." We didn't quite have a chance to do the whole joke. I used to say to him, "Pray for me." He would say, "I will." I'd say, "It's more effective if you pray, because you're in a lot better shape than I am with God." He would say, "Yeah, but it's better if you do it because it's more unusual, and it will be more of a surprise to God."
For the better part of an hour, Father Judge was a constant, reassuring presence to emergency workers, praying aloud in the North Tower lobby, and dashing outside at one point to administer last rites to a firefighter, Danny Shore, hit and killed by a person falling from the burning tower.
Gregory Freed. I saw Michael Judge, the fire chaplain, and I said, "Father, be careful." He said, "God bless," because he always said, "God bless." Then he headed right, and I went left.
Bill Spade. I'd known him from other incidents, other things, weddings and all. I'd say, "Hey, Father, how you doing? You remember me?" He'd say, "Sure, I remember you. You got that 20 I lent you?" He was there in the building, in the North Tower. He had his rosary at his side, in his right hand, and he was saying the rosary. He was white. Everything that he was seeing was really bothering him.
Christian Waugh, firefighter, ladder 5, FDNY. You could see it in his face. He usually joked around. He was always saying hello to somebody. This time, he was stone-faced.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer. He was in the lobby with us, and I could tell he was praying.
Lieutenant Bill Cosgrove, NYPD. That's when the whole building shook. The lights went out, there was this giant vacuum sound. We thought it was our building, South Tower, that was collapsing. It wasn't. The pressure was sucking the windows out of Tower 1. It was totally dark.
Wesley Wong, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, FBI. I took a couple of steps, and I tripped over what I thought as a piece of debris. I could barely make out the outline of a fireman's bunker coat. I say to some other firemen, "Hey, I think one of your guys is down." 2 other firemen go to look in the darkness.
Lieutenant Bill Cosgrove. One of the firefighters put the light on him, and I remember him saying, "Oh my God, it's Father Mike."
Wesley Wong. We picked up Father Judge and we headed out.
Lieutenant Bill Cosgrove. I took an arm, someone else took an arm, 2 other guys took his ankles.
Wesley Wong. We brought Father Judge back in the orange chair that you see in the famous picture of him. That orange chair was sitting by its lonesome in the mezzanine level. Some of the firemen started working on him, trying to help his breathing. He was in real bad shape at that point.
John McGuire, Finance Associate, Goldman Sachs. I saw the firemen carrying a man I later discovered was Father Michael Judge in a chair. I offered them a hand. It took 5 men because the ground was shifting on top of the debris, which made it difficult to walk.
Shannon Stapleton, photographer, Reuters. I noticed some rescue workers carrying this man in a chair. I knew it was a pretty intense image. They weren't too happy.
Lieutenant Bill Cosgrove. I remember looking up because one of the firemen was yelling at a photographer. He was telling him in no uncertain terms, "Get out of the way."
Christian Waugh. At the time, I thought photographing Father Judge that way was in very bad taste. I went after Shannon Stapleton, the photographer. I started screaming at him. I knew that thing was going to be out on the internet in a half hour.
John McGuire. We carried him to a street corner and laid his body on the sidewalk. I pushed on his chest with the thought of starting CPR. No response. We folded his hands and covered his face with a jacket.
Jose Rodriguez, officer, NYPD. We knelt down. I grabbed Father Judge's hand. He was already dead. Lieutenant Cosgrove put his hand on Father Judge's head, and we said an Our Father.
Friar Michael Duffy. The firemen took his body because they respected and loved him so much. They didn't want to leave it in the street. They quickly carried it into St. Peter's Church. They went up the center aisle, and they put the body in front of the altar. They covered it with a sheet. On the sheet, they placed his stole and his fire badge.
Monsignor John Delendick. They told me Michael Judge's body was in St. Peter's Church. I went up there. I had to walk around a bit to do that. And they had him lying in state, almost in front of the altar. I prayed a little bit.
Friar Michael Duffy. Michael Judge's body was the first one released from Ground Zero. His death certificate has the number 1 on the top.
James Hanlon, former firefighter, FDNY. The first official casualty of the attack.
Craig Monahan, firefighter, Ladder 5, FDNY. I think he wouldn't have had it any other way. It was as if he took the lead, all those angels, right through heaven's gates. That's what it seemed like to us. If any of those guys were confused on the way up, he was there to ease the transition from this life to the next.
Nobody is coming to get us. Around the towers. Inside the North Tower, the remaining rescuers and building occupants realized they too faced immediate peril as they learned that the South Tower had collapsed.
Captain J. Jonas. The emergency power came up and the lights came on. I looked at fellow firefighter Billy Burke and I said, "What was that?" I said, "Billy, you go check the south windows and I'll go check the north windows and we'll meet back here." I couldn't see anything when I went to my window. All I could see was white dust pressed against the glass. We met back at the stairway and I expected Billy to tell me that something happened with our building. With a straight face, he looked at me and says, "The South Tower's collapsed." John Abruzzo. When we got to the 20th floor, I remember hearing a rumble. We knew it didn't sound good. We knew we had to get out of there and not stop for anything.
David Norman. A colleague at the command post, Kenny Winkler, came over the radio and told us that the South Tower had collapsed. Now, I know this sounds a little silly, but if you didn't see that footage on TV and you were locked in a room that doesn't have any windows, when somebody tells you a 110-story building is gone, you want to say to them, "Are you sure?" We communicated some message like that to Kenny, like, "Are you sure?" I think I may have even said, "Calm down," to him, relay that message again. He came back very boldly. "There's nothing left of the building. You need to get out of there. Your building is in imminent danger of collapse."
Captain J. Jonas. My mind was exploding. I knew from all my studies that a high-rise building had never collapsed before. Now the sister one to the one I was in had collapsed. You start doing the math.
Sharon Miller. I said to the chief, "Hey, chief, this building is coming down next." He goes, "We're going up a couple more, and then we're getting out of here."
Captain J. Jonas. I had this terrible feeling that, man, we're not going to make it out of here. We're on the 27th floor, we're in no man's land, it's going to be hard to get out of here. In addition to that, I had this feeling, geez, I wonder how many firemen died. That was the linchpin that said, all right, this is no longer a doable mission for us. It's time to get out of here. I looked at my guys and said, if that one can go, this one can go. It's time for us to get out of here. They were a little Not standoffish, but they were like, "You mean we've got to go downstairs now? We climbed all this way for nothing?" I says, "Come on, let's go. It's time to get out of here." I told them to keep their tools with them because the first thought might be, well, let's jettison everything and go. I says, "No, you keep everything." As it turns out, it was good that we did.
Detective David Brink. I wanted to go. I had just survived the first collapse, and I was like, all right, I really don't want to go through that again. The South Tower was on fire, obviously, and in ruins on the ground. We saw a lot of civilians. I thought to myself, well, these are the people that we're here to help. We can't abandon them now.
David Norman. We felt that we were no longer part of the solution. We were now part of the problem.
Lieutenant Greg Hansen, Engine 24, FDNY. I remember turning to the lieutenant in Ladder 5, Mike Warcola, and telling him, "Just heard a mayday to get out of the building. We're all leaving." None of us were really in a hurried state at that point because on the 35th floor, everything was as calm as could be.
Sharon Miller. I had a bunch of firemen behind me. You could hear their radios crackling, holy this and holy that, and 2 just came down. 1's coming down next. Mayday, mayday. When PAPD Chief James Romito heard mayday, that's when he said, all right, let's go. We got to get out of here. We were at the 31st floor, 32nd floor, and we all turned around and started coming down.
John Abruzzo. We made it out to the West Street entrance. There was glass all over the place. They had to lift the chair physically off the ground to carry me out into the street. They put me down to rest. It took an hour and a half to get from the 69th floor down to street level. If it weren't for the evacuation chair and the 10 people who brought me down, I would not have made it.
Pasquale Bazzelli. We were the only people on the 64th floor of the North Tower. It wasn't until we felt the building shake and vibrate that we started questioning, okay, now this is getting more serious.
Louise Bazzelli. The second building to get hit started to crumble and come down. I kept thinking, that building is just like his building.
Pasquale Bazzelli. Steve and I looked at each other and he said, what the fuck are we still doing here? Let's get the fuck out. We gathered up rags that we wet, flashlights, whatever we could find, not knowing what we'd encounter on the way down. We formed a line and got ready to leave. We took a head count, 16. I was in the front, not because I was leading or anything. It happened to be where I was standing. Then Pat said, all right, let's go.
Janelle Guzman. Finally, we decided to go down the staircase. My friend Pasquale was leading the way. I held onto my coworker Rosa's hand. She was holding on to me. She was crying. I didn't cry for some reason. I was trying to comfort her.
Pasquale Bazzelli. We encountered some firemen sitting on the stairs. They were tired and sweaty with their gear. They said, keep going straight down, keep moving. I don't think their radios were working. If they had known themselves that Tower 2 had collapsed, they would have been going down the stairs with us too. Instead, they were going up.
Louise Bazzelli. I'm praying that I hear the phone ring and it's him and he's going to tell me that he's out and he's somewhere on his way across the river or somewhere away.
Janelle Guzman. Pasquale kept making a couple of stops to ask, are you guys okay? We kept saying, yes, we're doing fine. We kept walking and kept counting the staircases because they had the number written on the columns. I was trying to tell Rosa we're almost there. I was wearing high-heeled shoes, so she was telling me, do you want to take your shoes off? I'm like, no, I'll be all right. I'm doing okay. My feet were killing me going down the stairs, and I wanted to stop, but didn't want to lose a minute.
Tower 2 is gone. After the collapse. Those who survived the collapse of the South Tower emerged into an unrecognizable landscape. Lost and traumatized, some fled, while others searched the wreckage for signs of hope.
Gregory Freed, Executive Chief Surgeon, NYPD. I can't tell you how long I was down, but then it stopped. I wasn't dead, but I was really hurting a lot. I squirmed to my feet, and I guess the rubble was about shoulder high in certain areas. My head was fairly well out of it, but I felt my right buttock, my right cheek. That was where all the pain really was. It was swelling, so I knew I was bleeding. I took my belt, wrapped it around. and started heading to the Hudson.
William Jimeno, officer PAPD, buried under the rubble of the South Tower. Sergeant McLaughlin said, "What's everybody's condition?" Dominic said, "I'm trapped. I think I can shimmy out of here." I told Sarge, "I'm in a lot of pain. My whole left side. I've got concrete on me, and I'm being crushed." At this point, Sergeant McLaughlin was more stuck. He was in a fetal position about 15 feet back. I could hear him, but I couldn't see him. This hallway somehow collapsed and had separated us. He was very calm. After about 7-8 minutes, Dominic shimmied himself up. We were in a very tight compartment, and I was lying on my back at a 45-degree angle. Sarge said, "Are you free?" Dominic said, "Sarge, I can get out of this hole." The hole was about 30 feet up. It looked dangerous. Sergeant McLaughlin said, "No, if you leave, you'll never find us. You need to get Jimeno out, and you and Jimeno get me out." It went on for a couple minutes. We're human beings, and here you're presented with a situation where you can go out for help, go for freedom and come back, or you stay in, literally, a hellhole with your team. Sergeant McLaughlin, myself, Dominic Pizzullo, Antonio Rodriguez, and Christopher were all fathers. We all had kids. There's no superheroes here. We're regular human beings. Dominic had a real tough decision. In the end, he said, "I'm going to get Will out." He worked on me for about 15 minutes. At that point, he stopped. He said, "I can't get you out." This was about 20-30 minutes after the initial collapse.
Chief Joseph Pfeiffer. I remember walking north on West Street, walking through the blackness of downtown. I realized my brother was gone, and hundreds of firefighters were gone. All I could think of was how much we really used to love working downtown, and all the times we used to talk on the phone or at the house or at parties about the job. I realized all that was gone.
Al Kim. I looked around and there were firefighters' jackets everywhere. They were everywhere. I remember climbing over debris and someone yelled, "There's someone alive here." Ran over. There was a guy who looked pretty messed up. We had no equipment. There was an ambulance burning, and all those vehicles I lined up, they were all on fire. Every last one of them. I went in one of those, grabbed some stuff. I grabbed the longboard, and whatever we did, we did. I don't remember doing any of it, but we did it.
Jane Potter. I started walking in the gray dust. I was soaked because in the concourse, water had been pouring from the ceiling. People were yelling at me to cover my mouth, but I said, "Which way are the towers? Are they behind me?" I didn't want to be walking toward them. I made my way to Chinatown and tried to use the phone. I wanted to get as far away from the towers as possible.
Stephen Biankowski. All of Lower Manhattan was covered in a giant white dust cloud. As we came around in our helicopter to the North Tower again, you could still see people falling and jumping, except it didn't look so violent anymore because you weren't watching them hit the ground. It almost looked peaceful because they were falling into a white cloud. Andrew Kurtzman, reporter, New York 1. My taxi headed toward Chambers Street near City Hall, and the taxi driver slammed on the brakes. He said, "I'm not going any further. Get out of here." I fumbled for my money, and this woman outside opened up the cab and climbed in next to me. She yelled, "Get me out of here." I said, "Give me a second. I'm leaving." "You're leaving?" I said, "I'm a reporter. I've got to go cover the story." She looked incredulous. He dumped me out on the street, and I was alone on Chambers Street, which on a daytime on a weekday is normally packed. The street was covered with white soot. It was eerily quiet, and it was incredibly disorienting.
Lila Spessiner. It looked almost like a snow globe, only it was flying papers and dust from the falling building. We still didn't realize what had happened. We are soaking wet, and I had debris in my hair, my ripped stockings, whatever. There were emergency people wandering around. "Are you hurt? Go here. If you're not hurt, walk north. Go away from this building. We don't know what's going to happen next. Walk away."
Frederick Turner, Holocaust survivor and Brooklyn resident. As ashes were falling, I was back in Auschwitz, with ashes coming down. In Auschwitz, I knew what the ashes were. Here, I assumed I knew what the ashes were. It was a building and human remains.
Detective Sergeant Joe Blozis. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it looked like maybe 18 inches of paper were covering the streets. Just tons and tons of paper from all those office buildings. The paper was catching on fire, which caused our emergency vehicles to catch on fire. We needed equipment before it was burnt up, so we were emptying out the trucks, taking the oxygen out, tools, ropes, and everything.
Dan Potter, I started to see people coming out of wherever they took shelter. I rearranged myself, get myself focused again. I said, that was the South Tower. I'm pretty sure it was the South Tower. Now I said, I gotta get to my wife.
Lila Spessiner. As we got further and further away, there were some office buildings. People called us in and said, do you want to wash up? Our phones are working. Do you need to call family? We got t-shirts from some company that had a picnic and had extra t-shirts. Everything we were wearing was soaking wet and dirty.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. All the screams around me were turning to cries, and the cries turned into whimpers, and the whimpers turned to silence. I didn't hear anybody else anymore.
Across New York Harbor, in New Jersey, a junior Coast Guard officer, Lieutenant Michael Day, put in motion a massive boat lift to help evacuate people from the tip of Lower Manhattan.
Lieutenant Michael Day, U.S. Coast Guard. We were all in the command center, riveted, because we had these large-screen TVs and CNN reports, and when the first tower collapsed, we lost one of the means of communication with the small boats. Our 41-foot utility boats were on their way over there. We lost the radar image after the first tower collapsed because of all the debris. We got reports there were people congregating on the lower tip of Manhattan. That's when it really kicked in, when the first tower collapsed. The havoc.
Rick Schoenlang, President, United New Jersey Sandy Hook Pilots Benevolent Association. There was a call that was put out by the Coast Guard for all boats to render assistance to Lower Manhattan. Our boat, the 184-foot New York, got underway and went steaming full ahead up to the battery. We sent a number of launches that we had to go up and assist as well.
Lieutenant Michael Day. The marina was filled with firefighters, police officers, rescue workers, and they were jumping onto the boats that were there, all on the sides, and they were getting overloaded again. Firefighters were throwing off their gear and leaping onto the tugs as they were leaving. We probably had 25 to 30 firefighters in the water floundering because this building had come down.
Edward Aswad, Jr. We came across the marina. We got on a boat, or we were trying to get on a boat. My NYPD colleague, Sean, keeps saying he needs water, and I'm rummaging through this boat. There was this silver cabinet like a cooler, and I opened it, and there was water and beer. We start getting bottles of water, and we're pouring it all over our faces, our heads, taking our jackets off.
A few blocks from the World Trade Center, the city's leaders, who had been forced into makeshift command posts because New York's Emergency Management Center in 7 World Trade Center had been damaged, found themselves on the run again following the collapse of the South Tower.
Rudy Giuliani. We walked out into the lobby of 100 Church Street, and within seconds I had the feeling we had gone from bad to worse. What I saw outside on Church Street was a big cloud going through the street.
Sonny Mindell. Everything was gray. A color world went monochromatic from all the soot and the ash. In this monochromatic world, the first bit of color came in the form of a guy named Tibor Karakis, who was on the mayor's security detail. He came into the building and was completely gray, except for the blood.
Rudy Giuliani. Tibor Karakis was all beaten up, blood coming down his face and looking like he was somewhat in shock. Now, he was a black belt karate in the military. You don't get tougher than Tibor. To see him shook up from pain heightened just how bad this was.
Andrew Kurtzman. A police officer came up to me and said, "Get off this street." I said, "I'm sorry, I'm a journalist," as though this press pass were like a magic device. I said, "I've got to find Giuliani." He said, "Oh, Giuliani is right over there." Sure enough, about 10 feet away from me was Giuliani, surrounded with all of his aides. Bernie Carrick, the police commissioner, Tommy Von Essen, the fire commissioner, Tony Carbonetti, and a whole bunch of his aides. They emerged, and that's when I ran into them.
Rudy Giuliani. I said, "Okay, we're going out. We'll go up church, and we'll look for a new command center, and we'll make the decision as we're walking along, but let's get out of this building." I grabbed Kurtzman's arm and said, "Come on, Andrew, you're coming with me."
Andrew Kurtzman. Relations between Giuliani and me had not been particularly warm. In the year preceding that moment, I'd written a book about him called Rudy Giuliani, Emperor of the City. Giuliani vowed never to read it. When he waved me over, suddenly everything changed. He said, "We're going to walk north. We've got to get out of here." Because the Office of Emergency Management had been destroyed, City Hall was evacuated, One Police Plaza had lost contact with the world, there was no place for him to take command.
Rudy Giuliani. We started walking north. People started following us, and we kept encouraging people to come with us.
Sonny Mindell. As we travel up Broadway, like a bunch of Pied Pipers, people are gathering with us.
Rudy Giuliani. As we were walking, we were conferring, like, where should we put the command post?
Andrew Kurtzman. It was pretty weird that here was the mayor and the entire leadership of the city, and they were as helpless as anyone walking down the street. As a citizen, it was pretty frightening that no one was in charge, or the person who was supposed to be in charge had no way of operating.
Sonny Mindell. I remember coming upon one older woman who was seated in a park. She was drinking a Starbucks. She wasn't moving. She was sitting there drinking her coffee. I didn't want to frighten her, but I thought, she needs to get out of here. I went up to her and I said, "Ma'am, you need to go north." And she says, "No, I'm fine here." I said, "You really have to get out of here." But she wasn't frightened. I think she maybe had that same reaction I had when I looked at the TV and went, "This is not my life. This is something I'm watching."
Having just survived the collapse of the South Tower, siblings John and Michelle Cartier formulated a plan to escape the devastation of Lower Manhattan, even as they worried about their brother James, not knowing whether he too had escaped.
John Cartier. We made it not that far and went into a deli. Deli owner was like, "Take everything, take water, take whatever you want."
Michelle Cartier. At that point, John had his water, I grabbed mine, and I remember grabbing one for my brother James and throwing it into the briefcase I had. We started talking about John's motorcycle and where it was and how far away.
John Cartier. I walked back towards my bike. It was on the sidewalk, completely covered in soot. I was like, I hope this damn thing starts. Please, God, start. It fired right up. I pulled up, Michelle got on the bike, and we slowly left. People were taking pictures of us covered in the soot, leaving.
Michelle Cartier. I'm in this blue skirt and on my brother's motorcycle. I was completely disoriented. I had no idea which way we were going.
John Cartier. We only had one goal. Make it home. She kept on asking me about James. I said he probably got out on the west side. That's what I thought.
Michelle Cartier. Then he said, "Just pray. Just pray."
You were hoping you would find something. The rescue at Shanksville. Just like their colleagues in New York and Washington, the first responders and officials around Shanksville were forced to improvise a response to a worst-case scenario.
James Clark, First Assistant Chief, Somerset Volunteer Fire Department. It was 10 o'clock or so when our pagers tripped for our large aircraft down.
Alan Baumgardner, Somerset County 911 Coordinator. It seemed like immediately every phone line in the center was lit up. Everybody grabbed for a phone and they were all the same call. A plane has gone down out near Lambertsville.
Rick King, Assistant Chief, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. I got into the station. I remember the dispatcher saying, "A plane down, Lambertsville Road, Lambertsville area." I asked who was dispatched with us, and they said, "Your station, Frieden's in Stoystown." I knew County 911 thought it was a small plane, so I said, "County, I heard this plane crash. I'm convinced it was a commercial airliner." I said, "I want additional departments." I called for Central City, Somerset, Listi, Berlin, and I called for Somerset's hazmat unit. They started to dispatch those.
Sergeant Patrick Madigan. We all packed up and headed to Shanksville.
Rick King. Keith Custer was sitting beside me in the officer's seat. Keith said, "I can't swallow. My mouth is dry." Mine was too. It sucked everything out of me. We've been in situations where we've been on terrible car accidents and things like that. This was different. I knew that somehow this was related to what was going on.
Keith Custer, firefighter, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. It was total silence in that truck the whole way out there. I don't think we said but 5 words to each other.
Rick King. We had a cell phone in the engine at the time, and I got on the cell phone, being afraid for what was happening to our country, and I called my wife and I said, go get our kids out of school. I don't know what's happening. I was thinking planes are now somehow going to be indiscriminately falling out of the sky. I said, while you're there, you might want to tell the school to close early.
Kevin Husek, paramedic, Somerset Area Ambulance Association. We got a short ways down from our station on Route 30, looked over to the horizon, and saw a big large cloud of black smoke. We advised our dispatch center to dispatch every ambulance that had 2 or more ambulances in their station in Somerset and Cambria County.
The first to reach the crash scene in Shanksville were local neighbors who witnessed the crash, workers from a nearby salvage yard, and 2 coal truck drivers. Not long after, volunteer firefighters began to arrive. Then, within hours, state and federal officials and scores of reporters would descend on the former mine site en masse, setting up a temporary town that would exist for months as investigators sifted and searched through the wreckage. The crash site of Flight 93 perplexed many of those responding, as the soft earth of the former mine swallowed up the wreckage and buried much of the plane in the ground.
Douglas Miller, coal truck driver, James F. Barron Trucking. We turned in and then immediately made a right, which took us to the crash scene within 30 yards. There was nobody else there at the time.
Robert Bobby Blair, truck driver, James F. Barron Trucking. The trees were on fire.
Douglas Miller. The heat, I assumed it was from the jet fuel, was so intense, I had to remark to Bob, hey, we better back up, because I thought it would blister the paint on my hood. You could feel the heat through the windows.
Robert Bobby Blair. We had taken our fire extinguishers and we knocked the fire out that was blowing across the field pretty quick. It was a large tire laying there right at the hole. It was still burning. We both tried to knock it out, but then as soon as you quit spraying, it started back up again.
Eric Peterson, resident, Stony Creek Township. When I got up there was actually still pieces of mail and stuff like that falling from the sky.
Douglas Miller. There wasn't anything to tell you that it was a plane when you first looked. It looked like maybe a truck delivering mail or maybe something carrying a lot of paperwork might have wrecked. There was paperwork, letters and envelopes scattered everywhere.
Kevin Husek. Shanksville Fire Department's engine was actually arriving at the same time that we were. We went back first, their engine followed, and I believe a unit from Stoystown Fire Department was right behind them.
Merle Flick, firefighter, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. It wasn't too much to see.
James Broderick, trooper, Pennsylvania State Police. I remember opening the car door and going to step out. I happened to look down and there was a piece of a human body, a bone or a joint. I knew no one could have survived that crash, seeing that small of a piece. I got back in the car. I knew that I had pulled too close. I backed up.
Ralph Blancy, Fire Chief, Stoystown Volunteer Fire Company. Trooper Broderick and I were standing next to the crater, and one of my firemen came up and said, "Are you in charge here?" Which is protocol for fire companies. Rick King of the Shanksville Fire Department said, "I'm in charge." Before he got that out of his mouth, Trooper Broderick says, "I'm in charge. This is a crime scene." That settled everything real quick.
James Broderick. I knew that we had to secure the scene, keep people out, because people were starting to pick things up.
Rick King. People are coming to me and saying, what do we do? What do you want us to do? There wasn't anything to do.
Norbert Rosenbaum, firefighter, Stoystown Volunteer Fire Company. They said, go on to a search and rescue. When I saw the parts and everything, I said, I don't think you're going to be rescuing nobody. It's too big a hole. I did see a lot of stuff that I'd seen before. I was in Vietnam. There was just parts of human pieces. That's all it was. Pieces.
James Broderick. I remember the smell. Once you smell diesel fuel mixed with the human body, you'll never forget that smell.
Lieutenant Robert Weaver, Pennsylvania State Police. That was the first thing that hit me. The smell.
Michael Rosenbaum, firefighter, Stoystown Volunteer Fire Company. Something was smelling really sweet. I didn't know what it was, and I thought it was a flower or something that was in the woods. It had a sweet smell to it. I had asked my dad several times and he wouldn't tell me. Later that day, one of the other firemen told me what it was.
Sergeant Denise Miller, Indian Lake Police Department. I thought, this is what hell must look like. The ground was smoking and smoldering.
Keith Custer. We did a little sweep around, and it was probably 10, 15 minutes before we realized there would be no survivors.
Cynthia Daniels, EMT, Somerset Area Ambulance Association. Kevin Huzek radioed the Somerset manager, Jill Miller, and Jill told him that we might as well go back to the ambulance hall and regroup. There was really nothing we could do. There was nothing. No one to take care of.
Kevin Huzek. The conversation was very bleak.
Tim Lensboer, crane operator, Rawluck Incorporated. We hollered all the way down through the woods, and there was nothing there. Just the pine trees burning. We searched and searched. We ran and ran. There was nothing other than paper. One of us found a book bag. A little kid's book bag.
Corporal Louis Feets, Collision Reconstruction Specialist, Pennsylvania State Police. We actually found money that was still intact. I can remember finding pocketbooks with family pictures in it, clothing, someone's shoe.
Sergeant Craig Bowman, Crime Investigation Unit, Pennsylvania State Police. An open Bible was laying there. Considering the condition of all the other debris, it was relatively unscathed.
T. Michael Laufer, Trooper, Pennsylvania State Police. I actually found a flight book from one of the flight attendants laying down there, down in the hemlocks. That's when I knew it was a United flight, because it had United Airlines printed on it. Bradshaw was the name in it.
James Broderick. I remember it was flight attendant Sandra Bradshaw. It had a picture of her and her family. I had taken that with me because we started to take things back and placed them on the back of a fire truck. Things were starting to blow away or burn. We wanted to protect everything that we could that could be possible evidence or things that could possibly be returned to the family members.
Clyde Ware, Assistant Chief, Stoystown Volunteer Fire Company. You kept looking and hoping for the impossible that day.
Lieutenant Robert Weaver. We were talking and I said, I can't believe this is a commercial plane. Within minutes, FBI agent Wells Morrison got a phone call and confirmed it was Flight 93. He said, yes, it's confirmed, this is Flight 93.
Keith Custer. Then we put it all together. Hey, this is the fourth plane.
Paula Pluta, resident, Stony Creek Township. I started thinking, what in the world do they want with Shanksville, Pennsylvania? There's nothing here.
Sergeant Denise Miller. When I first got out there to the site, I was actually a little nervous. I wondered what the importance of the field was and what possibly the government had hidden under the ground there that they wanted. I couldn't figure out why the plane had come down here.
Wells Morrison, Supervisory Special Agent, FBI. What became the priority now was to preserve the crash site and attempt to obtain anything of evidentiary value.
Not long after Flight 93 crashed, the first media arrived at the scene and began to confirm for the world that another attack had occurred, ending in a field near Shanksville.
Lawrence Kesterson, staff photographer, Philadelphia Inquirer. All we had was, there's a plane that crashed in western Pennsylvania. Go. My boss said, just go, just get on the turnpike and go west. We'll call as we know more.
Peter M. Mike Drewecki, photographer, WPXI-TV, Pittsburgh. We were trying to pinpoint exactly where Shanksville was, because I had never heard of it before.
David Mattingly, national correspondent, CNN. This was in the days before everyone had a GPS in their car, so I still had to get there the old-fashioned way. I had to stop and buy a map.
Corporal Jeffrey Braid, Aviation Patrol Unit, Pennsylvania State Police. It was eerily quiet on the radios for the airplanes. The whole ride out to Shanksville, there was really no communication between airplanes and ground.
Tony James, investigator, FAA. I drove to the FAA's Hangar 6 in Washington, which is located at Ronald Reagan Airport, and I put my stuff on the airplane. It was myself, 2 NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board people, and the 2 pilots. We were the only airplane in the air. We were talking to air traffic control, and they said, "You're cleared direct. Go as fast and as high as you want to go."
Corporal Jeffrey Braid. We were 5 miles out, and we still didn't see anything, so we started contacting the ground units and said, "Are these the right coordinates?" We still didn't see any smoke or debris. We got almost right on top of it, and then we started seeing the cars and stuff.
Tony James. We get up here and we could see the woods burning, and we made a couple of low flybys, which got a lot of people's attention.
Braden Schober, firefighter, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. Keith Custer pointed up to the sky and said, "That's not supposed to be there." We looked, and there was a large plane flying toward us. At this point, we all know that there aren't supposed to be any planes in the sky because the FAA's put everybody on the ground. It was a little eerie. You started looking around. Where are we going to hide?
Keith Custer. What do you do to get away from a plane that's coming at you? Do you try to outrun it? It's coming at you so fast.
Captain Frank Monaco, Pennsylvania State Police. There was a giant jetliner right over our heads. It was like a Twilight Zone episode. Everybody was frozen in their tracks. Nobody was moving. Nobody was talking. Everybody was stunned. Is it another one?
Keith Custer. When it went by us, everybody kind of did a wow.
Peter M. Mike Drewecki. There was a gathering of workers standing in front of Highland Tank Company. Some were smoking cigarettes, some were standing around, scratching their heads. They knew why we were there, and they just pointed their thumbs over their shoulders and said, "Whatever it is you're looking for, it's up that way."
John Meyer, reporter WNEP-TV, Scranton, Pennsylvania. The next thing I knew, I was right where the crater was. It was an overwhelming experience. The only way I knew it was a plane was the size. It was a big crater.
Peter M. Mike Drewecki. I was met by a photographer from the Greensburg, Pennsylvania Tribune Review by the name of Sean Stipp. It's strange. You're not looking at each other, but you're looking at the things you have to shoot. I remember saying, "Sean, this is the beginning of World War III.
David Mattingly. The first live report I did was over the telephone. I was explaining where I was, this bucolic setting, this pasture on the right, this cornfield on the left, these rolling hills around me, this blue sky above me. It seemed a highly, highly improbable location to be doing a story about what appeared to be some terrorist attack.
As word spread of the fourth crash, the families of victims aboard Flight 93 learned that their greatest fears had been realized.
Alice Ann Hoagland, mother of United Flight 93 passenger Mark Bingham. We heard the news that Flight 93 had crashed in Pennsylvania. They had the footage on television so fast, and it showed rescue workers already on the site with a big, gaping, smoldering hole. That's the way I found out Mark had been killed.
Dina Burnett. I realized I'd been running around the house all morning in my pajamas. I needed to get dressed. I went upstairs. I had the telephone with me. I put it on the ledge by the shower so that in the event I didn't hear it, I could see it ring. I never took my eyes off the telephone while I was showering. I got dressed and went downstairs. The policeman was standing at the bottom of the stairs, and I could tell by the look on his face that something was wrong. He said, "I think I have bad news for you." I remember turning toward the television and seeing that there had been another plane crash. I ran over to the TV and I asked, "Is that Tom's plane?" He said, "Yes, it's Flight 93. I felt my knees buckle.
Lisbeth Glick. They told me that Jeremy's plane had gone down. The police were at my house, and somebody said there had been some survivors on the plane. I thought, okay, if there are survivors, he's going to be one of them because he's a survivor. My minister came over, and we sat there and prayed. I knew since there was no call, it wasn't good news. United probably called 3 hours after the plane went down. I said, "You don't even need to tell me. I know."
That very slow, quiet panic. At school in Arlington, Virginia. Since the attacks happened in the morning, teachers all around the East Coast were faced with a decision they had not been trained to make: how to talk to their students about the tragedies happening in New York and Washington, D.C. One of the schools that faced this dilemma most profoundly was in the Pentagon's hometown, just a few miles from the crash site. H.B. Woodlawn school officials tried to calm their 600 students, many of whom had family members working at the Pentagon, the Capitol, the White House, or other government offices, as panicked parents began to arrive to take them home.
Ray Anderson, Principal, H.B. Woodlawn School, Arlington. At about 9 o'clock, kids started coming into the office who had gotten off the bus. They were wearing Walkmans and listening to the radio, and they're talking about terrible things happening in New York City.
Frank Halterwanger, Assistant Principal, H.B. Woodlawn School. Sometime during the first period, the second tower was hit.
Ray Anderson. We had to adjust to this unbelievable thing. You had no frame of reference for it, and quickly realized that this was going to be a real problem for students being in high school. I got on the PA and I told everyone, told the teachers to turn off all the TVs. People didn't need to sit around all morning and watch these horrible events.
Teresa Flynn, librarian, H.B. Woodlawn School. My phone rang and it was my mother. She had heard an explosion at the Pentagon and ran out her front door. She said, "We're in trouble. You need to get home."
Frank Halterwanger. When the Pentagon was hit, that changed everything. Because we had a number of kids who have parents who worked there.
Ray Anderson. The phone system quickly became inoperative and cell phones became inoperative. Everybody was trying to use the phones at the same time.
Teresa Flynn. People stopped teaching. They didn't know what to do. About a third of our staff and students had family members who were at the Pentagon who were working downtown. The news was not helpful. They started saying, "Car bomb at the State Department. There's another plane in the air. We don't know how many planes are in the air. They're all heading toward D.C." Everybody was panicking, but it was that very slow, quiet panic.
Frank Halterwanger. We were able to maintain reasonable order downstairs by keeping the kids in the classrooms. There were 2 or 3 students who either had parents at the Pentagon or parents who were in the air to New York who became hysterical and were running down the hall. I had some come into my office. I found another teacher who was a good counselor and had that teacher sit with them.
Ray Anderson. Parents started showing up at school wanting their children.
Frank Halterwanger. I'd say 50 or 70 parents came. Most of them came, checked on their child, and left.
Ray Anderson. I got on the PA, now it's probably about 10:15, 10:30 at the latest, and said without being any more specific, we may need to do our tornado drill today. I reminded people the tornado drill is not the fire drill where we all go outside and get away from the building. The tornado drill is when we all go down to the basement and first floor hallways.
Mary McBride, Assistant Principal, H.B. Woodlawn School. Mercifully, those parents working at the Pentagon were all right. That was the most important piece of almost the whole day for us, because that didn't happen for one of our principals.
Ray Anderson. The husband of the principal at Hoffman Boston Elementary in Arlington was on the plane that hit the Pentagon. It flew right over her building. She had some notion that that might be the case, but she stayed at her post as principal of the school, doing what I was doing at my school until the day was over. Then at the end of the day, she found out her notion was correct.
Teresa Flynn. We had in the library 100, 150 people standing there. We had a television at either end of the library. There's not a sound other than the news. The news anchors were beginning to spout theories about Osama bin Laden. A young boy, he was in 9th grade at the time, he turned to me and said, "Why did they do this to us?" Which was a big question from the kids. I said, "Well, they don't like us very much." He said, "Why not?"
We have no place to go. Aboard Air Force One, somewhere over the Gulf of Mexico. Whisked aboard Air Force One minutes after the Pentagon attack, President George W. Bush and his entourage tried to understand the carnage below and figure out where they could go themselves. When President Bush and Vice President Cheney finally connected by phone, they discussed the day's most momentous order: authorizing fighters to down hijacked aircraft. It remains unclear whether that conversation took place before Vice President Cheney issued his shoot-down order in the PIOC. The custom Boeing 747 that served that day as Air Force One contained the president's private cabin and office, known as the Airborne Oval Office, at the front of the plane on the main deck. From there, stairs led up to the flight deck and communications suite. Other cabins toward the rear of the aircraft on the main deck housed the White House medical unit, staff, guests, security, the press, and crew. Isolated far above the Earth, their communication networks disrupted, the passengers and crew tried to figure out what had transpired on the ground, and existed in a time frame all their own.
Dave Wilkinson, Assistant Agent in Charge, U.S. Secret Service. Once we heard a plane had crashed into the Pentagon, that's when we said, we're not going back to Washington. It's all about that direction of interest. At the start, the threats in New York. Then the plane at the Pentagon, and it's about our seats of government.
Colonel Mark Tillman, Presidential Pilot, Air Force One. The initial conversation was that we'd take him to an Air Force base no less than an hour away from Washington. Maybe we'd try to get him to Camp David. That all changed when we heard there was a plane headed towards Camp David. I made the takeoff, climbed out, probably 25 to 30,000 feet, and I gave it up to the backup pilot. I had 3 pilots on board that day. I said to keep flying towards Washington, D.C.
Initial reports of Flight 93 were garbled, claiming that Camp David, the presidential retreat along the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, had been targeted.
Major General Larry Arnold. We were talking to the Secret Service, and they were on again, off again about whether they wanted us to follow him. There was an AWACS, airborne surveillance aircraft, off the East Coast during a training mission. So we diverted that aircraft towards Sarasota to pick up the president when he took off. They said, okay, we will follow the president. Where is he going? We said, we don't know.
Ari Fleischer, Press Secretary, White House. As we were flying out of Sarasota, we were able to get some TV reception. They broke for commercial. I couldn't believe it. A hair loss commercial comes on. I remember thinking, in the middle of all this, I'm watching this commercial for hair loss?
Andy Card, Chief of Staff, White House. Blake Gottesman was my personal aide, but he was filling in that day as the president's aide. I said, Blake, it's your job to make sure that people don't come up to the suite. No one comes up unless the president calls for them.
Karl Rove. Andy Card and I were with the president. He got a call from Cheney. He said yes. Then there was a pause as he listened. Then another yes. You had an unreal sense of time that whole day. I don't know whether it was 10 seconds or 2 minutes. Then he said, "You have my authorization." Then he listened for a while longer. He closed off the conversation. He turned to us and said that he had just authorized the shoot-down of hijacked airliners.
Andy Card. As soon as he hung up the phone, he said, I was an Air National Guard pilot. I'd be one of the people getting this order. I can't imagine getting this order.
Dave Wilkinson. Every kind of communication that day was challenged. Even the president talking to the Situation Room was challenged.
Master Sergeant Dana Lark. People were coming up to the communications deck with various requests. A Secret Service agent comes up and says, the president wants to know the status of the first family. I have to tell him I don't have a way to find out. I can't fathom what that was like for the president.
Karl Rove. He was so even-handed. He was so naturally calm during the day.
Master Sergeant Dana Lark. We've got multiple systems, commercial and terrestrial systems, and they're all jammed. I started to have tunnel vision. What the hell is going on? Did someone sabotage our comms? It wasn't until later I realized all the commercial systems were all saturated. It was all the same systems the airplane pilots were using at the same time, talking to their dispatchers.
Colonel Mark Tillman. We started having to use the military satellites, which we would only use in the time of war.
Andy Card. One of the president's first thoughts from Sarasota to Barksdale, Air Force Base in Louisiana, was Vladimir Putin, President of Russia.
Ari Fleischer. Putin was fantastic that day. He was a different Vladimir Putin in 2001. America could have had no better ally on September 11th than Russia and Putin.
Gordon Jandro. Putin was important. All these military systems were put in place for nuclear alerts. If we went on alert, we needed Putin to know that we weren't readying an attack on Russia. He was great. He said immediately that Russia wouldn't respond.
Ari Fleischer. I've never heard the word decapitation attack before, but people like Andy, who had been there during the Cold War and had the training, knew what was going on. The Secret Service said to the president, "We don't think it's safe for you to return to Washington."
Andy Card. Then we hear that Flight 93's gone down. We're all wondering, did we do that?
Colonel Mark Tillman. All of us, we assumed we shot it down.
Dave Wilkinson. Hearing all of this, we're thinking that the further we're away from Washington, the safer we are.
Colonel Mark Tillman. We get this report that there's a call saying Angel was next. No one really knows now where the comment came from. It got mistranslated or garbled between the White House, the Situation Room, and the radio operators. Angel was our code name, but the fact that they knew about Angel, well, you had to be in the inner circle. That was a big deal to me. It was time to hunker down and get some good weaponry.
Major Scott Hooter Krog, F-16 pilot, 111th Fighter Squadron, Houston. I'd just gotten off alert at Ellington Field in Houston. Normally we pull 24-hour alerts, mostly for drug interdiction. I just gotten back into bed and was watching TV and saw the reports of a plane hitting the tower. When that second plane hit, it eliminated any doubt. I had to get back to work. It was very somber at the airbase. We got these cryptic messages from Southeast Air Defense Sector. I asked maintenance to put live missiles on the fighters and arm up the guns. 2 heat-seeking missiles and rounds from a 20mm gun isn't a lot to take on a hijacked plane, but it was the best we could do. We dispatched 2 fighters to go protect Air Force One.
Colonel Mark Tillman. We put a cop at the base of the stairs leading to the cockpit. That was something we'd never done before.
Staff Sergeant William Buzz Baczynski, Security, Air Force One. Will Chandler, the lead Air Force security officer, was summoned to the front, and he stayed up there providing security at the cockpit stairs. That got us thinking, is there an insider threat?
Staff Sergeant Paul Germain. Colonel Tillman said at that point, "Let's go cruise around the Gulf for a little bit." This was our Pearl Harbor. You trained for nuclear war, but then you get into something like this. All the money they pumped into us for training, that worked.
Dave Wilkinson. Colonel Tillman took us to a height where if an aircraft was coming toward us, we'd know it was no mistake. I was confident we were safer in the air than we were anywhere on the ground.
Colonel Mark Tillman. I took us up to 45,000 feet. That's about as high as a 747 can go.
Ann Compton, reporter, ABC News. We were standing in the press cabin. A Secret Service agent was in the aisle, and he pointed at the monitor and said, "Look down there, Ann. We're at 45,000 feet, and we have no place to go."
Condoleezza Rice. I called the president, and he said, "I'm coming back." I said, "You stay where you are. You cannot come back here. Washington is under attack."
Karl Rove. There was acrimony. President Bush doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't pound the desk. But as we made it across the Florida Peninsula, Andy Card and presidential military aide Tom Gould kept raising objections about returning to Washington. At one point, Cheney and Rumsfeld called and said the same thing.
Dave Wilkinson. He fought with us tooth and nail all day to go back to Washington. We basically refused to take him back. The way we look at it is that by federal law, the Secret Service has to protect the president. The wishes of that person that day are secondary to what the law expects of us. Theoretically, it's not his call, it's our call.
Eric Draper, presidential photographer. He was visibly frustrated and very angry. I was a few feet away, and it felt like he was looking through me. He turned away in anger.
Karl Rove. Gould came in and said, "Mr. President, we don't have a full fuel load. We've got too many extraneous people on board. We can't loiter over Washington if we need to." He suggested, "Let's get to a military base, drop off the unessential personnel, fill up with fuel, and reassess."
Sonia Ross. We didn't know where we were going, but they must have been circling, because we kept watching the local feed of a Florida station going in and out. That was our tiny window into the outside world.
Ari Fleischer. We didn't have satellite TV on the plane. The news would frustratingly come in and go out. I was not aware of the punishing coverage that the president was receiving for not returning to Washington. The anchors were all asking, "Where's Bush?" They instantly criticized him.
Karen Hughes, Communications Director, White House. Since I was home, I saw quite a bit of TV coverage, just like the American people were seeing it, and I realized that it looked like the American government was faltering. I was on the phone with my chief of staff at the White House when she was told to evacuate. I could actually see the Pentagon burning. But I knew that lots of government was functioning. Planes were being grounded. Emergency plans were being implemented. I thought someone should be telling the American people that, so I wanted to talk to the president. When I called the operator to try to reach Air Force One, the operator came back on the line and said, "Ma'am, we can't reach Air Force One." Mary Madeline had passed along that there was a threat against the plane. It was chilling. For a split second, I was so worried.
Sonia Ross. Ann Compton of ABC News and I were trying to come up with timelines. What time was it when Andy Card came in and whispered to the president? We were listening through headsets to the television, but we weren't really paying attention. Then I heard the reporter say, "The tower's collapsing." I looked at the TV and had a completely shocked reaction.
Eric Traper. We were in the president's office when the towers fell. You knew that there'd be a loss of life in a catastrophic way. The room was really silent. Everyone peeled off one by one, and the president stood there, alone, watching the cloud expand.
Andy Card. I asked the military aides, "Where are we going? I want options. I want a long runway, a secure place, good communications." They came back and said Barksdale Air Force Base. I said, "Don't tell anyone we're coming."
Dave Wilkinson. It was the perfect compromise. Close and secure, and we could let off a lot of passengers there. We needed somewhere that had armored vehicles.
Andy Card. I went into the president's cabin and told him, "We're going to Barksdale." He said, "No, we're going back to the White House." He was pretty hot with me. I kept saying, "I don't think you want to make that decision right now." He went back and forth. It wasn't one conversation. It was 5, 6, 7 conversations.
Colonel Mark Tillman. We asked for fighter support. We heard you have fast movers at your 7 o'clock. They were supersonic F-16s from the President's Guard unit. They led us into Barksdale.
Major Scott Hooter Krog. The horn went off again at Ellington Field in Houston, and F-16 pilot Shane Brotherton and I launched. We didn't even know what the mission was. We were told, "You need to intercept the Angel flight." We had no idea what that meant. We never heard Air Force One call that before.
Representative Adam Putnam, aboard Air Force One. Representative Dan Miller and I went up to the president's cabin, and he gave us a briefing. He told us that one way or another, all but a couple planes were accounted for. That was his phrase, one way or another. He told us Air Force One was headed to Barksdale and was going to drop us off there. When he left the cabin, I turned to Dan and said, "Didn't you think that was an odd phrase?" He didn't notice it. I said, "One way or another. That sounds like there's more to it than that." I said, "Do you think there's any way we shot them down?" We were left hanging.
Gordon Jandro. I was sitting across the table from CIA presidential briefer Mike Morrell in the staff cabin. I asked, "Mike, is something else going to happen?" He said, "Yes." That was a real gut punch.
Brian Montgomery, Director of Advance, White House. I asked Mike Morrell who he thought this was. He said, UBL. No hesitation. Who's UBL? Those of us not up on the lingo of Langley, we had no idea.
Mike Morrell, Presidential Briefer, Central Intelligence Agency. The president called me into his cabin. It was packed with people. The Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine had issued a claim of responsibility for the attack. The president asked me, "What do you know about these guys?" I explained that they had a long history of terrorism, but they didn't have the capability to do this. Guaranteed. As I was leaving, he said to me, "Michael, one more thing. Call CIA Director George Tenet and tell him that if he finds out anything about who did it, I want to be the first to know." Got that?
Sonia Ross. I was nervous. I was thinking, it seems really morbid, but I was thinking, what if they come after the president? We all turn into and 12 others. No one knows your name if you go down with the president. But Eric Washington, he was the CBS sound guy. He had his seat reclined, his feet up. He said, "What are you worried about? You're on the safest plane in the world."
Gordon Jandro. Air Force One was the safest and most dangerous place in the world at the exact same time.
Karen Hughes. When I finally did reach Air Force One and spoke with the president, the first thing he said to me was, "Don't you think I need to come back?" He was chomping at the bit to come back. I told him, yes, as soon as you can. Everyone has different roles, and I wasn't thinking about the national security side. I was thinking about it from a PR perspective.
Andy Card. Mark Tillman said, I don't care what he says. I'm in charge of the plane.
Dave Wilkinson. The president once told me that the biggest piece of advice he got from his mother when he became president was always to do what the Secret Service says. I reminded him of that several times that day. The president and I knew each other very well. We'd spent a lot of hours at his ranch, and tongue-in-cheek several times that day I said, "Remember what your mother said."
Master Sergeant Dana Lark. There were so many people coming up to the upper deck because we weren't picking up the phones downstairs. It got too crowded. Finally, someone came up and told everyone to get out. The only member of the staff who was up with us was White House Staff Secretary Harriet Myers. She was sitting at one of the CSO seats with a legal pad taking down the historical record.
Andy Card. The president's wondering about his wife, his kids, his parents. Then he's wondering, is there another city? What's next? We're all thinking, we can't do anything about it. We're in a plane, 8 miles high in the sky.
Dave Wilkinson. We called Mark Rosenker, the director of the White House military office, up to the front of the plane and told him to get us on the phone with the commander at Barksdale. He gave us full assurance that the base would be locked down.
Andy Card. I was comforted to find Barksdale was already on alert. It was going to be secure. No random terrorist would have mapped that Barksdale was where the president was going to go.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck, Commander, Barksdale Air Force Base. We were already in a practice threat con delta, the highest threat condition. I said lock her down for real. My deputy told me that at threat con delta, general officers have to wear sidearms. I tried to refuse, but he insisted. So I was wearing my sidearm, which I never do. We got this radio request, Code Alpha, a high-priority incoming aircraft. It wanted 150,000 pounds of gas, 40 gallons of coffee, 70 box lunches, and 25 pounds of bananas. It wouldn't identify itself. It was clearly a big plane. It didn't take us long to figure out that the Code Alpha was Air Force One.
Ann Compton. As we were landing, going into Barksdale, Ari came back to the press cabin and said, "This is off the record, but the president is being evacuated." I said, "You can't put that off the record. That's a historic and chilling fact. That has to be on the record."
Bin Laden comes to mind. Among those who knew. While the country absorbed the news and horror of the terrorist attacks in Washington, New York, and Pennsylvania, TV anchors and reporters turned to experts who could explain the attacks, which to most Americans seemed to come out of nowhere. Few Americans knew the name Osama bin Laden. Midday on 9/11, Washington NBC4 TV anchors brought into their studio a man who knew the background of the attacks.
We want to turn now to a guest who is joining us in the studio. It's Paul Bremer. I want to make sure I'm getting your name right because I'm just meeting you. You're a terrorism expert?
Counterterrorism, I hope.
And can you talk to us a little bit about who could... I mean, there are a limited number of groups who could be responsible for something of this magnitude, right?
Yes, this is a very well planned, very well coordinated attack, which suggests it's very well organized centrally. And there are only 3 or 4 candidates in the world, really, who could have conducted this attack.
Bin Laden comes to mind right away, Mr. Bremer.
Indeed, he certainly does.
Since the mid-1990s, 2 squads of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force in New York, known as I-49 and I-45, had been carefully tracking the rise of a terrorist group known as Al-Qaeda. Even though his name was new to most Americans on September 11th, the organization's leader, Osama bin Laden, had been on the FBI's radar for some time, having been added to its 10 most wanted list in June 1999 for his role in planning and financing the 1998 U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. In 1999, careful work by law enforcement intercepted an al-Qaeda plan to attack the United States during the Millennium celebrations, and in 2000, al-Qaeda terrorists attacked the USS Cole in Yemen, killing 17 U.S. sailors. The State Department's Ambassador at Large for Counterterrorism, Michael Sheehan, spoke angrily to military officials in 2000, frustrated at the Clinton administration's lack of focus in combating the rise of bin Laden's terrorist group, presciently exclaiming, "Does al-Qaeda have to hit the Pentagon to get your attention?" By 2001, FBI agents from I-45 and I-49 were chasing bin Laden's group around the world. That Tuesday morning found a team of agents still in Aden, Yemen, investigating the Cole bombing, and another team of agents in Scandinavia, where on Monday night, September 10th, they'd raided a house hoping to catch one of the embassy bombers. In Washington on September 11th, at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, FBI counterterrorism agents had briefed the new FBI director, Robert Mueller, who had started on September 4th, on the status of the al-Qaeda investigation and the Cole bombing. The 9/11 attack on the World Trade Center hit just blocks from the FBI squad's offices at 290 Broadway, a few blocks from the FBI's main office at 26 Federal Plaza, and pulled many of those same agents who had long tracked bin Laden out into the debris-filled streets, catching them in the tower's collapse. Ironically, the attacks would ultimately kill veteran FBI agent John O'Neill, who had led the al-Qaeda task force and who had retired in August from the Bureau to start a new job as the security director at the World Trade Center.
John Antisev, Special Agent, FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. People on the ground get to see the future before everyone. I think NYPD Detective Lou Napoli and I were the first people to write UBL into bureau files in the early 1990s. You knew this Afghan movement was more than fighting Russians. We just didn't know to call it Al-Qaeda.
Robert Bear Bryant, Deputy Director, FBI, 1997 to 99. The first time I ever heard the name Osama bin Laden was from John O'Neill. John O'Neill was very much aware of who he was, who his group was, Al-Qaeda.
John Miller, correspondent, ABC News. In 1998, I sat with Osama bin Laden in a hut in Afghanistan as he told me he was declaring war on America. We are sure of victory. Our battle with the Americans is larger than our battle with the Russians. We predict a black day for America and the end of the United States. From the moment bin Laden declared war on America, one of his frustrations seemed to be that he couldn't get America to declare war back.
Jackie McGuire, Special Agent, FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. The JTTF's very famous for the work it has done on the first World Trade Center bombing in 1993. It also sent people all over the world. The East Africa Embassy bombing case was run out of New York. The USS Cole bombing was run out of New York.
Fran Townsend, Director, Office of Intelligence, Policy, and Review, U.S. Justice Department. From his time down in the International Terrorism Section at headquarters in Washington, John O'Neill began to see the World Trade Center bomber Ramzi Yousef case. As things progressed, John completely threw himself into it. He read everything he could get his hands on about radical fundamentalism. He was already beginning to focus on it before the first World Trade Center, and think about it, and look at the implications of it. By the time the first bombing happens, from things he said to me, he already got in his mind this was a major and long-term problem for us that we were ill-equipped to deal with.
Steve Gordon, Special Agent, FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. It was hard to get people to pay attention. That spring, we'd put 4 of the embassy bombers on trial. I remember Puff Daddy was on trial in municipal court, and Johnny Cochran was the lawyer. It was a circus. That's where all the cameras were. No one cared about what was going on at the federal courthouse.
Richard Clark, Counterterrorism Advisor, White House. In June of 2001, the intelligence community issued a warning that a major al-Qaeda terrorist attack would take place in the next many weeks. They said they were unable to find out exactly where it might take place. They said they thought it might take place in Saudi Arabia. We asked, could it take place in the United States? They said, we can't rule that out.
Abby Perkins, Special Agent, FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. There was lots of chatter over the summer of 2001. Things were happening. People were on standby. It was a heavy summer. We thought it'd be an international attack.
Admiral Edmund Giambastiani, Senior Military Assistant, Office of the Secretary of Defense. We knew there was a higher threat level, but not where, when, or how.
Fran Townsend. John O'Neill was frustrated by the U.S.'s inability to really appreciate and get our arms around this threat in an effective way. He definitely thought we were vulnerable in the summer. He definitely felt that something was going to happen. Something important was going to happen.
Jerry Hauer, New York Director of Emergency Management, 1996 to 2000. The night of September 10th, he had said to me, "We're due, and we're due for something big." Steve Bongart, Special Agent, FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. I remember reading that morning, on September 11th, 2001, an intelligence report that bin Laden was reopening Tora Bora, his compound in Afghanistan. I was wondering, what the hell is he doing?
George Tenet, Director, CIA. The system was blinking red.
The 9/11 Commission. Time ran out.
Steve Gordon. We were in the office at 290 Broadway when the first plane hit. It sounded like the air conditioners had kicked on, a low thump, but it was late in the season for the air conditioning. We thought it was a civil aviation issue first. But we threw on our raid jackets. Maybe NYPD would need help on crowd control.
Wesley Wong. My thought was that the firemen are going to come, and they're going to put the fire out. People are going to come down the stairwells. NTSB will come in. They'll do the accident investigation. There's really nothing for the Bureau to do.
Jackie McGuire. We saw people who had obviously been hit by debris, who were bleeding. A few people sitting on the streets. A lot of people crying. Emotional.
Abby Perkins. You didn't know how far it went. I can only see what's in front of me. But we knew we were at war.
Steve Bongart. I stopped a firefighter and asked, "What can we do?" He said, "Just get people away from the building." He started to leave, then he turned back. "Give me your flashlight. We're going to need extras." I gave him my mag light.
Fran Townsend. When the first plane hit, my first instinct was to call John. And I did. I didn't get through. As I was standing there on the phone, I saw the second plane. And of course, by then, there's no doubt of what the issue is. After the second plane went into the South Tower, he paged me to let me know he was okay. That was the last contact I had.
Jackie McGuire. As soon as the second plane hit, I think everyone knew what was going on.
Fred Stremmel, Terrorism Analyst, FBI. We knew it was terrorism, but we were in denial. It's like being told you have cancer. You want to deny it for as long as possible.
Jackie McGuire. Everyone knew right away this was most likely Al-Qaeda.
Steve Bongart. My immediate thought was, this is why they're polishing up Tora Bora.
Steve Gordon. We said, we gotta start collecting evidence. It was a combination of shock and autopilot.
Abby Perkins. Steve Gordon found a piece of the plane.
John Antisev, Special Agent, FBI. When I got there, you saw people fleeing. It was like Godzilla. I said, fucking Al-Qaeda.
Wesley Wong. I was down in the command center at the World Trade Center lobby, and John O'Neill saw me, and he came up to me. John always had his cell phone to his ear. No matter when you saw him, he was always on his cell phone. Just like that morning, the morning of 9/11, he had his cell phone. He saw me and said, "Wes, what can you tell me?" He had just retired from the FBI, and he was on his second day as Director of Security for the World Trade Center. I said to John, "You're no longer with the FBI. You don't have a clearance. I can't tell you what's going on. Even under times of stress and crisis, I can be a smart aleck." He said, "Wes, if you don't tell me, I'm going to wring your scrawny little neck." I told him what I knew, and he asked, "I've heard that the Pentagon has been hit?" I said, "We're hearing that. Let me confirm." And I called headquarters. They confirmed that the Pentagon had been hit. I relayed this back to John. He said, "Well, I need to go check on my people in the South Tower." As he walked away, I said to him, "Hey, John, I owe you lunch. I missed your going away lunch. When this is all over, let's have lunch." He said something that's music to every agent's ear. He said, "Wes, I'm on an expense account now. Lunch will be on me."
John O'Neill was last seen in the stairwell of the 48th floor of the South Tower.
Jackie McGuire. We heard the rumble of the first tower starting to fall. We went running.
David Kelly, Assistant U.S. Attorney, Justice Department. I was with Barry Maughan, FBI Assistant Director in charge of the New York field office, and we took off running. Then we were completely buried. I couldn't breathe. It's a very fine powder. It was like being buried in a huge pile of Xerox toner. I knew I was a faster runner than Barry. I figured immediately he didn't make it.
Abby Perkins. We were hiding in a bank building. As the tower fell, I remembered how many victims in the embassy bombing in Nairobi had been hurt or killed by glass. I wanted to get away from the glass windows. I was thinking, what does it feel like to be buried in concrete? We thought we might be trapped there for a long time. My colleague, Debbie Doran, and I, we remembered Rosie, who had been rescued from the rubble in Nairobi but died of dehydration. Debbie's always organized. She's the planner of the group, and she was immediately trying to find trash cans that we could fill with water.
Steve Gordon. Then you're looking, and there's no more tower.
David Kelly. Later, I called Mary Jo White, the U.S. attorney in Manhattan. I told her Barry Mon was killed. She laughed and said, I just talked to him. He told me you were dead.
Jackie McGuire. Leads were already coming in. People were already calling into the FBI with suspicious activity they had seen.
John Miller. John O'Neill had spent the better part of 10 years fighting terrorism and the better part of 5 trying to nail bin Laden. Now Osama bin Laden had struck the 2 buildings in his care. I called O'Neill's phone all that day, hoping for a miracle. Steve Gordon. We started walking north to 26th Street to the garage where the FBI was setting up a command post. It was devastating. The day never really ended.
We have to have evacs. Do you copy? Escaping the Pentagon. The initial rescue efforts at the Pentagon were led primarily by the military and civilian Pentagon workers, co-workers who rushed into flames and smoke to find lost, missing, and injured colleagues and follow the military's dictum of no person left behind. Nearly everyone who was rescued from the Pentagon was found in the first 30 minutes.
James Schwartz, Assistant Chief for Operations, Arlington County Fire Department. All the credit that public safety, fire, EMS, and the police departments get for their efforts on 9/11, I think what gets lost is the truly heroic efforts of the civilian and uniformed personnel that work in the Pentagon. They were the ones who really got their comrades, got their workmates out.
Captain Paul Larson, Arlington County Police Department. When I got there, there was probably a wall of 2,000 or 3,000 military personnel coming out of the building, and as soon as they heard the screams for help, all of them immediately turned around and went right back into the building to help whoever needed help.
Captain Charles Gibbs, Arlington County Fire Department. We were there probably within about 10 minutes. We met up with Chief Schwartz. He said, "Go up there." He was pointing to the impact site, which is on the heliport side, and see what's going on and let me know. I got my gear on, and me and firefighter Keith Young proceeded up there, and Fort Myer Fire Department was on the scene.
James Schwartz. Among the responding units were the crash fire rescue vehicles at National Airport, which were positioned on the West Lawn and, at that point, really were able to provide the greatest amount of extinguishment capability. There was a large fire.
John Jester, Chief, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. The smoke was so bad you couldn't see, and the heat was so bad. There was thousands of gallons of aviation fuel on fire in the hallways.
Stephen Carter, Assistant Building Manager, Pentagon. Visibility was maybe 2 feet. There was a definite feel of heat coming through the area, but the overwhelming thing hitting my senses was the dense, acrid smoke.
Chris Combs, Special Agent FBI, Pentagon. I can remember very vividly walking through the parking lot, feeling the immense heat from that fire. At first it confused me. I was like, wow, what is burning in there? I did not know it was an airplane.
Stephen Carter. Looking up into the 2nd and 3rd floors, I could see people in the windows banging to get attention or to get out, but the windows were not breaking. The back wall had blown off, and it had become the only escape for some people in that area. There was a large contingent of Pentagon occupants dipping their shirts into the water that was accumulating and putting them over their faces and attempting to re-enter the building to help get people out. Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. As soon as I came out the stairwell, I encountered a DPS officer carrying a lady struggling with a baby. I grabbed the baby from the officer's hands. Together, we ran for about 60 yards, and I placed the baby back in the woman's arms. The woman kept saying, "Where's my baby? Where's my baby?" I realized the woman was in shock because the baby was in her arms, and she had no idea. The officer instructed me, "Go get help. Go get help." Stephen Carter. They were using the center courtyard to stage a triage area for injured people. They were putting them all around on the grass. There were medical teams that were bringing in equipment as much as possible, but there were very few supplies out there and a whole lot of people.
John Milton Brady, Jr., Safety Technician Investigator, Department of Defense. People were panicking. They didn't know which way to go. I stood there using the flashlight as a beacon and calling to the people to come toward me, and they started doing that.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. I saw this ambulance pulling up. I got to a firefighter, and it was almost like he was oblivious to what I was telling him. He was downloading all his equipment as fast as he could. I kept telling him, I have a baby, I need help, I have a lady and a baby. All of a sudden, his eyes became fixated above me. They brought a woman from behind me who was burned from the back of her head to the back of the thighs. She was a dark-complected woman, but she was bright pink in color from the amount of burns that she received.
Lieutenant Michael Nesbitt, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. I got a phone call, and someone said he understood that we needed helicopters. I said that was correct. He said to tell them where to go, and they would have 40 birds in the air. I said that sounded good.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson, Legislative Liaison Officer, U.S. Army, Pentagon. I kicked open a fire exit door and screamed for people to follow me. I guess there were 50, maybe 100 people who followed me out that way. I saw a field of scattered debris. It was all gray and metallic. Everybody was moving to my right, and I turned to my left and ran toward the debris. There was nobody with me except Chris Brahman.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. At that point, I met a Lieutenant Colonel, Ted Anderson. He's a leader in my eyes. He kept saying, my general didn't die on my watch. My general didn't die on my watch. He had come out and he was delirious.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. I got as close to the building as I could, trying to find a door that we could get into. We found 2 women out on the ground next to the building. They had been thrown out by people who were rescuing folks inside. One woman was conscious, the other was unconscious. I picked up the conscious lady. She had a broken hip and was in horrible, horrible pain. Both had been terribly flash burned. The fire was bearing down on us. The heat was horrendous. I told her it was going to hurt, and I picked her up and threw her on my back. She screamed in pain. I ran her about 400 yards to the other side of the helipad. Chris Brahman carried the other lady. We laid them there, and other people came up to render aid. Chris and I ran back.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. There was an opening adjacent to the point of impact. We crawled through. The firemen went with us. You couldn't see anything. It was so dark that I was told they'd call it country dark.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. Inside, we screamed for people to come toward our voices. We couldn't see anything. The smoke was billowing and it was hard to breathe. I got on the floor and felt my way down the hall. I felt a body right in front of the door. It was a woman. Extremely heavy set. She was conscious. She was bleeding from the ears and the mouth, and she was definitely in shock. She was pinned against a wall by a huge safe. It was a 6-drawer safe that had fallen and was wedged up against her. We had to try to get her out. It seemed like forever, but we were finally able to pull her free. We had to drag her from the building.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. It was so hot inside you could feel the heat. My face was burning. All I had was a t-shirt and an undershirt that I ripped off and put over my face.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. Chris and I went back into the building and were trying to figure out what we were going to do. I noticed this bright flash that went by me. I thought it was the ceiling caving in. I heard Chris scream, "Help me." It was a person on fire trying to get out of the building.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. We jumped on top of that man and we put him out as best we could.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. We picked him up immediately and carried him out. We got him as far away from the building as we could and gently laid him down. He was burned, horribly, horribly burned, from the top of his head all the way down to the bottom of his feet. He had no color in his eyes. They were all white. I could see it was a civilian because he had a suit on. You could see that he had a white shirt on, but the whole front had been burned away. The back of his collar was still affixed. The belt to his pants was still affixed and melted into the side of his body. Everything else was charred black down the front.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald, Information Management Officer, U.S. Army, Pentagon. The plane came into the building and went underneath our feet, literally by a floor. A friend of mine down the table, Martha Cardin, yelled for help, and I told Martha, "I got you, Martha, I'll come get you." Where everybody went and how they get out of the room is very unique because those are where decisions are made that are fatal or cause injury or cause mental fatigue or great consternation. A bunch of my office mates that were in that meeting went in one direction and unfortunately didn't make it. The person that sat to my left apparently went out the door and took a right, and they went into the E-ring where they apparently perished. A decision to go in one direction or another was very important.
Major James Phillips, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. If the plane had hit any other part of the building, there would have been a lot more devastation. Ironically, the part that was hit was the newly renovated wedge.
Philip Smith, Branch Chief, U.S. Army, Pentagon. It was truly a miracle that the plane hit the strongest part of the Pentagon. It had been completely renovated to all the new anti-terrorism standards, and it was virtually unoccupied. In any other wedge of the Pentagon, there would have been 5,000 people, and the plane would have flown right through the middle of the building.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. As we got out of the conference room, we were into the cubicle farm. It's the typical Dilbert office space where you have tens and hundreds of cubicles in various different configurations. 4 desks here, 6 desks here, a corridor here, a hall here, a row here, an aisle here, 20 here, copier room, fax room, enclave over here. So now, on our hands and knees, in the dark, it was trying to keep yourself oriented. Where do you go? Where is safe, and how do I get there? The plane was burning on the floor below us. As we were crawling, the floor buckled, and there was flame coming up through there like a blowtorch.
Captain Darrell Oliver, Quadrennial Defense Review Office, U.S. Army. We formed up on litter teams to assist in getting others out of the building. The flames had gotten too severe for us to go back in, and the firemen directed us to stay at the door. They would bring individuals out, and we would get them to the triage area. One of the first individuals we got was severely burned on both arms. The firemen carried her to our litter and put her down. We had to position her on the stretcher, and in order to position her on a stretcher, we had to touch her. Her skin was as white as a piece of paper. As we touched her, her skin was coming off in our hands.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. The smoke was beginning to get very thick, and was coming down further and further and further, and we were crawling on our hands and knees. You can't see where you're going, and because of the force of the blow, there were chairs thrown about, there were desks thrown about, file cabinets had fallen over, and copiers and faxes and walls. I pushed things out of the way. Martha was holding onto my belt, and we kept going. I kept crawling through the corridor into the brand new cafeteria, which wasn't even open yet because we had just moved into the renovated space. At that point, I realized that there was no more fire, there was no more smoke, and we were relatively safe. I got up, I gave Martha to some people. I said, "Martha, I'm going back inside to search for some more people." She advised against it, but I did it anyway, though I didn't get far. By that time, the smoke was down very, very close to the ground, so you couldn't see. It was quite obvious that if I was to go back in, that I would put myself in harm's way.
Sheila Denise Moody, Accountant, Resource Services Office, Pentagon. I was in a state of shock. I was still seated at my desk with my hands on my lap, and I really hadn't moved other than from the force that pushed me back a little. Burning debris from the ceiling fell and landed on my